This is Audible.
Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Mockingbird by Kathryn Erskine, narrated by Angela Rogers and directed by Andy Paris.
Chapter 1. Devon's Chest. It looks like a one-winged bird crouching in the corner of our living room, hurt, trying to fly every time the heat pump turns on with a click and a groan and blows cold air onto the sheet and lifts it up, and it flutters for just a moment and then falls down again, still, dead. Dad covered it with the gray sheet so I can't see it, but I know it's there, and I can still draw it. I take my charcoal pencil and copy what I see. A grayish, squarish thing that's almost as tall as me, with only one wing. Underneath the sheet is Devon's Eagle Scout project. It's the chest Dad and Devon are making, so he'll be ready to teach other Boy Scouts how to build a chest. I feel all around the sheet just to be sure his chest is underneath. It's cold and hard and stiff on the outside, and cavernous on the inside. My dictionary says cavernous means filled with cavities or hollow areas. That's what's on the inside of Devon's chest. Hollow areas. On the outside is the part that looks like the bird's broken wing, because the sheet hangs off of it loosely. Under the sheet is a piece of wood that's going to be the door once Dad and Devon finish the chest. Except now, I don't know how they can, now that Devon is gone. The bird will be trying to fly, but never getting anywhere, just floating and falling, floating and falling. The gray of outside is inside the living room, inside the chest, inside me. It's so gray that turning on a lamp is too sharp and it hurts, so the lamps are off, but it's still too bright. It should be black inside, and that's what I want. So I put my head under the sofa cushion where the green plaid fabric smells like Dad's sweat and Devon's socks and my popcorn, and the cushion feels soft and heavy on my head, and I push deeper so my shoulders and chest can get under it too, and there's a weight on me that holds me down and keeps me from floating and falling, and floating and falling like the bird. Chapter 2. Look at the person. Caitlin, Dad says, the whole town is upset by what happened. They want to help. How? They want to be with you, talk to you, take you places. I don't want to be with them, or talk to them, or go places with them. He sighs. They want to help you deal with life, Caitlin, without Devon. I don't know what this means, but the people come to our house. I wish I could hide in Devon's room, but I'm not allowed in there now. Not since the day our life fell apart, and Dad slammed Devon's door shut, and put his head against it and cried and said, "No, no, 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 no." So I can't go to my hidey hole in Devon's room anymore, and I miss it. I try to hide in my room and draw, but Dad comes and gets me. There are so many voices in our house, voices from Devon's Boy Scout troop. I recognize their green pants and the nice things they say about Devon. Voices of relatives. Dad introduces me to them. He says, "You remember," and then he says a name. I say, "No," because I don't remember. Dad says to look at the person, so I look quickly at a nose, or a mouth, or an ear, but I still don't remember. One voice says, "I'm your second cousin." Another says, "Wasn't it a beautiful memorial service?" Another says, "I love your drawings. You're a very talented artist. Will you draw something for me?" One even says, "Aren't you lucky to have so many relatives?" I don't feel lucky, but they keep coming. Relatives we hardly saw when Devon was here, so how can they help? Neighbors like the man who yelled at Devon to get off his lawn, how can he help? People from school, Mrs. Brooke, my counselor, Miss Harper, the principal, all my teachers since kindergarten, except my real fifth-grade teacher, because she left after what happened at Devon School. I don't get it, because nothing bad happened at James Madison Elementary School, so why did she have to leave? Now Mrs. Johnson is my teacher. She didn't even know Devon, except she watched him play basketball, she says, twice. I've watched the L.A. Lakers play more than twice. I don't try to help them. Caitlin, if you ever want to talk about what happened, you just let me know. Mrs. Johnson says. That's what Mrs. Brooke is for, I tell her. Maybe we could all sit down together. Why? So we know where you're coming from. I look around the living room and stare at the sheet-covered chest. I come from here. I'm sorry. I meant so we all know how you're feeling. Oh, Mrs. Brooke knows how I'm feeling, so you can find out from her. I would be superfluous. My dictionary says superfluous means exceeding what is sufficient or necessary. I just thought it would be nice to take some time to sit and chat. I shake my head. Superfluous also means marked by wastefulness. Well, okay then, she says. I suppose I can talk with Mrs. Brooke. Mrs. Brooke says you can talk with her any time because her door is always open, I tell Mrs. Johnson. Actually, it's almost always closed, but if you knock, then she remembers to open it. Thank you, Caitlin. She doesn't move. This means she is waiting for me to say something. I hate that. It makes my underarms prickle and get wet. I almost start sucking my sleeve like I do at recess, but then I remember. You're welcome, I say. She moves away. I got it right. I go to the refrigerator and put a smiley face sticker on my chart under Your Manners. 7 more and I get to watch a video. When I turn away from the fridge, I see a puffy blue marshmallow wall in front of me. It smells of apple cinnamon Pop-Tarts and breathes noisily. It's another neighbor or relative. I don't know which. Her hands are shaking. One hand has a tissue, and the other hand she holds out to me. There's a white circle in it. Would you like this candy? I don't know. I have never had her candy before, so I don't know if I'll like it. But I like just about every candy in the galaxy. I don't like being trapped by the puffy blue wall like this, though. Take it, she says, and pushes it into my hand. So I take it just to get her hand off of mine, because her hand is squishy and flabby and makes me feel sick. Have another, she says. I take it quickly, so I won't have to feel her hand again. She tries to pat my head with the candy hand, but I duck. I run and hide behind Dad and eat the candy. They are mints. I wish they were gummy worms, because that's my favorite, but I deal with it. The good thing is, I can't talk when my mouth is full, because that's rude. So if I keep my mouth full, I can be in my own Caitlin world. When I finish the candy, I still don't want to talk, so I push my head under Dad's sweater and feel the warmth of his chest as he breathes up and down, and I smell his Gillette Cool Wave antiperspirant and deodorant. He doesn't even say, "No, Caitlin," and pull me out. He lets me stay there and pats my head through the sweater. If it's through the sweater, I don't mind. Otherwise, I don't like anyone to touch me. Dad talks to the world outside the sweater, and his voice makes a low, hummy, vibraty feel. I close my eyes and wish I could stay here forever. Chapter 3. Let's talk about it. Dad says it's time to go back to school, so here I am, back in Mrs. Brooks' room, sitting at the little round table. I look at the walls and not much has changed, except that the mad face on the facial expressions chart now has a mustache. I know because I have looked at that chart about 1,000,000 times to try to figure out which emotion goes with each face. I'm not very good at it. I have to use the chart because when I look at real faces, I don't get it. Mrs. Brooks says people have a hard time understanding me because I have Asperger's. So I have to try extra hard to understand them, and that means working on emotions. I'd rather work on drawing. Hi, Caitlin, Mrs. Brooks says softly. She still smells like Dial body wash. I look at the chart and nod. This means I'm listening, even if there's no eye contact. So, how are you? I suck on my sleeve and stare at the chart. How are you feeling? I stare at the chart some more and hear myself sigh. My stomach feels all yucky, like it's at recess, which is my worst subject. But I take a deep breath and try to deal with it. Finally, I say, I feel like TiVo. She leans across the table toward me, not too close to my personal space, because I'll use my words to tell her to back off if she gets too close. Say again? TiVo. What do you mean? I fast forward through the bad parts, and all of a sudden, I'm watching something, and I'm not sure how I got there. She scratches the part in her hair with her forefinger. The rest of her fingers stick up in the air and move like they're waving. Then she stops. I see, she says. I look around the room. What do you see? I ask. I think you'd like to forget about the painful events you've been through. I want to tell her that I prefer TiVo on mute, and I wish she'd cooperate. But if I do, it'll start a whole let's talk about it discussion, so I say nothing. The funeral must have been very difficult, she says. I wonder what she means. We sat in church. It was not very difficult. It was like TiVo on mute. Everyone spoke so quietly I could barely hear them, and almost no one talked to me. They looked at me, which I didn't like, and some of them even touched me, which I hate, but no one tried to start a conversation with me, and no one laughed like crashing glass, and there was no lightning movement, and no one appeared out of nowhere, and nothing happened suddenly. Let's talk about it, she says. I turn around in my chair, so I can't see her anymore. I know it's difficult, but you can't keep it all inside. She stops talking, but not for long. Did you cry at the funeral? I shake my head. At the funeral, a lot of grown-ups cried, but I don't know why. Most of them had never even met Devin. I think about how much Dad has been crying, and the words jump out of my mouth. Dad cried. Did that upset you? I gripped the back of my chair. I didn't like it. Why not? I don't know. Were you sad for him? I don't know. Were you afraid? I don't know. Did it make you uncomfortable? I try to think of a different answer than I don't know, because Devin says people don't like I don't know all that much. I don't know why, so I try hard to focus on her question. Did it make you uncomfortable? I think about what is comfortable. Being completely covered by my purple fleece blanket under my bed, or putting my head under the sofa cushion, or reading my dictionary. I didn't have any of those things at the funeral. Yes, I was uncomfortable. Why? I don't know. Please stop asking me questions. Caitlin, your father is sad. I turn back toward the facial expressions chart. I wonder how Mrs. Brooks knows what he's feeling right now, and I wonder if I've done something wrong. Why? Her head pokes forward like a turtle before she pulls it back in and says in her nice voice, He misses Devin. Oh, miss is a strange word, I tell her. Have you ever looked it up in the dictionary? There is miss, like Miss Harper, the principal. There is miss, like you will miss your bus if you don't hurry because you have to step on every crack. And there is miss, like dead. Do you miss Devin? I don't know. She does the turtle head jerk again. Just barely, but I see it. He's not completely gone anyway, I tell her. I think about his bedroom, even though the door is shut, and his bike leaning against the back of the house, and his chest in the corner of the living room. Her face squishes up like she's trying to get it. "That's true," she says slowly. "A part of Devon will always be with you." Which part, I wonder? No parts of his body are left, because he was cremated. That means burned up into ashes. Can you feel him? I look around the air. I look down at my hands. Are parts of Devon scraping me? Is that what I'm supposed to feel? The heat is blowing from the vent in the ceiling, and I feel that. But that's only air from the furnace. Or does it have Devon in it? Where do you go when you get burned up and turn into smoke in the air? Maybe you get sucked into furnace systems and blown out through the vents. I shrug. Can't you still feel Devon? Mrs. Brooke asks again. Maybe. I'm not sure it's really him, though. It could be anyone. What would he feel like? I mean the things he did for you, the things you did together. You'll miss him, but he'll always be with you, just in a different way. I don't want him around in a different way. I want him around in the same way, the way he was before, when he makes me popcorn and hot chocolate, and tells me what to say, and what clothes to wear, and how not to be weird so kids won't laugh at me. And he plays basketball with me. He always gives me a chance to win, by tripping or moving slowly, or going the wrong way when I do a fake. I can tell when he's doing something on purpose, by looking at his mouth. His lips move a certain way when he's thinking. When he's being sneaky, his lips move a different way. But when he's being sneaky, he's doing it to be nice to me. That's the Devon I want, not the one who's floating around in the air. A loud country music song starts playing. It's Mrs. Brooks' cell phone. She doesn't answer. She's using her look-at-the-person behavior to look at me, and I don't like it. Also, she's not answering the phone. I can't stand the cowboy song noise. If you don't answer the phone, you will miss your call, I tell her. She answers, but her eyes still look at the person while she talks on the phone. I get under the table to get away from her eyes. Mrs. Brooke always wants me to look in her eyes. She says we can see emotion in people's eyes. I can't. Eyes always look the same to me. People's lips move all the time, though. That's where the words come out. I can tell what people say by looking at their lips, even though Mrs. Brooks says that's not the only way to find out, because you can't get a complete picture of what someone means just by looking at their lips. I can. I can read lips. I look up at the wood on the bottom side of the table. It's not finished wood. It's raw wood, like Devon's chest. I touch it. It's rough. I rub my finger across the wood, back and forth, harder and harder, until a splinter cuts me. I hit the splinter back. There is a drop of blood on the wood now. It's red, and it spreads, seeping into a crack, and bleeding across the unfinished wood, like Devon's chest. No! I rub the wood harder and harder to try to erase the blood, but it won't go away. Caitlin! I press my finger against the raw wood, and rub faster and faster, and it hurts, but I don't care, because I want to stop the blood, but it's still there, and I can't make it stop. Caitlin! I can't stop it! Caitlin! It's Mrs. Brooke calling from somewhere, and I feel pulling on my arm, but I yank my hand free. No! I have to erase the blood. I have to. I can't see or feel or hear anything except for some screaming far away. Chapter 4. Life. I heard you had a TRM at school today, Dad says. I stare at the covered chest in the corner. TRM, I say. That reminds me. I know he doesn't mean that kind of TRM. He means the tantrum rage meltdown kind. but I don't want to talk about it. He sighs. Caitlin, honey. My finger hurt, I say. That's why. I think it was more than your finger. Also, I bumped my head on the table during the TR when my finger hurt. So it was my finger and my head, both. That's 2 things. I continue counting in my head. 3, 4, 5, 6. I hear Dad's voice, but I focus on counting. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and thinking about stuffed animals. And I want Red Dog, so I get up and walk down the hall to my room, which is 13.5 steps, more if you take little tiptoe steps so you don't step on any of the seams in the wood. I look across at Devon's room and wish I could go in, but I know I can't. I hear Dad saying my name, but he's in another world right now. 21, 22, 23, 24. I push my door open and wade through the clothes and books and papers and pencils and yarn and stickers on my floor and go to my bed where there are 153 stuffed animals, including keychains and McDonald's Happy Meal toys. But the one I want is Red Dog, and he is sleeping under the bed with my purple fleece blanket because Dad is too loud. 37, 38, 39, and I get under the blanket with Red Dog, and we go to sleep while I am still counting. When I wake up, I'm hungry. I look at my Elmo clock. Elmo says it's almost 6:30. I step out into the hall and look at the door across from mine. It's Devon's. Dad keeps it closed since the day our life fell apart. I can't open it because Dad always says when the bathroom door is closed, you don't open it, and when a desk drawer is closed, you don't open it, and when an envelope is closed, you don't open it unless it has your name on it. So I don't open Devon's door. I wish I could go in, though. I wish I could go in and say, Devon, I'm hungry. And he'd grin so his dimples show, and he'd say, you and me both. And we'd go find Dad and order pizza because it's Thursday, and we'd eat warm, drippy, extra cheese pizza in front of Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy. That reminds me how hungry I am, so I go find Dad. He's sitting on the sofa, staring at my charcoal pencil stain on the carpet. It's 6:30, I say. Dad doesn't say anything. It's 6:30, time to eat, I tell him, in case he has forgotten what 6:30 means. He still doesn't say anything. It's 6:30. He stares at the stain, but at least he says something. I'm not hungry. It doesn't matter, I tell him. It's 6:30. He sighs. Okay, I'm glad you're feeling better now. I'll get dinner ready. Just call the pizza guy. He shakes his head. It's Thursday. Let's eat what we have here. But it's pizza night. No, Caitlin. I cross my arms. I don't want that yucky spaghetti casserole again. Okay. He gets up slowly, like he's a very old toy running out of batteries. I'll see what we have. We have Pop-Tarts. That's not exactly a healthy dinner. We have a bag of salad you can eat. His lips turn down at the ends. I don't like salad, and we don't have any dressing. Yes, we do. Applesauce. So we eat Pop-Tarts and salad with applesauce. Only I pick the salad stuff out of my applesauce and make a pile of green leaves on my napkin, and I keep my applesauce and Pop-Tart totally separate because I don't like food mixing together or colors running into each other. It's too hard to see what you have to deal with if things start blurring together and getting mushy and turning into each other. We sit at the kitchen table where I can't see the TV, which isn't on anyway. It's too quiet without Devon. Right now, I wouldn't even mind watching Fox 5 News with a lady who talks so fast and so loud you can't hear what she's saying. All you can do is watch her really big hair moving around and wonder how many spiders make their nests in that thing. Dad sniffs, and I don't want to hear him crying again, so I have to be like the Fox 5 News lady and fill up the silence. I wish we could have pizza with Devin, I say. It's even Thursday. Pizza day. Dad stops eating. Me too. He puts his hands together, and his fingers grip the backs of his hands hard. He looks at the picture on the wall between the kitchen and living room and stares at it for a while. It's Devin in his scout uniform at a moving up ceremony. Is that his life picture? Dad tilts his head at me. This means he doesn't get it. Life, in Boy Scouts, remember, Devin? Oh. He looks back at the photo of Devin. Yes, that's when he made his life rank in Scouts. And Eagle comes after life. Dad nods and sighs. He wanted very much to make Eagle. From my seat at the kitchen table, I can see the corner of the living room where the chest sits. That's his Eagle project. Yes, says Dad. It was. He can't make Eagle if the chest isn't finished. Dad swallows hard, even though he's not eating anything. He gets up from the table and leaves the other half of his Pop-Tart and his salad stuff, too. I don't feel hungry anymore, so I put my plate in the dishwasher. I have to scrape Dad's plate before I put it in the dishwasher. Then I sit down and draw like I do all the time. Devin says if I went a whole day without drawing, I would probably die. But that will never happen because I can't go a whole entire day without drawing. Dad sits back down on the sofa and stares at the pencil stain on the carpet. Chapter 5. Personal Space. I hate recess, even though Devin says it's supposed to be my favorite subject, and there is no recess once you get to middle school, so enjoy it now. But I can't enjoy it, because I'm surrounded by sharp screaming, and it's too bright, and people's elbows are all pointy and dangerous, and it's hard to breathe, and my stomach always feels really, really sick. I stand and put my arms around me like a force field, and squeeze my eyes almost closed to try to shut everything out. It doesn't work. I still feel like a fake item box that Mario is going to run over any minute now. I start sucking my shirt cuff that's sticking out of my jacket sleeve. I see Josh pushing people off of the monkey bars again. He used to be in my class before he got put in the other 5th grade room because Mrs. Brooks says it's better that way. I think so, too. Josh used to be just loud, but now he's loud and evil. Dad says it's because Josh's cousin was one of the school shooters at Devin's school. The one the police caught right away and killed, but not before he shot Devin. Now my heart is pounding loud, and I want to moan, but Devin says you can't moan or scream or shake your hands up and down or rock or get under a table or spin around over and over in public. Actually, you can't do most things over and over in public, because that's not normal unless it's something like clapping or laughing, but you have to do it only at the right times and places, and Devin always tells me. Now I don't know anymore. My eyes feel hot and itchy, and everything is blurry, so I remember an okay thing I can do, which is to blur colors and shapes so they change into fuzzy and warm instead of sharp and cold. I call it stuffed animaling. If you take the monkey bars and the people and blur them together, they get soft and fluffy and kind, just like a stuffed animal. And you can forget about where you are and pretend you're somewhere else, like under your bed with your stuffed animals. I'm stuffed animaling the playground so well that after a while there's only monkey bars left and one shape that's coming toward me, so I stop blurring and suck my sleeve more. Blurring is good for the things you don't want to see, but it doesn't work so well for the stuff you actually have to deal with. Josh is walking toward me, and he's smiling, even though he runs into William H.'s personal space and knocks him down. You shouldn't walk into someone else's personal space, especially not William H.'s. William H. is autistic. He's in the other 5th grade class. He has Mrs. Brooke time too, but Mrs. Brooke says it's good for everyone to be in a regular class. But he screams a lot, so I'm glad he's not in my class, except for recess and PE. Now he's screaming loud, and the lady who helps him tries to get him up, but William H. is kicking too much. Josh has a big, grinny smile on his face. You shouldn't smile when you do something bad, because a smile is supposed to mean you're being nice. I wish people would follow the facial expressions chart like they're supposed to. The lady who helps William H. talks to Josh. Her hands are on her hips, and her head is moving up and down, and she keeps leaning forward and back again. I think this means she's mad. Sometimes it means the chicken dance, but I don't think that's what she's doing right now. Finally, she walks away, and Josh shrugs. This means he doesn't get it. I decide to be helpful, because that's something I'm good at, so I go over to Josh. "Ooh," he yells, "you're like a dog slobbering all over your sleeve." I stop sucking my sleeve, even though I don't know why he says ooh. I like dogs. Dogs sit next to you and put their chin on your lap. Dogs are sweet and kind. I'm happy if people think I'm a dog. "What do you want, freak?" Josh says, and I remember why I'm there. You shouldn't get in someone's personal space. What's it to you? I don't know what that means, so I say again, you shouldn't get in someone's personal space. He puts his hands on his hips, and his nose wrinkles up. What of it? He must mean, what is it? Personal space is this. I step right in front of him. I even step on his toes to show him where his personal space is. "Get off me, you freak!" he yells. "You need to remember your manners," I tell him. "You should say, 'Excuse me, please, but you're in my personal space.'" His head leans forward and his mouth drops open. I think this means confused, so I tell him again. "Listen carefully. This is what you say. 'Excuse me, please, but get out of here!'" I shake my head. "No, that's not the polite way to say it. You say, 'Excuse me, why are you bugging me?'" He shouts. "I'm not. I'm teaching you how to say excuse me." "I'm not going to say it." "Okay, you can say sorry." "I don't have to. I didn't do anything wrong." I look at the person. "Yes, you did." I say it slowly, so maybe he'll understand. Josh's face is red, and he's breathing hard all of a sudden, like he has been running, even though he hasn't been. "Is this about your brother?" Why is he talking about Devin? This conversation is about William H. "I don't have to apologize for that. That wasn't me, okay? That was my cousin. I didn't do anything." "Your cousin is dead, remember? You are the one who did something wrong," I say, "because I saw him push William H. out of his personal space." "I can't help it that your brother was shot." I don't know why he's yelling at me. "It's not my fault." I hate shouting. I'm starting to shake. "They tried to save him at the hospital," Josh yells. I'm shaking my head now because I want him to stop, but he doesn't. "His heart was hanging out and they couldn't close his chest up." "Shut up, Josh." It's Emma from my class. There are a bunch of kids behind her. Stop it. Why are you talking about this?" I suck my sleeve, but I can't help moaning, even though I'm not supposed to. "She brought it up," Josh says. "She's accusing me." "Well, she's upset." "Yeah," a boy says as he gives Josh a shove. Josh practically falls into me, so I step away and Josh lands on the ground. Some people laugh. Josh stares up at me with slitty eyes. It's not my fault. Her brother is dead. No! I hear a scream, and only when I try to run far, far away from it, but it keeps following me, do I realize that it's me. Chapter 6. The Heart. I find 32 books in the library about how the heart works. Dad talks with the librarian and says it's okay for me to use his card too, so I can check out a lot of books. Some of them are kids' books, and some are adult books. But I can read anything because my reading score is so high, they can't even rate it. When I was in kindergarten, I was above 8th grade level, and that was as far as you could get in kindergarten. Now I'm in 5th grade, which is why I can read anything Dad can. Sometimes I read the same books over and over and over. What's great about books is that the stuff inside doesn't change. People say you can't judge a book by its cover, but that's not true, because it says right on the cover what's inside. And no matter how many times you read that book, the words and pictures don't change. You can open and close books 1,000,000 times and they stay the same. They look the same. They say the same words. The charts and pictures are the same colors. Books are not like people. Books are safe. The librarian won't let you take the physician's desk reference home, even if you hide it in the middle of 32 books. She says you have to leave it in the reference section so others might enjoy it. I don't think I should have to leave it in the reference section just so others might enjoy it. I know I will enjoy it. But she says that's not the point. She never does tell me what the point is. But Devin says sometimes you just have to do what a teacher or librarian says, even if you think it's stupid. Also, he says you shouldn't tell them out loud that you think it's stupid. That's a secret that stays in your head only. On the way home, Dad stops at CVS and buys me a whole bag of gummy worms. Why? I ask. Aren't these your favorite? Yes, but I don't have 10 stickers in a row yet on your manners chart. Mrs. Brooks says you're doing an excellent job at school, considering everything. She's right. I make a smiley face with my mouth. I deserve these gummy worms because I do spend all my time considering everything. I just don't always get it. I eat 1 green gummy worm and 1 red. Their names are Eddie and Talia. I always name my gummy worms before I eat them. When we get home, I stuff some in every pocket of my pants, so I'll always have one when I need one. Then I start reading. There's a lot of information about the heart in 32 books, and I read it all. Here's what I'm writing down in my word study notebook, because these are the words I want to study more than eliminate and devastate. Chambers. Aorta. Atria. Ventricles. Veins. Arteries. Valves. I also learned that you should exercise right, like Devin, who plays soccer and baseball and runs almost every day. You should eat good foods like Devin, who doesn't eat nearly as much candy as me. You shouldn't smoke because it can hurt your heart and it smells so bad it makes you want to throw up. Devin never throws up, but even he says that. There are many heart diseases. Some of them you get from smoking and drinking and being fat and not exercising. Some of them you get from an infection. Some of them you get when you're old. Some problems you're born with. Most of the diseases you can do something about, like take lots of pills. Sometimes a heart problem happens all of a sudden, and there's not much you can do. But you should try to get to a hospital right away to increase your chances of survival. What I can't find is how long you can make a heart work once it's shot, and can other body organs take over for it? And can a hospital keep you alive without it? And are you the same person without it? And are you a person at all? This is all I can find on that topic. A gunshot wound to the heart is almost always fatal. Chapter 7. Groups. Mrs. Johnson finishes explaining our group project, which can be about any animal we choose. She asks us to give her some choices and writes them on the board. I choose the heart. Her marker squeaks to a halt on the whiteboard. I see, she says, turning slowly to look at the person. Of what animal? I don't care as long as it's human. I'm really good at drawing the human heart now. The class laughs. She sighs. I want you to write about an animal. How about a panda? I shake my head. Can't she see I'm already drawing a heart in my notebook? Another animal? I shake my head again. Well, think about it. Maybe you'll come up with some animals that'll interest you. After she writes a bunch more animals on the board, she says to break into groups. Everyone moves except me. Mrs. Johnson stands in front of my desk. Would you like help finding a group? I have a group. Who's in your group? Me. Who else? Nobody. I'm my own group. Someone laughs. I'd like you to be in a real group. How about joining Emma and Brianna? No. More kids laugh. Mrs. Johnson narrows her eyes and mouth at them, but turns back to me. Excuse me? No, thank you. That's another sticker for my Your Manners chart. Everyone laughs now. Mrs. Johnson takes a big breath and lets it out. I want you to be part of a group. I stare at her hands. Do you understand? Yes. I understand what she wants, but I also know what I want. So, will you come over and join them now? She doesn't understand. I shake my head. No. Why not? I sigh and try to explain it so she'll get it. I know that's what you want, but it's not what I want. Hi, says Mrs. Brooke. You're early. I know. I told Mrs. Johnson that, but she said it was time to see you now. She's having trouble getting it today. Oh, let's talk about it. I explain about the group project. Caitlin, when a teacher says she wants you to do something, that means you should do it. It's the same as saying you have to do it. Well, why didn't she say that? It's a nice way of saying it. No, it's not. It's a confusing way of saying it, and she should say please if she's trying to be nice. Could that have helped, if she said please? Maybe. Should I share that with her? Why don't you let me talk with her instead? And why don't you want to do a group project with some of the girls? I can do a better group project by my own self. I'm sure you can do a wonderful project, but there's value in working with a group. What's the value? Making friends? I already have friends. Tell me about your friends. My dictionary, TV, computer. Mrs. Brooks shakes her head. I'm talking about people and learning how to get along with others. I know how. I leave them alone. Not that way. But that's what they always tell me. Leave me alone. Caitlin, go away. So I'm listening. And I'm doing what they asked. So I'm being nice. Mrs. Brooks' head drops down, and she squeezes her hands into fists. It can be difficult, but I'm going to help you. She looks at the person. Let's think about the children in your class. I stare at the facial expressions chart. I start stuffed animaling it. Are you thinking? I already did. Who did you think of? I'm thinking of people who smile a lot. That's supposed to mean happy and nice and friendly. And which people have mad faces or cry a lot because that means they're sad, or mad, or scared. Or sometimes even happy and just feeling emotional, Mrs. Brooks says. See? That's why emotions are evil and I hate them, especially crying. I don't get it. Laughing is easier to figure out, she says. It usually shows that you're happy. Not always. Sometimes it shows that you're being mean. That's true if someone is teasing or making fun of someone. When, I tell her, not if. She sighs. I suppose it's just as hard to figure out emotions from laughing, too. Now I'm thinking about Josh. Mrs. Brooke does her turtle head jerk. Oh? Do you like him? No. Let's try to pick someone you like, and we'll work on a friendship with that person. That's the first thing to think about. Oh, you didn't say that. Who do you like? I don't know. Think hard. Miss Harper? Miss Harper? Yes, she's the principal. Get it? She's everyone's pal. Yes, okay, but I'm thinking of someone your age. Who are you thinking of? No one in particular. I'd like you to think of someone. I don't like this game. I give up. So why don't you just tell me? Well, how about Emma? Emma? Yes, she's very outgoing. I don't like very outgoing, or effusive, or extroverted, or gregarious, or any of those words that mean their loudness fills up my ears and hurts, and their face and waving arms invade my personal space, and their constant talking sucks all the air out of the room until I think I'm going to choke. It's easier to talk with people who are outgoing. Just think about it. This is what I'm thinking. Mrs. Brooke does not get it. You're a very special person, Caitlin. I think you'll be a wonderful friend. Okay, maybe she does get it. I'm the one who doesn't. She lets me look up friend in her dictionary. It says, somebody emotionally close. There's that evil word again, emotionally. That's not one of my strengths. But you can develop that strength. I look away and suck on my sleeve. I'm not ready to develop that strength just yet. Mrs. Brooks seems to get it. She sighs and says she'll talk with Mrs. Johnson, and maybe this time I can be my own group because there's a lot going on in my life right now, but soon I'll have to join the group. I don't like the word soon, because you don't know when it's going to sneak up on you and turn into now. Or maybe it'll be the kind of soon that never happens, like when I asked Dad and Devin when the chest would be finished. They said soon. Chapter 8. Bambi. I'm doing my group project on the heart and how it works, and how a gunshot wound to the heart makes it stop working, and what they do with the body when it's dead, which is cremate it. At least that's what happened to Devin. When I finish my last drawing, I go to the sofa where Dad is sitting and show it to him. He reads it, and his head droops almost to his knees. The bump on his throat goes in and out every time he swallows. He sniffs several times, which means at least 3 times, and actually he sniffs 5 times before I say, "What's wrong with it?" "Nothing," he says. It's very well done. I need to go take a shower. You can pick out a video and watch it." Yay! And I don't even have all the stickers I need for a video. I run over to the shelf with the videos and stop. "Why are you taking a shower at night? You always take a shower in the morning." He's already out of the living room. I'm a little sore. And I don't hear what he says after that, except he must be really sore because I hear him crying even before the shower turns on. I don't want to hear the crying, so I focus on my favorite videos. I don't like the ones the other girls at school like, with loud music and girls who giggle and dance. I like cartoons. I pick up Cinderella, but it's kind of a stupid story. Not because she lost a shoe. I lose shoes all the time. But if you know where you lost your shoe, why don't you go back and get it? And if you don't know, Devin always says, go back to the last place you remember having it and start looking there. Cinderella should go back to the dance. Snow White is okay because of the dwarfs, and Pocahontas is good because of the animals, but Devin says the music is crying music, and Dad is already crying, so I don't want that. I pull out Bambi and look at it. Bambi reminds me how smart I am. Sometimes I'm smarter than Devin, even though he's 3 years and 1 month and 16 days older than me. Even when I was 5 years old and we watched Bambi, Bambi's mother is shot dead. You don't see her die because it's a cartoon, but you hear the gun, and you see Bambi call and call for his mother, and she never comes back, so she's definitely dead. Devin kept saying, "She can't be dead. She can't be dead." And I said, "She's dead, Devin." He started crying and saying, "She's coming back. She has to come back." So I had to yell at him, "She's dead, and she's never coming back." And Dad had to come and take Devin out of the room because, like Dad said, you shouldn't say things like that. I don't know why Devin couldn't get it that the mother was dead. Our mother died 2 years before we watched Bambi, so he should have known that mothers die and that they don't ever come back again, no matter how much you cry or call for them, especially if they're shot dead. I look over at Devin's chest. The air from the heat pump is making the sheet lift up just a bit. Then it stops dead. I look back at the Bambi video and put it back on the shelf, because it's giving me a recessed feeling in my stomach, and I don't know why. Chapter 9. No running. Walking. When I go to Mrs. Brooke time, she says to go get my coat because we're switching our schedule. Today? She nods, and for the rest of the year. She shuts her door, and her shoes start squeaking across the floor toward the coat hooks outside my classroom. Why? I don't like switching things. It's always recess first, yuck, then Mrs. Brooke time. Her shoes keep squeaking down the hall, so I have to run to catch up with her, because there's no running in the halls. What's the schedule going to be now? We're going to have our time together while we walk around the playground during your regular recess. Then you can stay outside and have recess with the kindergarten through 2nd graders. I look at the person. 2 recesses. I don't even like 1 recess. But the little kids are very sweet, and I'll be with you for recess with the older kids, because sometimes they can be... She presses her lips together. I think it's a mad face. A little rough. I think about Josh, and I wonder why a grown-up wants to go to recess at all. Okay, but don't even try getting on the monkey bars. It's too dangerous. Mrs. Brooke smiles. I promise you, I'll avoid the monkey bars. I take my jacket from the hook and put it on as Mrs. Brooke pushes the bar on the door to the playground, and it clanks open. The brightness outside hurts my eyes, and the wind makes them water, and the screaming on the playground stabs my ears. I suck my sleeve and walk fast to try to get away from it, even though it follows me everywhere. Caitlin, what are you doing so far ahead of me? I'm walking, and you're slow. Usually when 2 people go for a walk together, Mrs. Brooks says, they actually walk together. Oh, I say, and keep walking. Caitlin, walk back to me, please. So I walk backward to her and stop. Now what? Let's walk next to each other. That's what going for a walk together means. She puts her right foot out first, then her left. I do the exact same thing. You don't need to stare at my feet, she says, and you don't need to match my exact stride or use your left foot when I use mine. And how is that walking together? I ask. We're going to keep pace with each other because we're talking to each other while we walk. Sometimes we'll make eye contact, too. That lets the other person know that we're listening and interested. What if we're not interested? She looks at the person, and she opens her eyes wide, and she speaks slowly. We're going to act like we're interested. Okay? We'll use this time to observe people and maybe talk to them. We really need to work hard on making friends. Why? I ask. Don't you have any? Recess isn't the best place to make friends. I want to work on friendships for you. You'll be going to the middle school soon, and I want you to have some friends there. Middle school is 6th grade, I remind her. That's next year. Actually, you only have a few months left in elementary school. 6th grade starts in August. She's right. Why does everyone say next year? It's not next year, it's this year. I suck on my sleeve some more, even though I know Mrs. Brooke doesn't like me to. There'll be more group projects in middle school, so you'll have to learn to deal with that. Having friends will help. Can't I deal with it by being my own group? Mrs. Brooke shakes her head. This means no. I keep sucking my sleeve. Caitlin, why don't you try clasping your hands together, or putting your hands in your pockets and squeezing them into fists, or one of the other things we've talked about, instead of sucking your sleeve? I stop sucking my sleeve, but I'll go back to it later when she forgets, because I'm persistent. She nods at the kids on the playground and tells me what they're doing and how they're feeling, but I don't know how she can tell. I don't even know which kids she's talking about. They all move around too fast. When she mentions the boy in the purple hooded sweatshirt, I try to keep up with him, and I wish I had a purple sweatshirt like that, because purple is my favorite color, and I think I might like a hood, and it's fun to watch the flying purple when he runs really fast. Caitlin! What? You're far ahead of me again. We're supposed to be keeping pace with each other so we can talk. Oh, I thought you were done talking. Look in my eyes while we walk and talk. That will help you keep pace. I keep switching my eyes to give them a break, but she keeps catching me. Finally, she says, There. That's much better. Except that my eyes hurt and my neck is stiff. How is that better? When the bell rings, Mrs. Brooke tells me I have 20 minutes of recess with the little kids, and then I have to go back to my classroom like they do. If you have any trouble, go see one of the teachers. Inside? No. There are always at least 3 teachers on recess duty out here. Really? I never see any teachers outside at big kid recess. We always have several outside, but they're kept quite busy, because there are a lot of kids on the playground at the same time. I know, too many. It's way too loud. Chapter 10. Michael and Manners. It's loud at little kid recess, too, but I like these kids much better. They don't hurt as much when they run into you. They're my size or smaller. I look around and smile. I see a little boy in a red baseball cap that reminds me of Devon's red Potomac Nationals baseball cap. And I remember seeing that boy at the memorial service for Devon, because I remember that cap. He was sitting hunched over on a pew, just the way he's sitting hunched over on a bench right now. I wonder why he's sitting like that. There's no teacher next to him, so I don't think he's in trouble. He's rubbing his eyes, so he's either sleepy or sad. I think those are the only 2 things it could be. I walk closer to see if I can figure out which it is. He looks up when I'm near, and I can see his reddish wet face. Are you sad? He nods. Why? He doesn't say anything. I look around for Josh, but then remember that he's not out at this recess. Is someone else being mean to you? He shakes his head. I put my hands in my pants pocket and rediscover my gummy worms. I pull one out and dangle it in front of him. Want this? Her name is Lori. He looks at it for a moment, then takes it, but doesn't put it in his mouth. It's not a real worm, I tell him. It's to eat. He still doesn't eat it, and I'm about to ask him to give it back if he's not going to eat it, but then he says, "Thank you." I don't think I can take it back now. He puts it in his mouth, and part of it hangs out as he chews. Finally, the worm disappears. "I miss her," he says. "Lori the worm?" He shakes his head. "Mommy." "Oh." He turns his head to look up at me and moves closer, but doesn't invade my personal space. I try to look in his eyes. When I do, I'm surprised. They're like Bambi eyes. They're simple, like the eyes on the facial expressions chart, and they stay still so I can see what's inside. "Don't you miss your brother?" he asks. The Bambi eyes don't even blink. "What do you mean?" "He's dead, right?" "How do you know?" "Everyone says you're the weirdo whose brother is dead." "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say weirdo. That's just what people say." "Are you weird?" "I don't know." He shrugs. "You're not weird to me. I think you're nice." "Thank you," I say. I'm remembering your manners. I hear someone clap. A teacher voice calls out, "Okay, class, 2 minutes. Then we need to line up." "Thanks for the gummy worm." "Very good," I say. "You remembered your manners." He nods. "Mommy said that's important." "It is. You get stickers." His lips go down a little at the ends, and his head tilts like he doesn't get it. I don't think that's why. "You do get a sticker, though," I tell him. "From who?" "Your dad. He doesn't have any stickers." "I have a lot. I can bring you some." "Okay, thanks." "You said thanks. That's 2 stickers now." "You're welcome. See, I'm good at your manners, too." He giggles. "They're not my manners." "I know. They're your manners." "What?" His Bambi eyes look smiley, but also a little something else. Maybe confused? "Everyone has to learn your manners," I explain. "You're silly." He giggles some more. "Why are you laughing?" "Because they're everyone's manners. My manners are when I say please and thank you. Your manners are when you say please and thank you." I look at the person. All this time I thought I was learning your manners, when really I was learning my manners. But then, everyone's manners are the same. "Now you get it." "Oh, thank you. You're very helpful." I think it'll be easier to learn your manners. I mean, my manners, now that I know they belong to me, and I'm not trying to learn somebody else's. The bell rings, and the boy stands up and looks at me with his Bambi eyes. A teacher voice calls out, and he turns and starts walking toward it, but then he turns around again. "What's your name?" "Caitlin Ann Smith." "Oh, can I just call you Caitlin?" "Only if you don't shout it. I hate when people shout my name." He nods. "Okay, my name's Michael." I hold my right hand up and close and open it 3 times. His mouth corners go up, and his cheeks get puffy, and his Bambi eyes smile. He has cute little dimples and blonde wavy hair that drops below his cap. He holds his left hand up and opens and closes it several times back to me. I wonder if this means I have a friend. Chapter 11. The day our life fell apart. Mrs. Johnson gives me back my group project. It says, well-researched and very interesting and excellent, but at the bottom she also writes, "Why are there capital letters in the middle of your sentences?" Common nouns are not capitalized. Only the special words are capitalized. I look at my paragraph. I didn't put capital letters in the middle of the sentences. They're only at the beginning of some words. She's put an X over the H in heart and written in a lowercase h. It doesn't look right that way. I'm sure she's wrong about the special words and capital letters, even though she's a teacher. How can any word be more special than heart? At home, I think about Devon's heart. I sit on the sofa and look at his chest. It's still under the gray sheet. There are rays of light coming in through the blinds, and the dust swirls around in the beams and hits the chest, and I wonder if any of the dust particles are Devon, and if I can feel him. I close my eyes and remember some of the things that happened on the day our life fell apart. That's what Dad calls it. After we came home from the hospital that night, with no Devon, Dad was yelling and kicking the furniture and the walls, and he started pounding the chest with his fists and shouting, "Why? Why? Why?" And he threw the woodworking books and scout manual into Devon's room and slammed the door and said, "No, no, 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 no," until I screamed at him to stop it, stop it, stop it. Then he put the sheet over the chest, and now he never even looks in that corner. I press myself against the sofa and squish my eyes tight, and even though I try not to, I remember being at the hospital and how there were sharp lights and siren noises and loudspeaker noises and beeping noises and medicine smells, and finally people dressed in green pajamas and paper slippers said to Dad, "We tried, but we couldn't close your son's chest. His heart. There was nothing left. There was nothing we could do. Nothing we could do." I'm shaking and sucking my sleeve, and I try to stop thinking about the day our life fell apart. But when I open my eyes, Devon's chest is staring at me, so I slide off of the sofa and crawl over to it and pull the sheet up from the bottom and push underneath it and get inside the empty, hollow chest. And I imagine myself as the heart, Devon's heart. My arms are atria, and my legs are ventricles, and I pump the blood all around the right way, because there has to be something I can do. Something I can do. First, I pump the blood to the lungs, to pick up the oxygen, then to the left atrium and ventricle, then to the aorta, to go all around his body like it should. All my valves are working, so the blood flow is right, and I can feel the beat, and I rock with it, because rocking makes me feel alive, and I want his chest to be alive. I pump the blood around Devon's body. Devon, Devon, Devon. I say it louder and louder to make it true, and my whole body is beating for his louder and louder and wilder, and my head is banging the sides of the chest, but I don't care. Devon, Devon, Devon. And I hear Dad's voice screaming, like at the hospital, and I don't want to hear it, because I don't want any part of the day our life fell apart to happen again, so I focus and become the heart, louder and louder and harder, but then I fall out of the chest, because there's no way to close it, and I feel Dad grabbing me, but all I can do is scream the words from the green hospital people. I tried, but there was nothing I could do. "Caitlin! Caitlin!" I hear Dad yelling, but I can't stop crying. I feel him wrap me in my blanket and put me back on the sofa, and I feel his arm around me as he sits next to me in the dark. The ringing in my ears finally stops, but then the phone rings. I feel Dad get up and watch him disappear into the kitchen. He comes running back into the living room and turns on the TV and stands there looking at it. He breathes heavily. The man on Fox 5 News has a microphone in his hand and is talking in front of a brick building. I'm at the courthouse where the remaining killer from the Virginia Dare Middle School shooting has just had his preliminary hearing. The hearing found that there's enough evidence against him to be put on trial for the murders of teacher Roberta Schneider and young students Julianne Morris and Devin Smith. That horrific shooting was a devastating blow to this small community. Oh, there he is! The picture jumps around wildly until it's on a boy in an orange suit with police all around him. He doesn't look much older than Devin. Mr. Fox 5 News shouts as he pushes his microphone past a crowd of people. What do you have to say for yourself? The boy in orange stares into the camera and grins a half-smile. Then he lifts his handcuffed hands and gives a thumbs-up sign. Dad goes to the bathroom and throws up. The camera switches to a lady sitting inside at the news desk. She says, "We'll hear more about this story later, but isn't it good that we now have closure?" I suck my sleeve. I don't think there's anything good about any of it. And I wonder how closure can help, and what it is. When Dad comes back to the living room and turns off the TV, I ask him, "What is closure?" He says he has to call a neighbor, but when Mrs. Robbins comes over, he forgets to ask her what closure means. He just says she is going to take care of me because he has a headache and needs to take a shower. I wonder if it's one of the crying showers. I close my eyes. I can see the light come on through my eyelids, and I hear a creaking sound, and then Mrs. Robbins' shaky voice. "Can I get you something, Caitlin? Hot chocolate? Warm milk?" "My dictionary." "Dictionary?" "Yes." "Oh, I was thinking of, please." More creaking. "Okay, dear." I look up closure, and it says, "The state of experiencing an emotional conclusion to a difficult life event such as the death of a loved one." I don't know how to get to the state of experiencing an emotional conclusion, so I ask Mrs. Robbins, "How do I get to the state of experiencing an emotional conclusion to a difficult life event?" Her mouth opens and closes 3 times and makes a squeaky noise. "Excuse me," she says, and runs into the kitchen, but I can hear her blowing her nose, and now I can hear Dad crying in the shower, so I put my purple fleece over my head and close my eyes and plug my ears, and with my elbows I squeeze my dictionary tight against my chest. Chapter 12. Closure. I wait all morning for my Mrs. Brooke time. I walk to her room because of no running in the halls. I push the door open without even knocking and ask, "How do I get to the state of experiencing an emotional conclusion to a difficult life event?" She stands up from the round table. "What do you mean?" "Closure," I say. "I'm talking about closure. How do I find it?" "Sit down, Caitlin. Are you talking about the news? The boy from the shooting?" I nod about 100 times because she's a little slow getting it today. "This is very stressful for our entire community. We're all looking for closure." I look at the person, but she's not answering my question. "Come, sit down." I'm still standing. "Okay," says Mrs. Brooke. "I'll sit." She puts her hands in front of her on the table and clasps them together. She takes a deep breath and lets it out, slowly. She closes her eyes. "Is she praying?" "This isn't church," I remind her. "I know, I'm thinking." She scratches the part in her hair, then puts her hands together again. Sometimes the process of a funeral and burial and doing things like putting wreaths on grave sites help give closure. Devin was cremated, so that will not work for me. Some people go to church. It's not Sunday, I point out. I mean on Sundays. Do you and your father go to church? I shrug. We used to go to one with the Boy Scouts, but not anymore. Now we just drive past it. Church might be helpful, or seeing a counselor. I look at the person. You're a counselor. I see you. I know, but your dad might like to go see a counselor, too. Can he come see you about closure? Sometimes we can do that, but I'm really here to help the students. But talking can help both of you a lot, she says. Talking about your feelings. That will not work for me. I don't like let's talk about it. Now, Caitlin, is there anything else? Well, if nothing else, Mrs. Brooks says, time helps. But I didn't ask if there was nothing else. I asked if there was anything else. I start shaking my hands because the world is spinning, and if I shake my hands faster than the rest of the world, then the world spinning doesn't seem so fast. Devin says it makes no sense, but it makes sense to me. It's something you have to find for yourself, because everyone is different. We all have to find our own special way. I thought I was the one who was special, and everyone else was normal. I almost asked her what normal people do, but I suppose that wouldn't work for me anyway. That doesn't help. She touches my shaking hand, and I pull it away. Something will come to you, Caitlin, she says. There's a solution out there with your name written on it. I look around her room for my name. I'm sorry, she says. I don't mean that your name will actually be written on anything, but you'll think of something. I give a big sigh and say, fine, I'll figure it out myself. But I have no clue how. We walk together on the playground, and Mrs. Brooks talks, but I can't hear her. I'm thinking too hard about closure. When the bell rings, I stand there sucking my sleeve until I remember I have a maybe friend, and I go find Michael. He's on the jungle gym, but comes over to me when I do our wave. Hi, Caitlin. Do you know how to get to the state of experiencing an emotional conclusion to a difficult life event? What? Closure. Do you know how to get there? No, but I'll ask my dad. He's good at finding stuff. Really? My dad isn't. Is your dad extra smart or something? He shrugs. I don't know. He seems extra happy. You're lucky. My dad's sad all the time. Michael shakes his head. I don't feel lucky. I feel bad because I'm not happy all the time like he is, like I'm supposed to be. He always wants to do something like throw a football or play frisbee or go bowling, and sometimes I just don't want to do that stuff because I'm sad. Maybe my dad and your dad should get together and become normal. Maybe. So will you ask him? Ask him what? About closure. That's a hard word. It's like closing, only it's closure. Okay, I'll ask him. Thank you. I smile. That's my manners. And that reminds me, here are your stickers. They're of the planets. Some of them glow in the dark. He looks at the stickers. Whoa! I love these. Thank you, Caitlin. You're welcome. When Dad drives me home from school, I look at the sign in front of the church we used to go to. It says, Our hearts are still with the families of Julianne, Devin, and Roberta. Except our hearts couldn't do anything to save Devin's heart. Maybe that's why Dad drives past. I need to figure out closure. Chapter 13. To Kill a Mockingbird. I'm standing in front of Devin's door. Whenever I don't know what to do, I go to Devin's room and ask him. I really want to know about closure, and I don't know who else to ask. Except Devin's not here. But his room is. I haven't been inside since Dad slammed the door on the day our life fell apart. I know that means Dad doesn't want me to go in, but I don't know why. Even though the door doesn't have my name on it, I want to be with Devin. I need to be with Devin. And I know Devin would open his door for me. I put my hand on the doorknob. It's cool and strong. I hold it a while, like I'm holding Devon's hand, like I did when I followed him into his room and he let me draw while he did his homework, as long as I didn't talk or hum or make weird mouth noises. I close my eyes and promise the door that I won't talk or hum or make weird mouth noises, and I turn the knob. After a cracking sound, the door opens. When I push my head into the soft blue blur of his room, I can smell him and feel him, and I smile. It's like pure Devon in here. I go all the way in and quietly shut the door behind me. There's the beanbag chair where Devon always sits, and the books on the floor that Dad threw there, and the bed which is never made because Devon hates making his bed, and the shelf with his trophies, baseball, basketball, Boy Scouts. I look around the walls that are full of my pictures. He still has stuff taped up that I did in preschool. I don't know why. They're really bad. I can do so much better now. The bird I drew when I was 4 hardly even looks like a bird. Now I can draw a bird that looks real. Last year, Dad entered the eagle I drew in a grown-up art show, and it won first prize. Dad and Devon were so happy, I was sure they got confused and thought they'd drawn the bird themselves. But they didn't, because Devon said, "You may be the best artist in Virginia." And Dad said so, too. Devon even said that by the time I'm an adult, I might be the best artist in the country. I remember where he was sitting when he said it, right there, in the blue beanbag chair with the plastic cover that feels weird and makes fart noises when you slide into it. It's Devon's favorite place to sit, not mine. I turn around and I see it, my hidey hole, the best place in the world. If there's a thunderstorm or fireworks or a lot of sirens, Devon lets me sit in the hidey hole in the corner between the foot of his bed and his dresser. He even used his Boy Scout knife to carve my name underneath his dresser where Dad can't see it and get mad because you're not supposed to use stickers on the furniture, and Devon says it's a pretty safe bet that the no stickers on the furniture rule applies to knives also. I decide to get in my hidey hole and slide all the way underneath the dresser and look up at my name and feel it. It's not my real name. It's Devon's name for me, which is Scout. It's from To Kill a Mockingbird, because he loves that movie. It has 2 kids in it, Jim and Scout. They are a brother and a sister, and there is a father, too, and a lady I used to think was the mother, who is always in the kitchen except when she leaves every night to go take care of her other children. I thought maybe that's where my mother went, to take care of her other children, and she had trouble with directions like me and couldn't find the way back here again. I asked Devon about it, and he said that was crazy, and I shouldn't blame Mom for having cancer and dying. She didn't want to die. I said Scout and Jim should be nicer to their mom, because she's probably dying of cancer and one day will not be able to come back and fix them breakfast. He said, "She's a maid." But she still seems like a mom to me. The dad has funny glasses and is always dressed up and doesn't get mad even when people spit in his face. I wish Dad wouldn't shout when I throw things at him. And he shot a dog. Jim and Scout's dad, I mean. But Devon said it was a sick dog who would attack them and make them all die. I guess sometimes it's good to shoot things. But not Devon. Devon wasn't going to attack anyone or make them die. Devon is like Jim, a lot like Jim. He even looks like Jim, except Devon's nose got broken playing baseball, and I don't know what color Jim's hair or eyes actually are because the movie's in black and white, which means mostly gray. Devon's hair is brown, and people say his eyes are big and beautiful and brown, but really, there's a lot of black and white in his eyes. I like things in black and white. Black and white is easier to understand. All that color is too confusing. I look a little like Scout. I looked more like Scout when I was 7, and Devon cut my hair like hers, except Dad said not to do that ever again. I didn't mind the haircut. I wouldn't like to wear a ham costume like Scout had to in the movie, however, but if I did, I know Devon would take care of me like Jim did, even if someone tried to stop him with a knife, like the bad guy in the movie. I wonder if Devon was trying to help someone like me when the bad guy with the bullet stopped him. The first time we watched To Kill a Mockingbird, I waited through the whole movie for the dad to shoot a mockingbird. He already shot a dog, and he was a good shot. No one shot a bird for the whole entire movie. At the end, I said it was the stupidest name ever for a movie. Devin said I didn't know what I was talking about. This year he read it in English, and he said the title makes perfect sense, and this is what it means. It's wrong to shoot someone who is innocent and was never going to hurt you in the first place. I still didn't get it, and said, but you told me the dog was sick, and he was going to hurt them. And Devin said, it's not about the dog, it's about people. You shouldn't hurt innocent people, Scout. That's what it means. I guess the evil school shooters didn't listen in English class, because they didn't get the meaning of that book at all. Chapter 14. My Skills. We are at recess, and I think Mrs. Brooke might have Asperger's too, because she's very persistent, which is one of my skills. She's stuck on her let's make friends idea, even though I'm making it very clear with my eyes that I'm no longer interested in this conversation. All I want to talk about is closure, because even though I got to be in my hidey hole again, I still didn't find closure. All Mrs. Brooke talks about is the many ways to make friends. I suck on my sleeve, but she says that's not one of them. Friends give comfort to each other. Friends help solve problems. You can share so much with friends, she says in her nice voice. Like gummy worms? I feel in my pocket, and I have 3 worms. I was thinking more like feelings. Oh, I don't have any of those. Of course you do. But if you're not interested in sharing feelings, you can share some thoughts and ideas. I think about how much people might laugh at me if I shared thoughts and ideas. Why? These are all interpersonal skills that help you deal with people. Interpersonal skills are not part of my skill set. Remember? Tell me, what's in your skill set? I can belch my ABCs. I'm not sure girls your age would really appreciate that. Oh, how about the boys? More likely. Let's hear some of your other skills, though. I sigh. Do you want to hear the whole list? Yes. I sigh again. It's long. We have time. Fine. I tell her my list and make my head go back and forth like a tick-tock of the clock. Drawing, tick. Memorizing stuff, tock. Remembering stuff other people forget, tick. Looking stuff up in books and the computer, talk. Being helpful, tick. Hearing stuff that other people can't, talk. Being nice, tick. Being honest, talk. Reading, tick. Fixing cereal the right way, talk. Seeing stuff that other people don't see, tick. Loading the dishwasher, talk. Being persistent, I look at the person. Like I want closure, not friends, tick. Mrs. Brooke is all excited about my list and tells me how to share my skills with other people. I don't really listen because she didn't listen to my hint about closure. After a while, I hear her voice again. Caitlin, let's observe the interpersonal skills that are going on around us right now. How? See those 2 girls over there by the swings? I squint where she's pointing. One of them is comforting the other, who must be sad or hurt. Which is which? Mrs. Brooke's head does its turtle jerk. The girl in the red jacket has her arm around the girl in jeans, right? Yes. So she's comforting the girl in the jeans. Oh, how can she tell that so fast and easily? It must be why she's a counselor. We watch some other interpersonal skills on the playground. One boy kicks a stone. Mrs. Brooke says he's angry because obviously he wanted to tag everyone out but didn't. I don't think it's obvious at all. I think it's dangerous to kick a stone, though. Mrs. Brooke says it's okay to do it just once. And look how quickly he rejoined the game. Isn't that nice? She makes me start guessing what people are thinking, which is a stupid game because how am I supposed to know what's going on inside their heads? She points to some girls, who are standing in a circle, talking and giggling, loud. They are bent. What do you think they're feeling? Like throwing up? She looks at the person. Well, they're bending over so much it looks like they're going to throw up. Do you usually laugh a lot just before you throw up? No, I don't. But who knows about them? Do you really think that's what they're about to do? I have no idea. I'm not them. But if you put yourself in their shoes, you can feel what they're feeling. I look at their shoes. It's an expression, she says. What we're working on, Caitlin, is empathy. Is that like emotion? Sort of. No, thank you. I'm not good with emotion. All you need to do is imagine how other people are feeling. Why? Then you know how to communicate with them. What if I don't want to, or can't? Listen, Caitlin, this is important. If they're happy, you can be happy with them. If someone is very sad, you should be quiet with them and maybe try to cheer them up a little bit, but not start out all loud and happy, because that doesn't match their emotion. You're not matching my emotion right now. Oh, what emotion are you feeling right now? Kind of annoyed and bored. She's quiet for a moment. That's more of an attitude than an emotion. Underneath the attitude, how are you feeling? Okay, I guess. Happy? I don't know. Maybe confused. She nods. This is difficult. Understanding people and finding friends isn't easy for anyone. It's harder for me. Yes, it is. Isn't there an easier way to make friends? You can look for children who are by themselves and might like a friend to play with. I shake my head. There aren't any people by themselves. They all have friends. They might like to have another friend, and I bet they don't all have friends. Haven't you ever seen someone standing alone? I shrug. Just one. Why don't you talk to that child? Because it's me, and Devin told me I shouldn't talk to myself. Not in public, anyway. I think you're just not seeing them. You have to look at people very carefully. I'm not good at that. You need to practice. I shake my head. Why not? That's a lot of work. But you can try a little bit at a time. I sigh. For example, look at me. I do. Not that way. Look in my eyes. I sigh and fold my arms. Fine. I glance at her eyes. They are black and white and brown, like Devin's. I never noticed that before. I'm so surprised that I actually stare instead of looking away. Good. That's very good, Caitlin. That's how you show people you're interested in them and that you're listening to them. Can you see how happy my eyes are right now? I nod. I'm still staring at her eyes, or where her eyes used to be when she turns her head to look where she's walking. When she turns back, I catch the eyes again and keep staring. I'm getting good at this. Okay, but you don't have to stare quite so hard or quite so long. I close my eyes. You can just look away briefly and then come back to my eyes again. I do. Try to make it a little smoother so you don't look like you're about to jump on top of me when you stare into my eyes. See? It's too hard. But you did it. All we're doing now is working on refinement. You just have to keep trying. It's all about finesse. Finesse? Yes. I like that word. What does it mean? Doing something tactfully and skillfully while dealing with a difficult situation. I'm surprised that I'm only learning this word now. This word's all about me. It's what I'm trying to do every day to deal with this difficult situation called life. Chapter 15. Finesse. I still haven't found closure, and I remember that Michael was going to ask his dad. When it's time for Mrs. Brooke to leave, I run around the playground looking for him. Finally, I see his red baseball cap over by the slide and run up behind him. Did you ask your dad about closure? He turns around. Hi, Caitlin. Did you ask your dad about closure? Yep. What did he say? Let's play football. I don't like football. No, I mean, that's what my dad said. What does that have to do with closure? I don't know. That's how he answers a lot of questions. Oh, sometimes grown-ups don't answer questions. What's closure anyway? It helps you feel better after someone dies. Oh, can I have some? No, because I don't have any, and I don't know how to get it. His head droops down. I think this means sad. But I'm going to find it. Will you share it with me? Okay. He looks at the person. His eyes are soft and squishy. Promise? I nod. Scout's honor? I look at the person, too. Hard. How does he know my nickname? Scout's honor? He asks again. I nod. Scout's honor. That's when I notice that Michael is wearing overalls, just like the ones Scout wears in To Kill a Mockingbird. Hey, those are what you wear in To Kill a Mockingbird. He frowns. I don't kill any birds. Michael is very smart for such a little kid. That's good, I tell him, because you shouldn't. Then why did you say it? It's what Scout wears in To Kill a Mockingbird. It's a movie. Oh. I stare at his overalls. What do they feel like? He looks down at his chest, then rubs his hand across the pocket. Sort of like jeans. You can feel them if you want. He sticks his chest out toward me. I shake my head. I was wondering if the straps hurt, or if the waist part is too loose and gets airy and cold. He shrugs. They feel okay to me. He puts his hand behind his neck. I don't like this sweatshirt, though. It's got a sticky, outy tag. I hate those, I tell Michael. You should get the ones that don't have any tags. That's what I get. Dad bought me some new clothes, but he isn't very good at it. Not like my mom. You just have to tell him what you want. I wear sweatpants and a long-sleeved t-shirt every day, except in summer. Then my sweatpants and t-shirts are short-sleeved. The t-shirt can be any color. I don't care as long as it's not yellow or gold or mossy green or pukey green or poopy green. That makes Michael start giggling. Or any kind of pink, because those colors make me feel sick. And it can only be one color, because I don't like colors running into each other. And there can't be writing on the t-shirt, or people will read it, and I don't want them looking at me. And the long-sleeve t-shirts can't have scratchy cuffs. And none of the t-shirts can have tags in the back, or collars, or stripes, or pockets, or zigzag stitching, or double stitching. Now my dad knows, and he says I'm such a breeze to buy for. Michael giggles again. I smile just like I do when Dad says it, because even though I don't know what he means exactly, I do know that breezes are nice, so it must be good. Then I notice Michael's face. Have you been eating dirt? I ask him. He frowns and shakes his head. Only William H. eats dirt. I know. So what's that brown stuff on your face? He puts his hand on his face and rubs it around, then looks at his fingers. Frosting. He grins and licks his fingers. From the birthday cupcakes. Is it your birthday? No, it's Shauna's. My birthday is in October, I think. Or it's November. Which one has Halloween in it? October. That's my favorite holiday. Mine too, except for my birthday. I'll be 7. That's old. I'm about to tell him that 7 is still a baby, but then I remember about finesse, so all I say is, I'll be 11 next month. Wow, you're really old. You must know a lot of stuff. I do, but some stuff I just learned about, like finesse. What's that? It's hard to explain, but it's something I have a lot of. Oh. Do you want me to burp my ABCs? I ask him. Can you do that? I nod. Do it, do it. So I do, and he stares at me with his mouth open until I get to XYZ, and then he falls on the ground giggling. Can I get my friends? And you do it for them? Is Josh one of your friends? He shakes his head as I remember that it's second recess, so Josh is already inside. Okay, sure. I watch and see how he gets his friends. He touches them, but doesn't grab. He looks at the person, but he doesn't get in their personal space. He also calls out to some of his friends who are playing and pulls his hands toward his chest several times. Then he points at me and starts running toward me. And it's like his friends are tied to him with string because they run to him from all directions until they all end up in front of me. This is my friend Caitlin, Michael says. I feel proud to hear him say that. She can burp her ABCs. No way. Really? You can? Do it. And I do. They think I'm awesome, and we make other noises, and roll our tongues, and cross our eyes, and wiggle our ears, and hop in a circle, and before I know it, the bell rings, and they all run to the teacher. I feel like Snow White, because now I have a bunch of little dwarf friends who love me. I may not know how Scout's overalls feel, but I think I know how Snow White's shoes feel, because now I know why Snow White was happy. Chapter 16. The List. I'm back in Devon's room, staring up at Scout, carved into the wood, and seeing my special name makes me feel good. Devon says his favorite part in To Kill a Mockingbird is where Scout talks to the crowd of angry men and makes them go away. All she says is hi, and that she knows their kids from school. Then all the angry men leave. I don't get it, but Devon says that's exactly what I'm like, because I say stuff that's obvious, and people go, oh, and it makes them think. He says I can solve a lot of problems just by being like Scout, except I haven't found closure. I wonder if I'm more like Scout, will I be able to find closure? Dad said no about the Scout haircut, but maybe I could dress like Scout. I suck on my sleeve and wonder if I could wear Scout overalls like Michael. I wonder what Devon would say about Scout overalls. After a while, I decide to get my dictionary, even though I've looked up closure 37 times and it still doesn't help. I crawl out of my hidey hole to go to my room, and I see the woodworking books on the floor and read them instead. I see new words that sound cool, like dado, and kerf, and tenon, and mortise. I finish the 3 woodworking books, which are pretty short, and the Scout manual. I look under Devon's comforter that's on the floor to see if there are any other books. There aren't. But there's a piece of spiral notebook paper with Devon's handwriting. It says, Eagle Scout Project, on top. Underneath, it says, Mission-style chest with 2 shelves and 1 door. Then there's a list. Quarter-cut oak, circular saw or table saw, plane, router, saber saw, drill, bar clamps or pipe clamps, woodworker's glue, sander, wood screws, hinges, tack cloth, wipe-on polyurethane varnish, protective eyeglasses, and ear protection. And at the very bottom, it says this, practice teaching woodworking steps to Scout. Once she gets it, set up meeting to teach troop. I stare at the paper. He was going to teach me woodworking, and I realize that he taught me everything I know, and now I may never get anything ever again because he's not here to teach me. I don't feel good in this room anymore, so I go get my purple fleece and wrap it around me and go to the living room. I get partly under the sofa cushion, but leave an opening so I can stare out at Devon's chest. Dad sits down on the floor next to me. I can see his work pants and boots. Are you okay? I stare at the chest. He sighs. His hands drop onto his legs, and he sighs again. Listen, Caitlin, it'll be your birthday before long. What would you like to do? Last year, Devon took me to the mall, limited too. He said I need to wear clothes that don't make me look weird. He told me which clothes they were. I didn't like the first 17 tops he picked. The first one was pink. Pink is the color of medicine and feels drippy and sicky. The second one had a tag that itched. The third one felt like carnivorous dinosaur skin, and I would be eaten alive. The fourth one had a stripe at an angle and was evil. "It's not evil," Devin said. "It's evil, evil, evil," I said, and I screamed until he put his hand over my mouth, and I bit his finger hard, and he tried to get his finger out of my mouth, but I wouldn't let him until I saw the tears coming out of his eyes. He crumpled on the floor, holding his finger tight, and his face went red, and I realized for the first time that Devin feels pain. And now I wonder if he felt pain on the day our life fell apart. I feel a cold hand on my arm, and I flinch. It's Dad. "Caitlin, what do you want to do for your birthday?" I whisper that I want Devin to take me to the mall. Dad moves around, so his head is peeking in at me. "What?" "I want Devin to take me shopping, like he did last year." Dad puts his head down, so his chin touches his chest. He says nothing for a while. Then he looks up. "He can't." "But it's my birthday, and that's what I want." He sighs and explains that Devin is no longer with us, and is in heaven with my mother, and the two of them are looking down on us and will always love us. I know that. Why is he explaining it all? Is he reminding himself? When he finally finishes, I say, "I still want him to take me." Dad shakes his head, and he stares at the carpet, but his eyes are watery. Maybe he's stuffed animaling. Finally, he says he will get dinner started. This means the conversation is over. I push my head farther under the sofa cushion, but it doesn't swallow me up like I want it to. Chapter 17. Keep Your Pants On. I'm doing much better at keeping pace with Mrs. Brooke at recess. She says I don't look like I'm marching in step anymore, so it's much more natural, and she says that shows a lot of finesse. I smile until she says the next thing. "Your dad is worried that you might not understand that Devin isn't alive. He tells me you say Devin says this or Devin does that, as if he's still alive." "I do say that, but it doesn't mean I think he's still alive. He was alive when he said those things, though." "Your dad said you want Devin to take you shopping." "I do." "But Devin can't take you shopping. Do you understand that?" "Yes, but he asked what I want. That's what I want. I know I can't have it." "I see. When you're talking with your dad about Devin, you might want to make it clear that you understand he's now gone." "Will that make Dad happy?" "I think so, yes." "Fine, I'll try." Mrs. Brooke smiles. "You know what? You're starting to show empathy." "I am?" "You feel for your dad. You know he's hurting, and you want to make him happy. That's wonderful." I nod, even though I'm not sure I completely understand. She starts talking about friends again, but I stop her. "I already made one," I tell her. "In fact, I have 7 little dwarf friends." She tilts her head, then she shakes it. "I'm talking about real people, Caitlin." "Me too. They're first graders, I think. At least Michael is." She does her turtleneck jerk. "Michael Schneider?" "I don't know. Does he wear a red Potomac Nationals baseball cap?" "He often does. Caitlin, do you remember the name of the teacher who was killed at the middle school?" "Of course. It was Mrs. Roberta L. Schneider. And then I think about Michael's last name." "Oh, are they related?" Mrs. Brooke nods. "Michael's mother." "I knew his mother was dead, but I didn't know she was shot like Devin." "Is that why he was at the memorial service?" "Yes, I think all of us were at the memorial service. We're a small enough town that we're like one big family. But still, how odd for you two to find each other." "It's not odd," I say. I'm at little kid recess now, remember? And he was crying the first time I saw him, so I was being nice to him. And he knew about Devin. He said I was the weirdo who's... The what? Mrs. Brooke jerks her neck again. He didn't really mean weirdo. He said he was sorry. He's nice, and so am I. So it's not odd for us to be friends. She smiles. You're right. I think you and Michael have a very important friendship. Me too. I'm glad I have stickers and gummy worms for him. When little kid recess starts, I give Michael more planet stickers and all the gummy worms in my pocket. Thanks. He looks at the worms. What are their names? I start to name them, but then I stop. You can name them. He grins. He dangles the orange one in front of me, and then the red. This is Henry, and this is Mudge. Like in the book, I say. He nods. And these two green ones are Frog and Toad. Have you read those books? I have all of those books. Me too, he says. Hey, guess what? What? My teacher says we're getting 5th grade reading buddies. Will you be my buddy? I haven't heard anything about 5th grade buddies. I don't know if I'm doing it. Maybe they do it during first recess, when I have Mrs. Brooke time. He shakes his head. Nope. It's at the end of the day. It starts Thursday. Oh. I wonder if Mrs. Johnson told us, and I just wasn't listening. Sometimes that happens. A lot. Hey, guess what? Michael says. It's Tyler's birthday. We got cookies with gummy bears on them. Lucky. And he's having a skating party on Saturday. What kind of party are you having? What? You said your birthday is next month. It is. So what kind of party are you having? I don't have parties. Oh, what do you do? I go to the mall with my brother. His Bambi eyes open wide, and he doesn't say anything for a few seconds. Isn't your brother dead? Yes, but I still want to do it. He nods slowly. I know. I still want to do stuff with my mom, too. I feel glowy and warm because Michael gets it. My dad doesn't get it, I tell him. My dad doesn't get it either. Does he still want to play football? Michael sighs. All the time. He must really love football. Yeah, I don't think he's very good at it, though. Why not? I heard my grandmother say that he's keeping his head up, but pretty soon he's going to crash and burn. I turn and look at the person. You mean in a car accident? Michael looks at the person, too. No, it means he's going to be really bad at something. My grandmother says that kind of stuff all the time. She says shake a leg when she wants you to hurry, and perk up your ears when she wants you to listen, and be a doll when she wants you to get her a glass of iced tea. I can't help giggling. I try to picture a doll holding a glass of iced tea. Michael laughs, too. Want to know my favorite thing she says? When she wants you to be patient, she says, keep your pants on. I laugh, too. Why would you take your pants off? I don't know. He howls, and we both end up giggling until the bell rings. When I get home, I remember what Mrs. Brooke said about Dad and Devin, and I have a plan to make everything okay. I sit on the sofa and start talking about Devin a lot, except I don't call him Devin anymore. I call him Devin who is dead. I say it until Dad asks me to stop. But that's his name. No, his name is Devin. No, his name was Devin. Now it's Devin who is dead. That's different from the other Devin. That Devin was alive, and you thought I was confused, but I'm not, because I know that Devin is dead, and that's why I'm calling him Devin who is dead, and you'll get used to it. No, I won't. I'll feel like crying every time you say it. Even if I say it 50 times? Yes. Even 100 times? Yes. Even 1,000 times? Caitlin, I get upset even thinking about it, so I'll definitely feel like crying every time you say it. I'm only saying it because you're upset that I think Devin is still alive, so I'm showing you I get it, that Devin is dead. Dad shakes his head and leaves the living room. I stare at the chest and wish for the millionth time that Devin were here, because even when I try to get it, I still don't get it. Chapter 18. A Plan for Healing. Michael is right. We're doing reading buddies. When my class walks into the library, Michael's class is already sitting in a circle on the floor, crisscross applesauce. We open and close our hands 3 times to each other. It's our special wave. He's grinning so much it reminds me to smile. Mrs. Brooke is there too, and she's also smiling. Hi, Caitlin. I start shaking my hands. It's not Mrs. Brooke time yet. I have to read to Michael. Her smile goes away, too. Actually, we're pairing Michael and Josh up. I look at the person. Why? He's evil. Josh stands up and stares at me. He blinks fast and sits down again. Shh, Caitlin. Mrs. Brooke whispers. That's not nice. I wasn't talking about Michael, I tell her. I realize that. She's still whispering. You're making a mistake. She smiles. We're working on closure here. I look around the room. Where is it? Because that's what I'm working on, and I'd like to see it. She takes me out into the hall and explains that Josh is going through a lot right now, too, just like Michael and me, and that Josh needs to see that not everyone is mad at him, and Michael needs to see that Josh can be a very nice boy. I call it a plan for healing, she says. I look at the person. A plan for healing is a stupid plan because Josh can't be a very nice boy. Haven't you seen him push people off the monkey bars? Do you know what he says to people? I do. And none of that is okay. But he has been getting counseling too, and we're working through his hurt so he can get to closure. What about me? I'm the one who wants closure. Part of your plan for healing is to make friends, right? I am making friends, and now you're giving him to Josh. You can both be friends with the same person. She doesn't get it. Michael is my friend. I want to be the one who reads to him. You can read to him during recess or other times, but for our once-a-week reading buddies, it's going to be Josh and Michael. The rest of the stupid reading buddies' time is a blur. I know I read really loud, so Michael can hear me reading to him, even though I'm at the other end of the library. I know that the stupid little girl I'm reading to starts crying because she says I'm yelling at her, which I'm not. If the book says stop, then that's how you should read it, especially if Michael is sitting next to Josh, and especially if Josh is giving Michael a high five, and especially if Michael and Josh are giggling together. And I know Mrs. Brooke takes me out of the library early, but not before I see Michael looking at me with his big Bambi eyes and giving me our special wave. At home, I go to my hidey-hole in Devin's room. I take his piece of notebook paper with me, the one that says Eagle Scout Project, the one with a list of supplies for his chest, the one that says he's going to teach me. I stare at the list, trying to find closure. I keep hoping that somehow the Devin-ness of the list will give me the answer, but it doesn't. I look up at Devin's carving of Scout and wonder if I can still be Scout if the person who called me Scout is now gone. I still want to be Scout for him. Devin said, if you want to be a Scout, you have to work at it. I know he was talking about Boy Scouts and Eagle Scouts, but he also said that about anything I had to do. You have to work at it, Scout. I know, I told him, because he said it a lot. And sometimes I don't want to hear the same thing over and over and over, especially if it's hard. And work at it is very hard. I work at it all the time. My whole day is work at it. Sometimes I don't want to work at it anymore. Like when I finally get my own friend and then Mrs. Brooke takes him away from me. It's just too hard. It's not fair. I hear Dad calling my name, but I don't want to come out of my hidey hole. I'm busy stuffed animaling the carving of Scout. It's warm and soft and quiet and safe in here, and I don't have to work at it. I'm thinking about staying here, living here, forever. Finally, when Dad says, "Answer me, please, Caitlin," I answer because he asked nicely. The door opens. "Caitlin?" His voice sounds funny. "Are you in here?" "I'm under the dresser." "What are you doing in here?" "Thinking." "Thinking about what?" "Thinking I'm going to stay here and make this my room now." "Oh? Why?" "It was always supposed to be mine. I asked Devin if I could have it." He's quiet for a minute. Then he takes a deep breath. "When Devin was gone to college." "He is gone." I hear the squishy, breathy sound of Devin's mattress squishing. "But he's not just gone to college. He's gone forever." I don't tell Dad that I didn't ask Devin if I could have his room when he was gone. I asked him a different way. And Devin said it was a weird way, and I shouldn't say it like that, and I asked why. He said people would get upset. I don't want Dad to get upset. So I don't say what I really said. "Can I have your room when you're dead?" I think maybe I understand what Devin meant, because now I have a recess feeling in my stomach. I slide out from my hidey hole and crawl past Dad's shoes to my room. I get a clean piece of paper and make a sign. It says Devin's room, and I draw Devin's eyes in the top left corner. In the top right corner, I draw his mouth, with his lips curled up to show he's happy. I draw his crooked nose in the bottom left corner. His chest is in the bottom right corner. It's still not finished. And I guess it never will be. Chapter 19. Shoes. Early Tuesday morning, Rachel Lockwood comes into class and her face is scratched up and purple. Her left arm and leg are bandaged. Everyone crowds around her saying, "Oh my gosh, what happened? Are you okay?" "I fell off my bike," Rachel says. "How?" someone asks. "I was riding past the middle school and I heard sirens and I thought there was another shooting." "Oh my gosh, was there?" a girl asks. "No, duh," a boy says. "We would have heard by now." Rachel shakes her head. "No, but I was watching the police car coming up the road, so I wasn't watching where I was going, and I went off the sidewalk and fell off my bike." She looks down. "It really hurt. I was riding so fast to try to get away because I was scared of being shot like—" She stops talking and turns to me. So does everyone else. It's very quiet. "You should watch where you're going when you're riding a bike," I tell her. "That's what Devin always told me." Some people turn away, and some shake their heads, but I know I'm right. Emma and some of the other girls stand around Rachel, so she's in the middle of a circle, and they're all staring at her. I wouldn't like that, so I stare at them and hope they get the message to leave her alone. Finally, Rachel asks if her face looks really bad, and Emma says, "Of course not. It looks totally fine." Rachel says, "Really?" She looks around and her eyes stop at me. I look away because I wasn't staring at her like those other girls. "What?" she asks. Her voice is soft and shaky. "Does my face look bad?" Even though I'm not looking at her, I can feel her look at the person. I wonder how she knows that honesty is one of my skills. "Yes," I say. "It looks bad. It's purple and puffy and really gross." Rachel starts crying and runs out of the room. "Caitlin!" Emma yells. "That was so mean! Didn't anyone ever tell you how to be a friend? That's when I realized that maybe I should listen to Mrs. Brooke when she talks about friends, now that Devin isn't here to tell me. I try to say that purple is actually my favorite color, but too many of the girls are yelling at me. They say that Rachel will be self-conscious and embarrassed, and it's all my fault. I hate self-conscious and embarrassed. I decide to help Rachel. I'm a very helpful person. I look around the room, but I know there's no place for her to hide. There's no sofa or blanket or any place where she can be in her personal space and not have people staring at her. Then I have an idea. I pull her desk out of the row and push it all the way to the back corner of the room and shove it up against the wall where the terrarium was until the turtle died. I hear voices saying, "What is she doing? She's such a weirdo. She's finally cracked." But I don't care. I'm being a friend. I go back and get Rachel's chair and put it under her desk so it's facing the corner. Now no one can see her face, and she can't hide from everyone. I'm happy until Emma and Rachel come back, and Rachel starts crying again, and Emma starts yelling and pulls the desk out of the corner, and I try to stop her, and Mrs. Johnson comes in and says, "What in the world is going on?" Emma says how mean I'm being, and Mrs. Johnson gives me her pinched lip stern look and says, "What's this all about?" And I tell her I'm just trying to be a friend. Some of the boys laugh, but the girls are mad, and Mrs. Johnson takes me all the way to Mrs. Brooks' room herself, even though I know how to get there. I sit at Mrs. Brooks' table and cry, because even though I work at it, I still don't get it. I was being a friend. "I know you were," Mrs. Brooks says, "and I know that you might feel comforted by sitting in the corner and not having people look at you, but Rachel doesn't. Why not? To Rachel, it felt like you didn't want to see her, so you wanted to get rid of her by putting her in a corner." "That's not what I meant." "I know, but try to put yourself in her shoes." I look at the person. Empathy. Mrs. Brooks says, "Remember? It means to try to feel the way someone else is feeling. You step out of your own shoes and put on someone else's because you're trying to be that person for a moment. In Rachel's case, you want to try to feel how she might feel having all those obvious injuries. I can't, because it didn't happen to me. I don't have bandages or a purple scratched-up face, so how am I supposed to know how it feels?" I think you can learn empathy. Mrs. Brooks smiles at me. In fact, I'm sure of it. She goes on to explain life the way Rachel sees it. I listen, but I don't want to tell her that it's not life how I see it. I also don't want to tell her that I'm not sure I can learn how to do empathy. She seems so sure that I can. I look down at my shoes. Quietly, I slip them off. My feet feel cold and clammy because my socks are sweaty. I carefully touch my toes onto the floor, which is hard and cold. I pull my feet off of the floor and shove them back into my sneakers. At least I tried dipping my toe in empathy. Chapter 20. Empathy. I stare at the sign I put on Devon's door for a long time. I realize they are the first eyes I've ever drawn, and how much they look like Devon's. I wonder how the picture would look if I put the eyes together with the broken nose and his mouth. It would be a complete face of Devon, and I would always know what he looked like, even when I grow up. He could always be with me. I wonder if putting a whole face together would help bring me closer to closure. If it's split apart into pieces, then wouldn't putting all the pieces together bring closure? But I've never done a whole face before. I don't want to mess it up. It has to be right. I hear Dad turning off Fox 5 News and sighing. I remember what Mrs. Brooks said about practicing empathy, and I go into the living room and look at Dad's shoes. "Hi, Dad." "Hi, Caitlin." I'm not sure what to say next. His shoes don't give me any clues. So how are you?" Dad looks up from the sofa. "Actually, I'm dealing with a lot of stuff right now." "Oh, Are you looking for closure? In a way, yes. Me too. Maybe you can come see Mrs. Brooke. She said you could do that sometimes, even though mostly she has to see the kids at school. Dad nods. Maybe you could see someone else, too. Dad doesn't say anything. He doesn't even nod. Maybe you could find some answers in books. Thanks, Caitlin. I appreciate it, but I'll figure out a way. When? I don't know. I think it'll take a long, long time. How are you going to do it? I don't even know where to begin. He stares at the rug, even when the phone rings. Phone, I tell him. It rings again. Phone. And again. Phone, I say loud, in case he didn't hear. Please answer it, he says. I get a recess feeling in my stomach. I hate answering the phone. I don't know who it will be or what they will say. The phone rings 2 more times. Caitlin, please. I run to the phone and grab it because I hate shouting even worse than the phone. At least you can hang up the phone. Hello? Says the voice. Hello? It sounds like Aunt Jolie. Is anyone there? Dad and I are here, I say. Oh, Caitlin, it's you. Hi! I wait for her to talk more. Are you still there? Yes. Oh, I wasn't sure because you weren't talking. That's because you were talking, and it's rude to talk when someone else is talking. Oh, well, so what are you up to? Talking on the phone with you. Can I speak with your dad? I look at the sofa. Dad is still staring at the spot on the rug. He's dealing with a lot of stuff right now, but he won't read any books about it or go see Mrs. Brooke or any other counselor. Dad looks up from the sofa. Who is it? Aunt Jolie, I think. Wait, is this Aunt Jolie? Yep, you guessed. It's Aunt Jolie. He oofs like all the air goes out of him when he stands up and reaches for the phone. I give it to him. He leans against the wall. Hi, Jojo. Jojo is Dad's name for Aunt Jolie. It's a nickname, like Scout. Dad is Aunt Jolie's big brother, like Jim, like Devin was. Dad still has Aunt Jolie's finger-painted handprint from when she was in kindergarten. It's in a little blue frame on the wall by the TV. It says to hair on it, because when she was 5, she wasn't very smart and couldn't spell Dad's name the right way, which is Harry. Dad shakes his head while he talks to Aunt Jolie. Can't afford to see a counselor. Silence. What insurance? I don't have any insurance. Silence. Do you know how much it costs to see a counselor? Silence. Even clinics charge something unless you make no money at all, and I'm not quitting my job just so I can see a counselor. Silence. Yes, I'm sure it'd help her, but she's got the counselor at school at least. I don't know what else to do. Silence. I know, Jojo. Of course you can't leave them. They're too young. Dad is nodding. I wish you lived closer, too. You're still my best friend. When he says the word friend, a cry comes out of him. He slides down the wall and sits on the floor. He drops his head and tries to cover it with the hand that's not holding the phone, but I can see his head shaking along with his hand and the phone. I can hear him sniffing, too. Then he takes a deep breath and looks up at Aunt Jolie's handprint on the wall and says, Thank you. I try not to listen to Dad, because I've had all the empathy I can take right now. Empathy can make you feel really sad. I put my head under the sofa cushion and peek out at Devin's chest. I hear Dad say, Thank you, again. I keep staring at Devin's chest because it makes me feel like a little bit of him is still here, even though I know he'll never be able to teach me how to make a chest, even though he won't be able to teach me anything, even though I'll never see him again and won't be able to look at him and say, Thank you. The more I look at the chest, the more I start turning it from a sharp-shaped sheet into something soft. I guess I'm stuffed animaling, even though I don't mean to. It's easy when your eyes are already blurry. Chapter 21. No Mrs. Brooke. The rest of the class runs out of the classroom to go to recess. I get up to go to Mrs. Brooke time, and I decide to ask her if Dad can come see her since she doesn't charge insurance. At least she never charges me insurance. And she said she could see him even though he's a grown-up. Mrs. Johnson says, "Oh, Caitlin, I almost forgot. Mrs. Brooke isn't here." "I know. She's in her room." "No, she had to go out of town." "Why?" "Her sister is having difficulty with her pregnancy." I look at the person. Mrs. Johnson looks at the floor and then at me. She's having a lot of trouble with her twin babies who aren't born yet. I thought babies were only a lot of trouble after they were born. Sometimes it's before and after. So Mrs. Brooke is going to see what she can do to help her sister. She sighs. I hope everything goes well. I wonder what that means. What if it doesn't? I just mean I hope the babies are fine. What if they're not? What'll be wrong with them? I'm sure they'll be fine. Pregnancy is just hard. How does she know? Are you pregnant? Mrs. Johnson's face turns pinkish. No. I don't want to be pregnant either, I say. I have enough hard things to deal with. Mrs. Johnson lets me sit in the classroom instead of going to recess. She gives me paper so I can draw. I decide to draw a picture for Mrs. Brooke of some stuffed animals looking at the facial expressions chart because I have that chart memorized. Mrs. Johnson says I should write a letter to Mrs. Brooke to go with my drawing. I sigh because I'd rather draw. But Mrs. Johnson looks at the person hard, so I write the letter, even though I'm much better at drawing than writing, and Mrs. Johnson should know that by now. Dear Mrs. Brooke, I'm sorry about your difficult sister and the babies who are still inside of her causing trouble. I hope they start behaving so you can come back soon. I will even practice my finesse and keep pace with you when we walk, and I promise I'll be your friend. Scout's honor. Caitlin Ann Smith. Chapter 22. Drawings. Dad says we're going to a fundraiser for the families of the people who were shot. He says it's being given by people who care about us and want to help us, and even though I don't like crowds, we still have to go because we have to show we appreciate what they're doing for us, and we should act like we appreciate it, and like we want to be there even if we don't, because no one has to do a fundraiser, but they're doing it anyway. I want to go, I tell him, so you can stop making excuses. A fundraiser sounds like a good thing. He stops talking. He tilts his head like he doesn't get it. I don't know why. What kind of fun things will there be? I ask. He shrugs. I think there's a silent auction and a raffle, and I'm not sure what else. Oh, that doesn't sound like much fun. Caitlin, he says in his warning voice. Okay. The fundraiser is in the Virginia Dare Middle School cafeteria. When we get out of the car near the cafeteria door, Dad stops and stares at the school for a moment. He blinks a lot and swallows hard, so the lump that sticks out of his throat keeps going in and out. Finally, he takes a sharp breath before he pulls the door open. The noise spills out, and it smells like soggy spaghetti, and the light makes me squint. Almost immediately, bodies cover us like we're germs, and they're the white blood cells sent to surround and destroy us. I think I'll choke. I grab Dad's hand. It's big and hairy and sweaty, but I deal with it, because otherwise I think I'll be smothered. This is my daughter, Caitlin, Dad says. Hello, Caitlin, a voice says. How are you? I keep looking at the ground. Dad's head comes down to my face. Remember to look at the person and say something nice. I don't look at the person, but I say nice stuff. I'm 10. My birthday is next month. My favorite color is purple. My favorite game is Mario Kart, but any video game is fine. My favorite video is Bambi, except lately I don't like it so much. Oh, well, that's nice, the voice says, and the body moves away. Dad says, "Not so much about yourself next time." I try to tell him I'm being helpful because I'm giving people information about what I want for my birthday in case they want to buy me something. But Dad introduces me to another person. This time, I look at the hat, which at least is close to the person. The hat is the size of an umbrella, and that gives me an idea of what to say. When people say it's raining cats and dogs, it isn't really. That just means it's raining a lot. But it can rain frogs if they get sucked up in a storm and they plop down on top of your head. Also, snow can be pink if red dirt dissolves in water that evaporates and... Dad squeezes my shoulder. This means the conversation is over. Another voice shouts, "Hi, Caitlin," and a big hand comes into my personal space, so I back up. "Say hello," Dad says. "Hello." "Look at the person," Dad reminds me. I keep my head down, but tilt it enough to see one of his ears. Dad says, "Caitlin," in his warning voice. "What? That's closer than the hat." "Say something nice," Dad hisses. When Dad hisses, he's serious. He will not let me leave until I say something nice. I try to focus. I stare at the ear. What can I say that's nice? Finally, I realize and say it. "I don't think you're disgusting just because you have hair sticking out of your ear." Dad pulls me away by both shoulders, which means the conversation is over now. I look around for Michael because his mother was shot like Devin, so he should be at the fundraiser too. I know he's Josh's friend now and not mine, but I don't like all of these people, so I wish I could at least see him. Suddenly a face is in front of mine, and coffee breath goes up my nostrils, and a voice says, "I have someone I bet you'd like to meet." I bet she's wrong. She grabs the hand that isn't holding Dad, and I yank it away from her. "I'll go with you," Dad says. We follow Coffee Breath Woman to an easel with a light on it, and I stare at it. "See? I thought you'd like Mr. Walters." I don't know who or where Mr. Walters is, but I do like the easel. There's a cartoon picture of a boy on it. He has a tiny body and a huge head. His mouth is grinning so much that his cheeks push his eyes up at the corners, so even his eyes look happy, like the photos of eyes that Mrs. Brooke has shown me about 1,000,000 times. A man's hand appears and adds tufts of sticky, outy hair to the giant head. I laugh. Maybe this will be a fundraiser after all. "You like it?" a man's voice says. I nod. Normally I don't talk to strangers, but if he can draw like this, he can't be that strange. "I'm Charlie Walters, the middle school art teacher," the voice says. "Shall I do your picture?" "I do my own pictures," I tell him. "I mean, shall I draw a picture of you?" "No. Why would I want a picture of me?" "Your dad here might want a picture of you." I shake my head. "He sees me every day. He doesn't need a picture." "But this is a different kind of picture. This captures personality and emotion." I look at the person. I look at the hand with his pencil. It's just a charcoal pencil like mine. He chuckles. "You don't believe me." I shake my head. "I'll show you. Sit down over there." "No, I want to watch you capturing someone's emotion." "Draw me," Dad says, and he sits on a little stool beyond the easel. I watch the cartoon character grow from a potato head to a porcupine head to a dad head. Mr. Walters puts the ears on the head first, then a nose, then a mouth. He squints at Dad for a while before he even draws the eyes. He's very careful with the eyes. He draws them in stages, from the outside in. He doesn't stop when he gets to the inside, though. He takes a blue pencil and draws little colored dots and lines that make the eyes look deep and textured and full. And something else, too. They look sad. I stare at Dad's real eyes, and I think I see the sad there, too, although it's easier for me to see it in the picture. The picture doesn't blink or look away. "You should do the facial expressions chart at school," I tell Mr. Walters. "You would do a much better job than the one we have now." He nods once and smiles. "Thank you very much." He pulls the sheet of paper off the easel and gives it to Dad and hands me a charcoal pencil. Would you like to try drawing me now? I'm not so good with people or emotions. I think you're observant, though, and that's the first step. I look at the person. I stare into his eyes. His eyes look happy, but not a mean, laughy kind of happy. Are you happy? Yes. Now let's see if you can draw that. He's still holding his charcoal pencil out to me, so I take it. Mr. Walters gets up and walks over to the stool and sits down facing me. Dad is standing behind me. Go ahead, draw Mr. Walters. Well, don't watch me. I can't draw if you're going to watch. All right, I'll wander around the room and look at other things, okay? Okay, if there's a fishing booth, let me know, because those always have good prizes. And if there are any gummy worms, grab some before they're all gone, please. I stare at the huge blank paper in front of me. Usually, I only have small pieces of paper. I see a hand waving around the outside of the easel. Yoo-hoo, you have to look over here. I peek around the easel. It's Mr. Walters. Start with the outside of my head like I did with your dad. So I do. I make a Mr. Potato Head. Then I add hair, but only a little, because Mr. Walters doesn't have much. The nose is easy, and so are the ears. The mouth is harder, because usually I look at mouths when there are words coming out, and right now there are none coming out of his. It's flat. I do notice some curves and creases, though, so I put them in. Feel free to use the colored pencils, or pastels, too, he says. I shake my head. I don't use colors. My drawings are black and white with no blurry stuff. It's easier to see that way. Blurry is good for stuffed animaling, but not for drawing. Mr. Walters tilts his head like he doesn't get it, but I don't want to explain right now because I'm busy drawing. Wow! A voice behind me says, That's so awesome! Did you really draw that? I put my arms over the picture to cover it up before turning around to see Emma from school. Let's see it, she says. No. Come on, keep going. I want to watch. I can't do it if you're watching, I tell her. Please? No. A hand squeezes Emma's shoulder. A woman's voice says, Let's give her some space, and we can come back when she's done. Emma makes a snorty sound but moves away. Good. I'm still stuck on the eyes of my picture, however, and I stare at the paper. You need to look at my eyes, Mr. Walters says. I sigh. Are you related to Mrs. Brooke? No. Why? She always wants me to look in her eyes, too. Eyes are the windows to the soul. Mr. Walters says, if you look inside the eyes, you can see so much about a person. I look at the person, including his eyes. Really? He smiles and nods. But there's something wrong with his smile. I stare into his eyes. Maybe what's wrong is his eyes. They don't look happy like the photos of happy eyes Mrs. Brooke has shown me. Maybe his smile is not big enough to push his eyes up at the corners like happy eyes are supposed to be. Something's wrong, I tell him. Why do you say that? Your eyes and mouth don't match. Ah, he says as he nods. Maybe you're better at emotions than you think. Except I don't know which is right. Both. I'm smiling because I think you're a wonderful, talented girl. My eyes are sad because I'm thinking about what you and your dad are going through. I think for a minute about what he means. Oh, because of Devon? Yes, because of Devon. He was in my class one quarter. I miss him. Everyone here misses him. Why do you miss him? You're the art teacher. He can't even draw. We all have different passions. His passion was being an Eagle Scout. He won't be able to finish his chest, though, so he can't ever make Eagle. He nods. I heard about that chest. His voice is crackly. It's so hard. Devon says if it's hard, that just means you have to work at it. He shrugs but sniffs too much to talk. Maybe you need to find closure. He looks at the person. I think we all need to find closure. It hurt the whole community. We're all sad. His eyes are so sad now they're starting to water. I put the pencil down on the easel tray. I don't feel like drawing anymore. He jumps up from the stool. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel sad. He looks at the paper on the easel. Wow, that's amazing. Don't you want to give the eyes a try? I shake my head. I don't think I can do a complete face yet. Maybe later. He pulls his eyeless picture off the easel and hands it to me. After Dad is in bed, I sneak into Devon's room and tape Mr. Walters on the wall next to my picture of the eagle. This is the first picture of a face I've ever done, even if it doesn't have eyes. Chapter 23. Lost. On Tuesday night, I walk into the kitchen and Dad is standing at the sink. What's for dinner? I ask. He turns around fast, and his eyes are big, which means surprise, I think. Except why would he be surprised when he knows I live here? What? I say. I'm sorry. He turns back to the sink. I was lost. You're in the kitchen, I tell him. It's next to the living room. Then there's the hall that goes to... I know, Caitlin. What I meant was, I'm feeling a little lost. He grips the edge of the sink. You'll be starting at the middle school next year. No, I'll be starting at the middle school in August. That's this year. He turns and looks at the person. Are you... He stops and puts his hand over his mouth. Then he takes it away again. Are you okay with going to that school? Virginia Dare? He sucks in his breath when I say it. Devon School. He closes his eyes. I shrug. I guess. They don't have recess in middle school, and I don't like recess. Dad opens his eyes, but he still stares at the air. If I could afford to pay for a private school for you, I would. People talk about private schools, but I don't know exactly what they are, so I ask. Does private mean I'm the only one in the school? Because I'd like that a lot. No, of course not. So it's just like a regular school? Pretty much. I shake my head. Then I don't want private. I'm fine with the regular one. He nods and lets out a big breath. Okay. Chapter 24. Found. I don't have my Mrs. Brooke time because she's still visiting her difficult sister. Instead, I have to go to recess with the rest of the class and miss little kid recess. I lost my friend in little kid recess anyway, so I don't really mind. What I do mind is passing Michael's class in the hall on the way back and seeing Josh give him a high five. I don't look at Michael, but he says, "Hi, Caitlin," even though there's no talking in the halls. And out of the edge of my eye, I see him give me our special wave, except I don't think it's so special anymore, so I don't wave back. My class goes to the computer lab. Mrs. Johnson says we have free time and can look up any topic we want to learn more about, as long as it's not computer games. I read about Eagle Scouts and Eagle Scout projects. None of them are as good as Devon's chest, except that they're finished. I get a recess feeling in my stomach and try not to think about the Eagle Scout project that never got to exist. Or the Eagle Scout. I start stuffed animaling the computer monitor with the window behind it into one big grayish blur until I hear Mrs. Johnson's voice in my ear that we have 3 minutes left, and if there's one last thing we want to look up, now is the time. I suddenly remember I should be researching closure, because maybe there's even a better definition than in my dictionary, so I look it up, and this is what I find. The act of bringing to an end. A conclusion. Example. They finally brought the project to closure. I see Devon's Eagle Scout project in my head and think about how much he wanted to finish it and become an Eagle Scout. And how he was going to teach me how to do woodworking, too. And then I start shaking my hands fast, and my heart is pounding in my ears, and it's hard to breathe, and I hear moaning, and it must be me, because Mrs. Johnson says, "Caitlin, are you all right?" And I hear myself scream to the whole world, and I think in my head, Now I know how to experience an emotional conclusion to a difficult life event. And Mrs. Johnson is gripping my shoulders and shaking me, and I don't even mind, and she screams, "What is it? What is it?" And I shout loud enough for Devin to hear me up in heaven. "I get it! I get it! I get it! I get it!" Chapter 25. Hinges. When Dad picks me up early at school, he starts asking me about my TRM, but I tell him, "We need to go to Lowe's." "What? Right now?" "What's all this about, Caitlin?" "Closure. Drive fast." His voice keeps going, but I'm too busy bouncing in the back seat to hear the words. I run into Lowe's and race up and down the aisles, and Dad is chasing me, saying, "Caitlin, Caitlin." "Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry." "Caitlin!" "Excuse me." Until I find the place with the hinges, and I'm panting with excitement, and I shake my hands for Dad to hurry up, and he's panting too, and says, "Caitlin!" But I say, "Which ones?" as I rattle the different-sized boxes of hinges. He's still panting, but doesn't say anything right away, until he says, "What are you talking about?" "The hinges! Which ones do we need?" He tilts his head. "For what?" "The chest! Why doesn't he get it?" "Chest?" "Devin's chest! His Eagle Scout project!" Dad's shoulders slump, and his head falls. He puts a hand on his forehead and closes his eyes. "Can I help you?" A man in a red apron says. I look at Dad. He's not helping, so I say, "Yes," even though I don't like talking to strangers. "We need hinges for the chest." "What kind of hinges?" I look at the person. "You're no help either." He looks at Dad. "We don't need any hinges today," Dad says quietly. "Why not?" I ask. "I'm not ready to work on the chest." "I am." "We need to talk about this first." "Okay, talk." "At home." "Then we'll have to come right back to Lowe's again." "Later," he says. "What time?" "I don't know." "Can't we just talk about this in the car and then come back in again?" He turns and starts walking down the aisle, passing people who look at him and then at me. When he gets to the end of the aisle and turns right and disappears, I am left with all the strangers staring at me. I start crying and run down the aisle screaming for Dad, and even though I find him, I cry all the way to the car and all the way home, and for a long time in my hidey hole in Devin's room, wrapped up in my purple fleece, because Dad says he's not interested in working on the chest, and not to ask him again for a very long time. Chapter 26. Eagle Scout. I get a special phone call at school. It's from Mrs. Brooke. I get to go all the way to the office and talk on the phone at the front desk. Mrs. Brooke says she just wants to talk to me personally and see how I'm doing because she can't come back to school for a few more days. I tell her all about how I finally found closure, but Dad won't cooperate, even though I know how to get us there. She says I have to be patient and keep trying. Sometimes things don't work the first time, but then eventually they do. Like finesse? Exactly. And making friends? Yes. Even for me? Absolutely. I have confidence in you. You just have to keep trying. Josh is walking into the principal's office when I get off the phone. He turns his head to me and whispers, "Loser." "I know," I tell him, "but I'm going to keep trying." He shakes his head and snorts. I guess he doesn't believe I'll get it, and sometimes I'm not so sure either, but Mrs. Brooke is confident. So I'm going to keep working on my finesse. Later that day, I see Michael in the hall. I won't see him at recess because while Mrs. Brooke is away, my schedule is back to first recess only. Even though he's not my friend anymore, I do say, "I found closure, but I still have to work at it." I had to tell him. I promised. Scout's honor. He looks at me funny, so I decide he doesn't want to be my friend anyway. I find a white t-shirt in my closet, and I draw an eagle on it with a permanent marker. I'm hoping that Dad will remember that Devin called me Scout, and he'll put the two together like this: Eagle plus Scout. And he'll think of Devin's Eagle Scout project, and we can work on it together. except he doesn't notice. I keep walking back and forth in front of the sofa. Finally, he says, "Do you have to go to the bathroom?" "No," I say. "Do you like my t-shirt?" "Mm-hmm." I sigh. "It's Eagle Scout. Get it?" Dad tilts his head. "It's a picture of an eagle, and I'm Scout." "Oh." "So are you ready to work on the chest yet?" He shakes his head. "Dad, we need to finish the chest." He shakes his head again. "Why not?" "We don't even have all the wood." "We can buy some." "It's special wood." "How special?" "It's a mission chest." "What does that mean?" "It's a style of furniture that requires quarter-cut oak. The wood is expensive, and it's difficult to work with." "But I can help. It can be a group project. Mrs. Brooks says I need to practice working on group projects, so this will be perfect." Dad leaves the living room. I think about quarter-cut oak and how I still don't actually know what that means. I know what an oak is. We have an oak tree in the backyard. I know what a quarter is. I have 47 in my state quarters map because Illinois and Florida and Iowa fell out and are under my bed somewhere, I think. And I know what it means to cut something. I look up quarter cut in my dictionary, but there's no definition. I guess I have to put it together myself. So quarter-cut oak is oak you cut with a quarter. I have 46 quarters in my state quarters map now because Virginia is coming out to cut the oak tree. Chapter 27, Mission. All I can say is it will take my whole entire life to get some wood cut out of that oak tree with my Virginia quarter. Monday is a teacher workday, so between Sunday and Monday, I have spent 6 hours and 13 minutes cutting that stupid tree. I'll never get a whole piece of wood out of there. Plus my fingers are all bloody from scraping the bumpy bark, and they hurt. Mrs. Brooks is back from visiting her difficult sister and the babies who are finally born now. It's been so long since I've seen her that when I get to her room, I hold my hand up and wave to say hi. She screams. This isn't the reaction I expect. She should say something like, "I missed you," or, "It's good to see you again." That's what teachers normally say. "Caitlin," Mrs. Brooks says, "why are there cuts on your fingers?" Her voice is high and shaky. "What have you been doing?" "Cutting." "What?" It comes out as a scream. Her hand covers her mouth. "Why?" That comes out as a muffled, crying moan. "I need the wood." Her hand drops, and she tilts her head. "Excuse me?" "For closure." "Can you explain from the beginning?" "Yes, I can, but it's a long story, so I'd rather not." "I mean, would you please start explaining now?" Her voice is getting shaky again. "Okay, fine. Dad doesn't want to work on the chest, and whenever I ask him if we can work on it because I'm trying to get to closure, he says we can't because we need more wood, but it has to be quarter-cut oak, and Dad says that's too hard to get. But we have an oak tree, and I have a quarter, so I've been trying to get a piece of wood cut out of it." "Oh, Caitlin, you poor thing." She covers her mouth again. "And you've been working so hard." "Yes. Dad's right about how hard it is. Now I get it." "Well," she says, "I don't know exactly what quarter-cut oak is, but I do know this much. It's not wood cut from an oak tree with a quarter." "Oh, I guess I don't get it then." "I'm going to call your father." "Why?" "I want to ask him what quarter-cut oak is and tell him how hard you've been working to get it." Here's the funny thing. Quarter-cut oak just means the way the oak tree is cut into boards for mission furniture, like Devon's mission chest. I wish Dad would just tell me these things. It would make life a lot easier. Chapter 28. Good and Strong and Beautiful. "You gave Mrs. Brooks a scare," Dad says. "What?" "She was very upset when she saw your fingers scraped up like that." "I was more upset. They're my fingers." "I understand you were trying to get some quarter-cut oak." "Yes, and I get it now. You were right. It's really not easy." He sighs and looks at the sheet-covered chest in the corner for the first time ever, and I want to start shaking my hands, but I know that doesn't make Dad happy, so I sit on them instead. My throat is sore, and there's a double recess going on in my stomach, but I say, "Dad, I want to finish the chest." "I know," he says, but he doesn't say he will. "I want to get to closure." Everything is starting to blur. "I know." He says even more quietly, "You need to get to closure too." This time he doesn't even say "I know," but he nods. I think about what Devin would say. "You have to work at it, Dad. You have to try even if it's hard, and you think you can never do it, and you just want to scream and hide and shake your hands over and over and over." Dad wipes his eyes, and I do too, because mine are blurry, and somehow I think it's really important to see right now. What I see is that his body is shaking, which means he's crying, and soon his voice comes out in strange-sounding gasps that sound like he's laughing weirdly or throwing up, except nothing is coming out of his mouth. Finally, he covers his face with his hands and stops the noise, and his body stops shaking, and after he sniffs twice, he takes his hands away from his face and turns his head to me. "How did you get to be so smart?" I shrug. "I'm really working hard on finesse." Then he takes my hands in his, and I don't even pull them away because he's looking at my cuts closely, and I would want to do that too if I saw cuts on somebody's hands, so I let him look. "Do you still really want to do this?" I don't know if he means to keep cutting the oak tree or work on the chest, but I say yes, just in case he means the chest. "You think this will bring us closure?" I shake my head. "No, I know it will." He blows a little air out of his nose and nods. He lets go of my hands and does one more big sigh. "Maybe we can make something good and strong and beautiful come out of this." Good and strong and beautiful. I like those words. They sound like Devin. I want to build something good and strong and beautiful. "Okay," Dad says. "Let's do it." "Yay!" I shout. "Yay, Dad! Yay for me! Yay for Devin! Let's start now!" Dad puts his arms up like he's being arrested. Okay. This means quiet. "When can we start?" I whisper. "First, you need to learn a little about woodworking. We have some books." "I already read them," I shout, because I forget to whisper. "You did?" "Yes, you threw the books in Devin's room, remember?" He nods. "Okay, you'll still need to do some hands-on learning. You have to do it and feel it to really get it." "Oh, okay. I want to really get it." "All right, but it's bedtime now, and we need a good sleep before working on it. We can start tomorrow. First thing, we'll need to get some supplies first." "Lowe's?" He nods. "They open at 7 a.m., remember? When you and Devin used to work on the chest on weekends, you got up early and—" "I know." "We need to leave at 6:40 a.m. to get there in time and get a spot right by the door so we're first in line, okay?" He sighs. "Okay." "Do you want me to wake you up?" "No, I can get up." "Are you sure?" "Don't I get up on time every morning?" "Yes, but what does that have to do with tomorrow morning?" "I'll get up, don't worry." "Okay, but I'll wake you up if you're not up by 6 a.m., so you have time to shower." After I go to bed, I decide I should take the sheet off the chest to remind Dad we have to work on it, but I have to stay up a long, long time because Dad sits on the sofa forever just staring at the sheet. When he goes to bed, I get up and go to the living room and take the sheet off the chest, and I smile at all of its parts because we're finally going to have closure. And I hide the sheet inside my purple fleece and stuff it way under my bed where Dad can't find it in case he changes his mind. Chapter 29. Putting Our Life Back Together. I show Dad Devin's list, and he nods. We go to Lowe's and get a lot of the supplies on the list, including quarter-cut oak. We also buy things that aren't on the list, like wood filler. Before we can add anything to the chest, Dad first has to put wood filler where the holes are. From when he wrenched out the screws and threw the chest on the floor on the day our life fell apart. He also has to cut out some sections that he destroyed when he kicked the chest on the day our life fell apart. I think about those words and how I haven't said them lately. I think that maybe now this is the day we start to put our life back together. It takes Dad a long time to fix the parts that he broke. He scrunches up his face and makes noises like it hurts him as much as the chest. He even says, "This is rough," and "This is hard." I know, I say after he says, "This is hard," for the third time. This is what happens when you have a TRM, I tell him. You make a mess. It's okay. You just have to try harder next time. I am trying hard, Dad says. I know. You get a sticker. Thank you. Okay, you get another sticker for being polite. Thanks. His lips press together, and it almost looks like a smile. I forgot that Dad used to smile. I wonder if closure will make him smile. After a while, Dad sits on the sofa and turns on Fox 5 News. You're not quitting, are you? I ask him. No, I'm just stuck, and I want to watch the news. I don't like the news. I only watch a little. Is there any other way to get unstuck? You can go get one of those woodworking books. It has the word mission in the title. I need to take a look at it. Okay. I run to Devon's room. I find the mission book and start to leave, but look back at the room. The sun is shining behind Devon's blue shade, and I go back in to put his shade up so the sun pours in and makes his room warm and bright, and I can see dust particles in the beams of light that maybe are part of Devon, or maybe not, but they make Devon's room look happy again. Caitlin, where's that book? Coming, I say, but first I do something important. I leave Devon's door open. When I come back in the living room, the news lady is talking about the Virginia Dare shooter. He was obviously disturbed, she says, just like the boys involved in today's school shooting in Maryland. Let me warn you that the video we are about to show of the event has some very disturbing content. Dad grabs the remote and shuts off the TV. We both sit on the sofa without moving. I hug the mission book, but it's not the same as my dictionary. It doesn't take away the recess feeling in my stomach. I would rather be under the sofa cushion than on top of it, but I'm frozen in place. We both look at the chest in the corner. Dad sighs. There's no face for disturbed on the facial expressions chart, so I don't know exactly what it looks like, but I know it's not good. It's the kind of face that gives you a bad feeling, because I thought everything would be okay now that we're working on the chest. But it's still not. Chapter 30. Friends. Okay, I tell Mrs. Brooke. Now it's soon. I'm ready. For what? She doesn't get it. The whole friendship thing. It's time now. Oh, Caitlin, Mrs. Brooke claps. I'm delighted. What changed your mind? Dad is working on the chest. It's hard for him. He really has to work at it. If he can do it, then I guess I can too. And also, maybe it really will help me get to closure. The chest alone doesn't seem to be working. I'm so proud of you. I know. I think you're really going to like this. I shake my head. I don't think I'm going to like it at all. I think it's going to hurt. But after the hurt, I think maybe something good and strong and beautiful will come out of it, just like Dad said about the chest. Mrs. Brooke smiles so wide she has 2 rows of dimples. Her cheeks puff up, and her eyes squish, and water comes out of them, and her face looks a little bit like a sponge. At reading buddies time, I manage not to scare my buddy. I keep my voice down, and I smile sometimes. I think it's a good start. I do the special wave to Michael across the room. I think he grins even more than when Josh high-fives him, which makes me feel very happy about how good I am at friendship. In the cafeteria, I sit down next to Laura, who is very pretty and very popular. I think she should be my friend. "What are you doing?" Laura asks. "Sitting next to you." "Why?" "Because I want you to be my friend." Laura looks at the people around her. They're all giggling and holding their trays, but not sitting down. These are the girls who usually sit at Laura's table. "You can sit down," I tell them. They look at each other and laugh or roll their eyes. "You're sitting where Anna sits," Laura says. "Oh," I say. It's nice of her to tell me, because I honestly don't remember where every one of them sits. I take a bite of my cheese sandwich. "So move," Laura says. Her eyes are getting squishy and narrow. I look at the person. "Where do you want me to sit?" "At a different table." I take my tray and go to the table where I normally sit. Okay, that didn't work. I can try someone else. But first, I eat my sandwich because I'm hungry. When I finish both halves, I notice Mia at the next table. She's not as pretty and not as popular as Laura, but she could still be a good friend. I go over to her and say, "Hi." Then I go back to my table and drink my juice box. When I'm done, I go say, "How are you?" to Mia, because that's being polite. "Okay," she says slowly. I go back and sit down. Then I realize maybe she's not okay, because her okay sounded kind of weird. I go back to her. "Hi." She stares at me. So do Emma and some other girls who are with her. "What do you want?" Mia asks. "I want you to be my friend." "Like for today?" "No, forever." I don't really know you." "That's okay. I can tell you what you need to know." I really just want to be alone." Mia starts giggling. Emma frowns at her. "Mia," she says in Dad's warning voice. I can still work at being a friend, though, because all through lunch people keep coming up to Mia and bothering her. Every single time I go and tell those people, "Leave Mia alone. She wants to be alone today." Mia gets mad every time I have to say it. It doesn't make me mad, though. I don't mind. I'm a good helper and a good friend. Finally, Mia yells at me, except I'm so surprised she's yelling at me that I don't even know what she says. Emma comes into my personal space. "Caitlin, listen, you're really annoying Mia. You have to stop telling people to leave her alone." "But she wants to be alone. She said so. I'm helping her." Emma sighs. "You don't get it. Mia doesn't really want everyone to leave her alone." "Then why did she say that?" "I guess she didn't want to hurt your feelings." "Why would that hurt my feelings?" Emma sighs again. "She wants you to leave her alone. Only you." "Why?" Emma looks at the floor. "Well, because she thinks you're different." I think Emma is the one who doesn't get it. When we're in music, Rachel throws up, so Emma takes her to the school nurse. The teacher is busy trying to get someone to clean up the puke, and everyone is saying, "Ew, P.U." So I go over to Mia and ask her, "Why do you want me to leave you alone?" Mia and the girls around her giggle. "Okay, because you're special." "Thank you," I say. More giggles. "I mean," Mia says, "you're the kind of special that's a little weird." "Weird?" Mia crosses her arms and breathes out loud. "Your behavior, you know." "What do you mean?" I ask. She rolls her eyes. "Your behavior is, well, disturbing." "Disturbing? My behavior is disturbing." The school shooter's behavior was disturbing. I start shaking my hands because that word is too scary and I can barely breathe. She looks at my hands that are shaking faster and faster. "Yes, disturbing." "I am not disturbing." "You're disturbing us right now," one of the girls says. The rest of them start laughing. Guys, another girl says, "Stop it. Stop laughing. She's autistic, like William H. My hands are shaking really fast now. I am not autistic. Some of the girls laugh. William doesn't talk. Can you hear me talking? Okay, but William eats dirt and screams when he gets mad. I am not autistic. I'm breathing hard, and I want to jump out of my skin, but I grit my teeth and shake my hands harder and turn and run away, and I hear screaming, and I don't know if it's music class or Mia or me. I'm sitting in Mrs. Brooks' room staring at the table. I thought special was good, I mutter. We're all special in different ways, she says. Special is good. Not if it's disturbing. How come she called me disturbing? And guess what? She disturbs me. I can feel Mrs. Brooks nodding, even though I don't look at the person. Besides, I tell her, I'm not autistic. William H. is autistic. Caitlin, she says, did you know that William is very good at soccer? And that he can play the piano? And that he's my friend? No. I knew that he had Mrs. Brooks time, but I didn't know they were friends. I like William, Mrs. Brooks says, and I can't play the piano at all, or play soccer. We all have different talents. I know, I say, but Mrs. Brooks talks right on top of my words, and just because we're better at some things than William doesn't mean we're any better than he is. I didn't say that. But it sounds like that's what you meant. I nod and sigh. It is what I meant. Do you see how it's not fair for you to? Yes, I say. It's my turn to talk on top of her words now. I get it. William H. even remembers to smile a lot more than I do, so there are several things he's better at than me. I sigh again. But I'm still not like him. Not exactly. I look at the person. Am I? We all fall on the spectrum of behavior somewhere. She puts one hand on one side of the table, and her other grips the far side. Here's the spectrum, she says. It's a line, and we're all on it. Some of us are farther along the line than others. I know from art class that a spectrum is all the colors of the rainbow. It's more like a prism than a line, or maybe a fat line with lots of colors. I don't like the way colors blur together in art. How do you know when one ends and the other begins? I have to know exactly where I am in space. That's why I draw in black and white. Mrs. Brooks picks up one hand and runs a finger almost all the way to the end of the table. You're around here, very high functioning, very smart, very capable. William H. is on the other side, I say. William is farther along the line, yes. I grip the edges of the table like Mrs. Brooks and squinch my eyes at the tabletop and wonder which spot exactly is me. I don't want to run into anyone else. You just don't know what might happen. Are you feeling better now, Caitlin? I think I'll skip the friend thing. You should be very proud of yourself for trying so hard today. Remember that everyone can find a friend. She's still gripping the edges of the table, so hard that her knuckles are pale. And obviously we need to work on friendship skills in the 5th grade as a whole. These girls need some educating. They need to learn some finesse, too, I say. Mrs. Brooks nods. Yes. And some better friendship skills. I know it. They will never make friends that way. Chapter 31. It's a girl thing. After recess, I hate P.E. the most. Recess I hate because everyone screams and runs around crazy and grabs you and pushes you, and you have absolutely no idea what will happen next. At least in P.E. there is a teacher, so you know what will happen next, even though it might involve screaming, grabbing, and running around crazy. Class, Mr. Mason shouts. He always shouts. It's just what P.E. teachers do. Boys, Josh, Nelson, Bruce, Shane, Joey, stop that right now, or you'll be getting a special one-way ticket to see Miss Harper. I don't see why they get to have a special one-way ticket to the principal's office. I'm behaving myself perfectly, and I'm getting no free tickets. I'm breaking you boys up. Josh! You and Nelson are on that side of the gym, and the rest of you hooligans are on this side. Shane and Bruce, you're in charge of William H. His assistant isn't here today. Make sure he doesn't run off if I turn my back. Can we have free play today? A boy asks. When pigs fly, Mr. Mason says. I'm not sure what he means by that. Dodgeball today, he yells, and I start sucking on my sleeve. Dodgeball is bad enough, but I hope he doesn't try to make us wear pennies. I hate the feel of them, and they remind me of clamshells, and I hate the gooey, icky inside of a clam. He goes to the closet and pulls out the big cardboard box with the pennies, and I start sucking both sleeves. He grabs William H., who is trying to run out the door. Shane and Bruce, what did I just tell you? You're watching William H. Everyone else, put on these pennies, and hurry. William H. loves dodgeball, so the sooner we get this game started, the better. Mr. Mason starts throwing yellow and red pennies at people around the gym. A yellow one lands at my feet, and I stare at it. Come on, Caitlin, pick it up. I stare at it. What's the problem? I don't like clams. Me neither. Put on the penny. Mr. Mason, Shane yells, I can't hold William H. Mr. Mason swears and goes to grab William H. Hurry up and get ready. He looks over at me. Caitlin, the penny. But I don't like clams. What's that got to do with the price of fish? What? Why is he talking about fish? Oh, for the love of... Why do they give me all the autistic kids? Some people laugh. I'm not sure who all the autistic kids are. I thought William H. was the only one. Some girls are whispering next to me. I brace myself, because when a bunch of girls is whispering, that usually means someone will squeal or scream, so I need to be prepared. Emma is one of the girls, and she's pretty loud most of the time. This time it's no different. She tells Mr. Mason, some of us need to go see Mrs. Brooke. Why? Mr. Mason asks. I wonder, too. I never knew she went to see Mrs. Brooke. The other girls are also looking at her. Finally, she answers, it's a girl thing. Mr. Mason's face goes red, and he nods. I'll have to remember that remark. Emma looks at me, then at Mr. Mason, then back to me. I think you should come with us. I follow Emma and the two other girls down the hall to Mrs. Brooks' room. Emma is complaining loudly about Mr. Mason, saying, that was so inappropriate, even though there's no talking in the hall. I try to remind her, but Emma's voice takes up all the room. When she grows up, she should be one of those TV interviewers on Fox 5 News who doesn't let anyone else talk, even if they try. When we get to Mrs. Brooks' room, she's on the phone, but it doesn't stop Emma from blurting out something so fast I can't even follow it. Mrs. Brooks tells the phone person she'll have to call back, and she hangs up. What happened? Mrs. Brooks asks. No one says anything. What exactly did Mr. Mason say? Still no one says anything. Then they all look at me. This means they want me to tell Mrs. Brooks what happened. So I do. Mr. Mason wants to know why they give him all the autistic kids. Mrs. Brooks' neck does its turtle jerk. She looks at the girls. I see. I look at Emma and the other two girls also. I don't think they're autistic. I don't know who he's talking about. Emma looks at me with a sad face. He was talking about you. But I'm not. I know, she says quickly. He shouldn't have said that. He knows that too, Mrs. Brooks says. We're all still very stressed. One of the other girls says, William H. doesn't have his assistant, so Mr. Mason is going a little nuts. Oh, dear, Mrs. Brooks stands up. Someone should have told me. Her shoes squeak down the hall to the gym very fast, and we follow. She speaks with Mr. Mason and takes William H. from Bruce and Shane. Mr. Mason comes over to me. I think he's going to make me wear the penny, so I start to talk, but he interrupts me. I'm really sorry, Caitlin. I shouldn't have said that remark about autistic kids. I'm surprised to hear him speak without shouting. That's okay. I think William H. is the only autistic kid they give you, though. You're right, Caitlin. He sighs. I learned a good lesson today.
Do I have to wear the penny?
He smiles. You know what? Today, I think I have to wear the penny.
He goes to the box and puts on a yellow penny, but it only fits around his neck instead of his whole body, and it looks like a scarf. People laugh at him, but he laughs too. He also winks at me. And even though he looks funny, I think he's learned a little finesse today. Chapter 32. Dado. What's a dado? I ask Dad.
Dado,
he says,
and it's a groove in a piece of wood.
But his lip curls up on one side. He's starting to smile. I know what that means. Closure must be coming. So I work at it. I like dado better. His lips curl up again on the left side. I say dado 4 more times. Here's the screwdriver, Dado. Would you like a glass of water, Dado? What do we do next, Dado? Can I help you, Dado? And his lips curl up on the left side every time. And when I say it 1 more time, good night, Dado, both sides of his lips curl up. So do mine, because closure is a very good thing to see. After Dado goes to bed and I'm sure he's asleep, I sneak into Devon's room and borrow his Boy Scout knife and camping flashlight and go to the living room. Then I slide my head under the chest and turn on the flashlight so it lights up just the bottom of the chest. That way the room stays dark and Dad won't know what I'm doing. I look for the perfect spot on the underside of the chest, and I carve in big letters on his chest, just like Devon did for me, Scout. Chapter 33. Group Project, including other people. Mrs. Johnson announces another group project. I raise my hand. She closes her eyes for a moment and sighs. Yes, Caitlin, I know you don't want to be in a group, but I do want to be in a group. This is going to be my first group project in a group. I add, in school, because I remember that the chest is kind of a group project with Dado. Oh, okay, that's great. She claps twice. Class, we're going to the computer lab so you can do your research. We have to share the computers with the other 5th grade class, so some of you will need to sit at the tables. Some people groan. I don't. I just think one thing. Josh. We're lucky to have a computer lab at all in such a small school. Mrs. Johnson reminds us, like she does every time we go to the computer lab. I'm going to bring some supplies with us, and when we get there, we'll break into groups, and I'll tell you what the project is. We all get up, and I see Mrs. Johnson pick up 2 bins of markers, which is a very good sign. It means there's drawing involved. At the computer lab, Mrs. Johnson says, our project is on the state of Virginia. It's a project that involves research and a lot of drawing because you'll need the flag, the state flower, the state bird, etc. I'm so happy. I love drawing. Emma invites me to join her group with Brianna and Shane. Okay, I say, and I tell them how lucky they are. I'm probably the best artist in the state of Virginia. Shane and Brianna look at each other and laugh. I wonder if they're happy. Emma chews her lip. You don't have to be the best. You can do all the drawing, though, if you want. Yay! I smile at my group until my cheeks start hurting and I have to stop. Mrs. Johnson puts markers and paper and some books about Virginia on the tables. Shane wants to sit at the computer, so I sit next to Emma and Brianna at one of the tables in the back of the room with a bunch of kids from the other 5th grade. Josh is at the table in front of ours. I don't look at him. I start drawing right away. Hey, you, Josh says. I want to shake my hands, but instead I draw even faster. Emma whips her head up from the book she's reading. Shut up, Josh. His face goes pink, and his eyes blink a lot. I was just going to see if I could borrow a red marker. Thanks a lot. He turns around and sniffs. I stop drawing and look down at my pile of markers next to me. There are 3 red ones. I take one and lean across the table and poke Josh in the back with it. He whirls around. What the? Here, I say. His lips squish around a lot, so I can't tell if he's smiling or frowning, but he takes the marker from me. He doesn't say thank you, but I decide I'll accept his thank you from earlier. Shane looks up the state everything on the computer. The state dog is the American foxhound, and the state fish is a brook trout, he calls out. I draw them, and also a dogwood, the state tree, and flower with a cardinal in it, the state bird. Everyone thinks cardinals are red, but actually, that's just the male. I don't do colors, so my cardinal is a female. When I'm done, I show my group. Brianna shakes her head. You traced that. No, I didn't. No one can draw like that. I can. I told you. I'm probably the best artist in the state. Yeah, right. I've seen what Caitlin can draw, Emma says. It's awesome. And anyway, it doesn't matter. It can be traced or drawn for this project. I drew it, I tell her. Whatever, Brianna says. Can you make the cardinal red? Emma asks. I don't do colors, I tell her. Why not? It's easier when things are black and white. But you've done the hard part already, Emma says. Coloring something in is easy. It's drawing the tree and bird that's hard. Not for me, I say. Colors are mushy, and I don't know where they end or what happens to them when they run into each other because they change. Emma tilts her head. I don't get it. Black and white is boring. Colors are beautiful. I take a deep breath and try to explain. When you mix red and yellow, it might come out orange, like the sun, when it's setting. But when you mix red and yellow another time, it might come out like a school bus. And when you do it again, it might come out like a hornet. It's always different. You don't know what to expect. Emma's head is still tilted, and she's not saying anything, which means she really doesn't get it, because it's unusual for Emma not to talk. Never mind, I tell her. It's too hard to explain. I'm not even sure I get it myself. I get to see Michael on the playground and talk to him for the first time in what feels like a really long time. I tell him all about the chest Dado and I are working on. He listens politely, but his Bambi eyes are kind of fuzzy. What's wrong? I ask him. I don't get it. So I describe the chest and exactly what we're doing to it and how it'll look when we're finished. I still don't get it, he says. I start describing the chest again. No, I mean I don't get how that makes closure. We're bringing the project to closure. We're finishing the chest. That's closure. Oh, but his eyes are still fuzzy. Will I feel better when it's done? I think about it for a minute. I'm pretty sure I'll feel better, much better than seeing it covered by a gray sheet in the corner. And I think Dad will feel better, too. I know Devin would want it finished. I look at Michael with his fuzzy Bambi eyes, and I'm not so sure how finishing the chest will help him. And it's giving me a recess feeling in my stomach. He shrugs. That's okay. But it doesn't sound okay. And my stomach doesn't feel okay. You're still my friend, he says softly. I am? Why? You're nice to me and you don't have to be 'cause you're a 5th grader and you can do stuff like closure and I'm only a 1st grader, so I can only do stuff like be a pear. A pear of what? No, a pear, like an apple. Oh. Can I see you be a pear? He looks at the person. You really want to see me be a pear? Yes. He starts to smile. You want to come to my play? What play? My class is doing a play about the food pyramid. I'm the pear. It's my favorite fruit. Do you want to come watch? When is it? Tonight, at school. Can you come? I don't like going back to school once I'm already home. It's like having school twice in one day. But Michael is finally looking happy, so I decide the answer should be, okay. My teacher said you have to be here with your costume by 6:30 sharp. Oh, except you don't have to get here until 7, because you're one of the watchers. Audience, I say. Michael gives me a high five, and he's smiling so much that I feel like a good friend again. I'm happy because of Michael. He's the only friend I have, and maybe the only friend I'll ever have. Chapter 34. Michael's Play. That night, when we're working on the chest, I tell Dad, I have to go to school tonight.
Tonight? What for?
Michael's in a play.
Who's Michael?
My friend.
Your friend? Do I know him?
I shrug and wonder how I'm supposed to know that. He's in first grade, I tell him.
And he's your friend?
Yes, so I have to go to his play. It's important. It's at 7 o'clock.
Dad looks at his watch. It's almost 6:45 already.
I stand up fast. Then we have to go now, because it takes almost 9 minutes to get to school.
Caitlin?
I don't want to be late.
You should have told me before.
It is before, but we have to move.
I wasn't planning on going out tonight.
You don't have to plan. It's already planned. I run to the door and open it. I'll be in the car. I run across the grass and pull on the car door, but it won't open. I run around to all 4 doors. They're all locked. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. I hear the front door slam and Dad's shoes clomping fast.
I'm coming.
Hurry! Hurry! The car beeps. The lights turn on, and I open the door and throw myself inside. Dad gets in the front seat and turns on the engine. Drive! Drive! He makes the engine go loud and whips around to me. I'm glad there is a seat back between us because he's trying to get into my personal space.
Caitlin, I'm not happy about this. Next time I need some warning.
I'm warning you, I say in my warning voice.
Caitlin!
Drive! Drive fast now! He lurches out of the driveway, and I'm thrown off the back seat.
Put on your seatbelt!
He yells. Don't yell! I hate it when people yell! Dad mutters a lot of things, but I can't hear them, and I don't care, because at least he's not yelling. What time is it now, Dad?
We have plenty of time.
What time is it?
He stops and takes a breath. It's 6:48.
We'll get there at 6:57. Unless you hurry, then maybe we can get there at 6:56. Then we have to park and walk inside.
Where is the play?
I told you, at school.
I know, he hisses, but where in the school?
I freeze. Cafeteria? Gym? Classroom? I don't know. Oh, no. Dad switches to his nice voice fast.
We'll find it. It's okay. It's okay. And we'll get there in plenty of time. No problem. You'll see Michael, and Michael will be happy to see you. It's great to have a friend, isn't it? I'm really proud of you.
He keeps talking, but I don't listen. I just moan and chew and suck my sleeve until we pull into the school, and he says,
the lights are on in the cafeteria, and lots of people and little kids are there, so that's where it is. You see? Everything is okay.
Dad pulls into a handicapped spot right by the cafeteria door, and I tell him, you can't park here. But he turns off the engine and opens his door and says,
this counts.
He opens my door and says,
come on, we made it.
There's no place left to sit where I can actually see Michael, who is dressed in a smashed cardboard box that's painted yellow to look like a pear. Sort of. I have to stand against the wall by the outdoor. I hate standing up. It makes my feet hurt. And I can smell the wet cafeteria smell, and the lights are too bright. At least I'm farther away from the noisy people. They're all talking loud about anything. I hear security system, and school board, and babysitter, and nightmares, and ulcer, and high fiber. Not one person says food pyramid, or dairy product, or candy, or anything about why they're here. They're worse than my class, because most of the time we at least know what the subject is. They might as well go home if they don't want to be here. That's what Mrs. Johnson says. Finally, Mrs. Hanratty, the kindergarten teacher, gets up and tells everyone about healthy eating, and the play begins, and the people finally focus. Their cameras, at least. Michael looks around the room, and I know he's looking for me, so I raise my hand high and close and open it 3 times, and then 6 before he notices and waves back with a big grin on his face. Afterward, I tell Michael he looks like a pear, even though he looks more like a kid in a squished cardboard box. The part about the squished box, I just think in my head. I think that makes him happy because he smiles, and he says, "You're like my big sister." It makes me feel kind of warm and glowy on the inside. "Wait here," he says, and is back a moment later dragging a man. "This is my dad."
"You must be Caitlin. It's great to meet you. I've heard so much about you,"
Michael's dad says. "I don't like football," I tell him.
"Oh?"
he says, "but it's okay if you do." I remember to smile.
"Thank you."
He smiles at me too, and so does Michael. Then Dad and Michael's dad talk for a long time, while Michael and I try to make the food pyramid out of all the snacks. It's really hard to get brownies to balance on top of carrot sticks, though. On the drive home, I think about Michael being dressed up as a pear, and how that's better than having to dress up as a ham, like Scout did in To Kill a Mockingbird. I ask Dad, "Do you remember that movie?"
"What movie?"
To Kill a Mockingbird.
"Oh, yes I do.
It's a good one, isn't it?"
It's been a long time since I've seen it, but it was one of the best."
Devin liked it too. Dad clears his throat, and his hands clench and unclench the steering wheel.
"Yes, he did."
"Do you think I'm like Scout?"
"Little girl in the movie?"
Dad nods. Then he also says,
"Very much."
I grin. "You're like Atticus. He was brave."
"Thank you."
He sighs.
"I wish I were more like Atticus."
"Being like Scout makes me happy, so I want him to feel just like Atticus. Maybe you can get glasses like his."
"If I ever need glasses, I'll think about buying some like his."
"Maybe you should dress like him."
"I'm not sure. His clothes aren't too practical for my kind of job."
"Maybe you can shoot a dog." We swerve on the road a little.
"I'd rather not do that."
"Just one that was going to kill us, a sick dog." "Can I get some overalls like Scout?"
"Honey, we have to live in the real world. I like you as Caitlin."
"But you said the movie was the best."
"For a movie. But this is real life. A movie isn't as good as real life. Can't even compare."
Dad's wrong about that. A movie is better than real life, because in the movies, only the bad guys die, or you can pick the good movies where the bad guys die and only watch those. If you get tricked and a good person dies in the movie, then you can rewrite it in your head so the good person lives, and the part about death is superfluous.
Right, honey?
Dad has been talking, but I wasn't ready to listen. What?
Life is special.
You mean it's not just me who is special? It's all of life?
Yes.
I guess the good news is that everybody has to put up with being special because everybody is alive. Chapter 35. Monkey Bars. On Monday, we have a fire drill, which means first recess is late, so they get to stay out for part of second recess. I don't like that many kids at once. That many kids can only lead to problems, which is exactly what happens. Mrs. Brooke has to take 3 boys inside who get in a big fight. I look around for Michael. I still feel warm and fuzzy because I'm his big sister. I'll take care of him just like Devin always took care of me, Scout's honor. And then I see Michael, and my hands start shaking. He's on the monkey bars. He's screaming, and Josh is pulling on his legs. No! I run all the way to the monkey bars, and I hit Josh hard and yell, "Let go of him! Leave him alone! Don't touch him! You're evil!" "Stop hitting me, you freak!" Josh yells. But I have to keep hitting him because he won't let go of Michael. "Stop! Stop!" Michael says. "And don't call my friend a freak." "I'm helping him stay up," Josh says, as I try to pry his hands off of Michael. "No, you're not," I say. "You're evil, evil, evil. Stop it, or I'll fall." Michael screams. Josh lets go. "You idiot," he says to me. "Don't say that," Michael shouts. Josh's face is red. "Can't you see I'm trying to help?" "You're evil," I say. "Help! I'm going to fall!" Michael screams. "Somebody catch me!" Josh steps under Michael before I can stop him, and I watch as Michael falls into his arms diagonally, and Josh puts him upright and sets him carefully on the ground. Josh looks at Michael, then at me. His face is swollen, and his voice cracks, even though he only has one word to say. See? Josh was helping me, Michael says. Oh, I say. No kidding? Somebody asks. I look around, and there are a bunch of kids around the monkey bars now staring at Josh. I think Josh has just noticed them too. He steps back from the crowd. Why does everyone think I'm bad? Josh's voice is a whisper. I don't, Michael says, but his voice is covered up by the crowd talking. Because you are, a boy says loud. Duh. You're mean, someone else says. Yeah, Josh, a voice shouts. It runs in your family. Ooh, a lot of people say. I'm not like my cousin, Josh shouts. It's not fair. Everyone blames me. He looks at the crowd. They do? I say. Yes, everyone hates me because he killed those people. You hate me because of that. I shake my head. No, I hate you because you're mean to people, except I guess you're nice to Michael. I wish you'd make up your mind and be mean or be nice. Then I'd know how to feel. I'm mean to people because they're mean to me. Oh, well, maybe if you're nice to people, they'll be nice to you, I tell him. Michael pulls Josh's sleeve. I like you, Josh. You read to me, and you give me high fives, and you stopped Avery when he was pushing me, and you helped me up on the monkey bars, and you promised you wouldn't let me fall, and you didn't. You caught me, Josh. I don't know why this is a reason to cry, but Josh drops on his knees and covers his face. I can hear him crying behind his hands, though. The crowd is quiet now. Nobody says anything. Michael kneels down next to Josh and pats his back. Caitlin thought you were trying to hurt me because sometimes you pull people off the monkey bars. Josh is still sobbing. He stretches his hands so his palms cover his eyes, and his fingers are covering the top of his head. It looks like he's trying to cover his whole head, but it's not working. I watch him, and I wonder if he wants a fleece or a sofa cushion to cover him up. That's what I want when I feel bad. Michael looks up at me with his Bambi eyes. In them I see sadness, and I think it's fear, or maybe it's confusion. I also see friendship, and I think there's a look that means I need to do something to help, to answer the question. I think it's the look I gave Devin a lot. So I kneel down on the other side of Josh and pat his back too and tell him it's okay, the same way Devin used to tell me, and Dad still tells me, the way that I can really believe it. And if this is empathy, I hope Josh can feel some of the empathy that's starting to come out of me. Chapter 36. More drawing. Our group project is done, and we have to present it to the class. Emma does all the talking, and I hold up my drawings so I can hide my face behind them. Mrs. Johnson and a lot of people say, "Wow, that's an awesome bird. Look at that dog. She can really draw." And nice things like that, but this way I don't have to look at the person. Also, I don't even have to say thank you, because Emma is trying to talk, and it would be rude for me to talk at the same time. The class claps. Mrs. Johnson gives us an A. She puts all of my drawings on the bulletin board, and I feel happy, until she puts other people's drawings up, and theirs are all in color. Now mine don't look as good somehow. I stare at mine and wonder how they would look with color, even though I like things better without color. I think. Emma says that our group should sit at lunch together, so we do. Shane shrugs. Brianna rolls her eyes. I eat my cheese crackers and chocolate milk and fruit leather strip. "Could you chew with your mouth closed, please?" Brianna asks. Her eyes are big, and so is her voice. I'm confused. I'm not sure who she's talking to. "Do you mean me?" I ask her. "Yes, and don't talk with your mouth full," she says. Shane snorts. "I'm serious," Brianna says. "Caitlin," Emma says after she swallows a bite of her hot dog, "can you do some drawings for the yearbook?" "I don't know," I say. "What kind of drawings?" Her forehead wrinkles. "I think drawings in the margins would be good. They could be of things around school. I think of what's around school. The grass? No, not just grass. The street? No, I mean things you see in the classroom or out on the playground. Books, computers, desks, monkey bars, school stuff. I nod slowly. I could do that. High five, Emma says. She puts her hand in the air. I look at it and think about how Michael and Josh high five. I put my hand up and Emma slaps it. It feels weird, but in a good way. You should join the art club in middle school, she says. There's an art club? Sure, Mr. Walters runs it. He's the art teacher. I know Mr. Walters. He's cool, Emma says. I nod. I need to draw his eyes. She shrugs and grins. Okay. At home, our chest is almost done. I draw what I want to carve into the top part of it. The bird is gray and black and white and has a long tail. Her head is tilted up and her beak is open like she's singing. She's beautiful. I'm happy because I get my drawing just right. I run to the living room to show it to Dad. He takes it with one hand and rubs his chin with the other. He sits down on the sofa with an oof. He stares at it. It doesn't look as detailed as that eagle you drew that won first prize. It's not an eagle, I tell him. It's a mockingbird. He tilts his head to the side and stares at me. I thought it was an eagle because this is Devon's Eagle Scout project. It's a mockingbird, I explain, like in the movie, remember? Because Devon was like Jem, and I'm like Scout, and you, Dad, you're like Atticus. Dad's eyes fill with water, and he blinks a lot, and I think maybe he needs to get those funny glasses Atticus wears. Chapter 37. No More Virginia Dare. I'm proud when I tell Mrs. Brooke the chest is done. I also tell her that I have one really good friend, which is Michael, and one sort of maybe future friend, which is Emma, and maybe Mr. Walters. Mrs. Brooke smiles. Do you think you're coming to closure? I think so. How about your dad? I think working on the chest helped him too. I'm very glad you came up with that idea, she says. I smile because I'm glad too, but then I frown. What's wrong? I don't think I've gotten closure for Michael. She sighs. A lot of people still need to find closure. Who else? The whole community, Caitlin. Especially the students and teachers at Virginia Dare Middle School. Oh, did you hear? The school board voted to change the school name over the summer. Why? There are a lot of bad memories associated with that name. I think they're trying to find closure, too. I'm not sure I get it, but I try to figure it out. It doesn't work. I don't see how changing the name is going to bring closure. No, but it's a step. Maybe you can come up with something else. Me? Why me? Because you're going there next year. It's part of your community. Suddenly I don't feel so proud anymore. I still need to find closure for Michael, and I have to find closure for a whole entire school, and now the community, too. How am I going to do all that? Chapter 38. I get it. Closure wasn't supposed to feel sad like this. That night after Dad goes to bed, I stay up and stare at the finished chest. Even though it's finished, there's still something missing, and I have to work at it to figure out what it is. I think Dad is mostly happy that it's completed and beautiful. I'm mostly happy, too. But the chest isn't helping Michael or the people of the middle school that's getting a new name this summer or the rest of the whole entire community. I have to figure that out because that's part of empathy. Even though I didn't think I'd like empathy, it kind of creeps up on you and makes you feel all warm and glowy inside. I don't think I want to go back to life without empathy. I put my head under the sofa cushion and stare at the chest so I can think of an answer, but instead I think of Devon, and I wish he were here so he could tell me the answer. And I think about how he can never tell me anything or do anything again. Not ride his bike, or play baseball, or watch To Kill a Mockingbird, or be an Eagle Scout. I hear the crying, and then I see Dad's hand reaching under the sofa cushion and pushing the wet hair out of my eyes. But I can't stop crying, for Devon, because of what happened to Devin, because his life got taken away and he can't do anything, and he can't be happy or proud or live or love. And all of a sudden, my gulp crying turns into gulp laughing because I realize something. Dad-o! Dad! Oh, Dad! I cry. What is it, Caitlin? Devin! I cry. Devin! I know it hurts. You miss him. I miss him. No, I say. Devin! I know, he says, but I'm not crying for me. I pull my head out from under the sofa cushion and look at the person. I'm crying for Devin. I'm crying because I feel bad for him. Isn't that empathy? I'm feeling for him instead of me. Dad smiles, even though he has crying eyes. Yes, he says. Yes. Now you know what it's like to feel for other people. He hugs me, and we sit together for a long time on the sofa. Empathy isn't as hard as it sounds because people have a lot of the same feelings, and it helps to understand other people because then you can actually care about them sometimes and help them and have a friend like Michael and do something for them and make them feel as good as you're feeling. I look over at Devin's chest, and it makes me feel good. We did a great job on it, I say. Didn't we, Dad? Yes, we did. We made something good and strong and beautiful. He nods. We sure did. Devin would be very proud. I nod, too. I think about Devin and how he would show it to all the scouts and tell everyone how he made it and how he used it to find closure. And when I'm staring at the Mockingbird and seeing her mouth looking up like she's telling the whole world something, that's when I feel my mouth turn into a grin and my hands start shaking so hard I have to leap off the sofa and jump around the room because just shaking my hands isn't enough for all the excitement because I finally get it. I get it. I get it. Chapter 39. Colors. I don't like the bright lights of the middle school auditorium or the loud whispering all around us or having to wear these itchy clothes, and I especially don't like being in the front row with everyone staring at me. Dad said the smiling bald man on stage is the principal, but I don't like him either because he keeps pressing buttons on the microphone, making it crackle loud, and I wish he would stop it. The noise keeps making me want to jump out of my seat. And I can't hold myself down because Dad is sitting next to me, grabbing both armrests already, so I can't use the one near me. I put both my hands on the armrest on the other side and try hard not to moan very loud. It must be working because Dad isn't telling me to stop. He just sits there with his lips squeezed tight and his fists on the armrests, and he stares at the stage. I look at the stage, too. It's wooden and has dark blue curtains because the middle school colors are blue and white. There's a big blue curtain at the back of the stage, so you can't see what's behind there, and a big shape that's partly covered by the same blue fabric, except its feet and pedals are sticking out, so I know it's a piano. I know this place already. I've been here about 50 times. The Scouts had all their ceremonies here. Most of the time, I even sat in this seat. There are several chairs on stage with seats and backs also in dark blue cloth. Mrs. Brooke is sitting on the chair at the end and tapping another blue cloth shape with the index card she's holding. Her lips are moving, and I guess she's reading the card. It's her speech. I'm glad she's giving the speech and not me. I'm nervous enough. My heart is going pound, pound, pound. Hi, Caitlin. I jump. Then I see it's Michael. He sits down on the other side of me. Are you ready? Ready? My hands start shaking, so I sit on them. I don't have to do anything. I know, he grins. You already did. Hello, Caitlin, Michael's dad says. He waves from a few seats away because Josh is sitting on the other side of Michael. Josh is all dressed up in a suit like he's going to church. He says hi, too, but he doesn't look at the person. I don't really mind that Josh is sitting on the other side of Michael, because even though he's not my favorite person, he's nice to Michael. I take 2 gummy worms out of my pocket and give them to Michael. He smiles. This one's Caitlin, and this one's Josh. When he says Josh's name, I remember that Josh is Michael's friend, so I offer him a gummy worm, too. Josh stares at it until Michael elbows him. Slowly, Josh reaches his hand out and takes it from me. He even looks at the person this time. Thanks. You're welcome. Michael grins and whispers to me, Good remembering your manners. I nod. I don't even need the chart anymore, not now that I know they're my manners and I can do whatever I want with them. The microphone squawks, and I jump again. We'll give people just a couple more minutes to find their seats, the principal says. Then we'll begin the ceremony. Hey, Caitlin, Michael says, but his dad says, Shh, Michael, it's time to settle down. Then Mr. Schneider points up at the stage, and Michael looks there too. So do I. I see the principal walk over to the left side of the stage where Mrs. Brooke is sitting, and I think he's going to walk down the steps, and I hold my breath, but instead he touches the blue fabric next to Mrs. Brooke and talks to her. I let out my breath slowly, but I can't help looking at those worn wooden steps on the left side of the room that go up to the stage, and I start shaking. Those steps scare me. They creak loud, especially when the auditorium is quiet. The third step is the worst, I know. When Devin walked up the steps to get his life rank, the whole auditorium was silent because, like Dad said, it's a big event for a 7th grader to get his life rank so soon. But when Devin put his weight on the third step, it creaked so loud it sounded like a gun went off, and it scared me, so I screamed. Then everyone stared at me and started whispering, and a little kid even pointed at me and said, It was her! And I started crying. Devin jumped off the steps and came running over to me, saying, It's okay, but it didn't feel okay, even when he tried to give me a gummy worm, because I had a recess feeling in my stomach, and I didn't want it. He held my hand, even though it was shaking up and down, and he tried to get me to go up on stage with him, but I didn't want to get anywhere near that step. But mostly, I didn't want to stand up in front of everyone, because they were all staring at me, so I pulled my hand away from his and said, No. And he said, Everything's okay, just watch me. I'll be up there. And he pointed to where Dad was standing on stage, and I didn't answer him, so he said, See? And I still wouldn't answer him, so he said, I have to go now, Scout. I'll be up there. You're going to be just fine. I have a recess feeling in my tummy now. All I see is fuzzy blue, because my eyes are blurring everything together. I wish it were the blue of Devin's room, and I were in my hidey hole with my purple fleece looking up at the carving of my name, Scout. The microphone squawks, and I jump again. Welcome. The principal says, Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming to this very special dedication ceremony. I'm not sure I want to hear everything he says, so while he's talking, I keep stuffed animaling, and I just hear certain words like healing and coming together and community. When he says closure, everything stops, and I blink and look up at him, and I squint because the stage lights are so bright, and his bald head is reflecting the light like the sun. He takes a deep breath. The microphone crackles. He flips over the piece of paper he's holding, and it hits the microphone with a pop. Then there's silence. Let me read the names, he says. I close my eyes. He speaks slowly but loudly. Julianne Denise Morris. There's a murmuring in the crowd for a moment until it's quiet again. Roberta L. Schneider, the principal says. I hear Michael beside me. Mommy, he says, that's my mommy. I look over at him, and he's staring up at the principal with his Bambi eyes. Mr. Schneider is blinking and covering his mouth with his hand. And I hear the next name, Devin Joseph Smith. My heart, that has been pounding this whole time, suddenly seems to stop. I hear Dad swallow. The auditorium is silent, except for the rustling of the principal's jacket, as he turns away from the microphone, and then the slow squeak, squeak, squeak of his shoes as he walks over to Mrs. Brooks' side of the stage. He puts his hand on the blue fabric shape and turns to face the audience, and he starts to speak. Even though he doesn't have a microphone, his voice booms across the auditorium. This beautiful mission-style chess was started by Devin for his Eagle Scout project. His voice stops for a moment, and then finished and donated to our middle school by his beloved father, Harold Joseph Smith, and his little sister, whom he adored, Caitlin. The principal pulls the fabric off of the shape like he's a magician, and everyone says, "Oh," and "ah." And there it is, Devon's chest, with Scout carved and hidden underneath, and the mockingbird on top that I can't see from here, but I know it's there. His chest is good and strong and beautiful, just like Devon. Everyone is clapping, even Josh. Dad blows his nose and wipes his eyes, but he's smiling. The clapping is so loud it hurts my ears, but it's a good hurt, and I feel the crowd looking at me, but it's not in a bad way, so I don't mind so much. Michael smiles and points at me and says, "It was her!" And I don't mind that either, because he's happy, and I'm glad that Devon's chest is bringing him closure, too. Mrs. Brooke is at the podium, and she talks, but I don't know what she says until I hear her talking to me. "Caitlin? Caitlin, please stand up. I think everyone wants to see you." She smiles at me. So I stand up, but I don't turn around and look at the audience, because I want to see, really see, the mockingbird on Devon's chest. So I stand on my tiptoes and stare at it. I can hear the cheering and clapping, though. Dad says, "It's okay," and I tell him, "I know." Over all the noise in the auditorium, I can still hear in my head what Devon told me. "I have to go now, Scout. I'll be up there. You're going to be just fine." I don't know how long I stand there before Michael is pulling on my hands, saying, "Caitlin, there's cake and lemonade on the lawn." "What?" I ask him. "Why would they put it on the grass?" He giggles and says, "It's on tables on the grass. Come on, let's get some." I look back at Dad, who has stopped gripping the armrests, and his lips curl up on one side, and he says, "Go on, Caitlin." And I run after Michael up the aisle and out the back door of the auditorium and into the sun. Michael and I are the first ones to the table, and we both get edge pieces of cake that have lots of blue and white frosting. Josh gets one also. Some grown-ups smile at us and tell us we look like middle schoolers with all the blue and white on us. Michael grins, and when I see how blue his teeth are, I laugh. Even Josh smiles. Mr. Walters, the art teacher, comes over while I'm sucking the last glob of blue frosting off of my finger. He hands me a sketchbook and a big box of pastel crayons. I look at the person. He smiles. "These are for you, Caitlin." "How come?" "He gave us all something very special today, so I want to give you something." "Thank you," I say, and take the sketchbook. I don't grab the clear plastic box of pastels right away. "I know," he says, "you don't like colors, but I thought you might be ready to give them a try." I stare at the colors for a moment. There are 3 different shades of orange and lots of reds and yellows, so you can make your own orange. And with pastels, you can blur them if you want to move from one shade to another. Mr. Walters gets it. Maybe I can too. Slowly I reach out and take the colors. Mr. Walters winks. "See you in August." "Pass it here," Josh shouts, and I turn to see Michael's dad throw Josh a football. After Josh tosses it back, Mr. Schneider throws the ball to Dad, and he catches it. I forgot that Dad could catch a football. Dad and Devon used to throw a football in the backyard. Sometimes I played too, even though I can never catch it until after it hits the ground. Michael is still next to me, but he's stepping from one foot to the other. I can tell that he kind of wants to play football too, so I tell him he should follow his empathy and go play. I watch him run and tackle Josh, and they both laugh and roll in the grass. I look down at my shoes and socks. Slowly, I push off my shoes and let the cool grass tickle my feet through my socks. Then I bend down and pull my socks off and stand right on top of the grass and the earth. And I feel a shiver run up my legs and all the way to my neck, and it gives me a little chill. But after I move my feet from side to side a little bit, I get used to the prickly cool feeling, and it starts feeling softer and more like an okay touch than a tickle. I walk barefoot over to a big oak tree and sit underneath it. The breeze blows the leaves around, so it's partly shady and partly sunny. I put the sketchbook on my lap and open my new box of colors. Now I'm ready to use them, because I figured out how I'm going to draw the whole complete picture. I smile and begin.
The end. You've been listening to Mockingbird by Kathryn Erskine, narrated by Angela Rogers and directed by Andy Paris. This book concludes with the following author's note. The shootings of 33 people at Virginia Tech University in Blacksburg, Virginia, on April 16, 2007, were horrible and devastating. While I may not have known those involved personally, it happened in my own backyard. It was the deadliest shooting by a lone gunman in United States history. And wherever or whenever this kind of tragedy occurs, it affects us all. How could something like this happen? Why? What, if anything, could we have done to prevent it? Who knows? But I'm certain of one thing. If we all understood each other better, we could go a long way toward stopping violence. We all want to be heard, to be understood. Some of us are better than others at expressing ourselves. Some of us have severe problems that need to be addressed, not ignored, no matter what the cost. Saving society money is a travesty if the cost of that savings is in human lives. Ignore and ignorance share the same root. This book was inspired by the events at Virginia Tech, as well as my own need to try to explain what it's like for a child to have Asperger's syndrome. The two themes are related in my mind because I believe strongly in early intervention, whatever the disability. Understanding people's difficulties and, just as crucial, helping people understand their own difficulties and teaching them concrete ways to help themselves will help them better deal with their own lives and, in turn, ours. In this novel, the main character has Asperger's syndrome, but is receiving early intervention through the public school system. She has only one parent, and he is far from perfect. Her brother was the family member who really listened to her, tried to understand her, and taught her helpful behavioral skills. Unfortunately, he is killed in a school shooting, and now, but for her school counselor, she is on her own. I hope that by getting inside her head, readers will understand seemingly bizarre behavior. And I hope that readers will see that by getting inside someone's head, really understanding that person, so many misunderstandings and problems can be avoided. Misunderstandings and problems that can lead to mounting frustration and, sometimes, even violence. That was a concluding note by author Kathryn Erskine to her novel Mockingbird. This book is copyrighted 2010 by Kathryn Erskine. This recording is copyrighted 2010 by Recorded Books. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Mockingbird by Kathryn Erskine, narrated by Angela Rogers and directed by Andy Paris.
Chapter 1. Devon's Chest. It looks like a one-winged bird crouching in the corner of our living room, hurt, trying to fly every time the heat pump turns on with a click and a groan and blows cold air onto the sheet and lifts it up, and it flutters for just a moment and then falls down again, still, dead. Dad covered it with the gray sheet so I can't see it, but I know it's there, and I can still draw it. I take my charcoal pencil and copy what I see. A grayish, squarish thing that's almost as tall as me, with only one wing. Underneath the sheet is Devon's Eagle Scout project. It's the chest Dad and Devon are making, so he'll be ready to teach other Boy Scouts how to build a chest. I feel all around the sheet just to be sure his chest is underneath. It's cold and hard and stiff on the outside, and cavernous on the inside. My dictionary says cavernous means filled with cavities or hollow areas. That's what's on the inside of Devon's chest. Hollow areas. On the outside is the part that looks like the bird's broken wing, because the sheet hangs off of it loosely. Under the sheet is a piece of wood, that's going to be the door once Dad and Devin finish the chest. Except now, I don't know how they can.
I never tried to make love to her again. I have thought since that I should have tried. But once she had told me how she felt about love-making, I was too confused and uncertain. I would think about Annabelle and Mary Lou, loving them both and knowing both were unattainable. And somehow it was almost good that way. There were no risks. Or so I thought, until the morning that I came down to find a dirty kitchen with scraps of bread and eggshells on the table and in the sink where the family had fixed their own breakfast. Annabelle was not there. I went outside to look for her. She was not anywhere near the chicken house. I went around the side of Baylina to where I could see the empty, overgrown city of Mauger. There was no sign of life there. I started to go toward the obelisk, and then, on a sudden impulse, opened the door of the pottery shed. The smell in the shed was overpowering. A rigid, thin body, with its skin burned black, and with what was once its hair now a charred black mat around the skull, stood with its back to me, facing the potter's wheel. The arms were straight, and the hands still gripped the edges of the wheel. Along with the burned flesh, there was still the smell of gasoline in the little room. I turned and ran, all the way to the ocean. I sat on the beach and stared out at the water until Rod Baylin found me there that evening. We buried her the next day. I was sent with Rod and an older man named Arthur to get a coffin. The coffins were in a deeper level of the mall, one that I had not known about before. It was down a stairway with a sign that said Deep Shelter. There was a warehouse full of coffins, all of them made of green-painted metal. Stenciled on each were the words Department of Defense, Mauger. They were piled to the ceiling, in neat rows in a room labeled Mortality Room. Rather than go back up the stairs, we carried the empty coffin down through a hallway on the other side of the warehouse. We passed under an arch with the sign Recreation Area, and past a huge empty swimming pool, and then past a doorway that said Library and Reading Room. Grieved as I was, silently carrying that grim and ugly coffin, my heart leapt when I saw the sign, and I had to restrain myself from leaving Annabelle's coffin right there and rushing through the doorway. At the end of the hallway there was a large door with the sign Garage and Vehicle Storage. Rod pushed it open, and we came into a room that was filled with thought buses. They were parked next to one another in row after row. All of those whose fronts I could see had the sign Mauger and Suburbs Only. At the end of this room, down past a long row of buses, was a pair of sliding doors big enough to admit a bus. Rod pushed a button on the wall by the doors, and they opened. We stepped in, carrying the coffin, and rode a big elevator that took us back out into the sunshine through doors at the back of the obelisk. We drove to the pottery shed, where the women had done the best they could to make Annabelle's body presentable. They had put a new black dress on her and a blue apron. But there was nothing that we put in the coffin that I could recognize as Annabelle. There was a beautiful, slim vase on a shelf in the pottery shed. Annabelle had told me she had made it years before, but that old Baylin would not let it be used in the kitchen because it was too fragile. I went and got it and placed it in the coffin, in what was left of Annabelle's arms. Then I closed the lid and fastened it down. The funeral was held in Sears. Annabelle's coffin was brought down on the elevator on a thought bus. I am grateful to old Baylin that he let me be one of the pallbearers. He had never said anything, but I think he knew something of how I felt about Annabelle. We sat in chairs in the shoe department, with the lights turned on softly, and Baylin made some kind of a speech, and then he handed me the Bible that he had brought with him, and told me to read from it. I opened the Reader's Digest Bible, but did not read from its text. Instead, I looked at Annabelle's coffin in front of me and said, "I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he perish, yet shall he live." The words were no comfort. I wanted Annabelle to be alive and with me. I looked at all the Baylins in front of me with their heads reverently bowed, and I felt no communion with them and with their faith. Without Annabelle, I was alone again. The cemetery was several miles north of Mauger, near an ancient 4-lane highway. There were rows of thousands of tiny white permoplastic grave markers with no writing on them. We took Annabelle out there in a thought bus. That night, when everyone was asleep, I left the house quietly, went to the mall, and found the library. It was a room bigger than the kitchen at Bellina, and all of its walls were covered with books. The small hairs on the back of my neck prickled, standing there in the middle of the night in that silent room with its thousands and thousands of books. I put 2 small ones in my jacket pockets, Youth by Joseph Conrad and Religion and the Rise of Capitalism by R.H. Tawney. Then I went to the Thought Bus parking lot and spent an hour looking at the signs on the fronts of the buses. They all said Mauger and suburbs only. Upstairs in Sears I found a shelf board, some black paint, and a brush. I painted the name Annabelle Swisher on the board, and then with a hammer and some nails from the hardware department, I managed awkwardly to nail the board to a stake. Then I took one of the Baileen's buses to the cemetery, and with my hammer drove the marker into the ground at the head of Annabelle's grave. Afterward I told the bus to take me to New York. It went to the ramp that led to the highway and stopped. It would go no farther. I stayed up all that night reading the book by Joseph Conrad, only partly understanding it. In the morning, Mary and a woman named Helen prepared breakfast. I ate with the family. After breakfast, I told old Edgar that I would like eventually to move into this house, and he did not object. In fact, he seemed to be expecting some such thing from me. The place, all redwood and glass, was a home for mice and birds. I cleaned out the birds' nests, and Biff went to work on the mice in a manner that I can only describe as professional. She had the last mouse out of there within a week. The old furniture was rotted. I had a bonfire with it on the beach and watched it burn for an hour, thinking of Belasco and of that charmed moment back in Carolina. I was not supposed to take things from Sears, but I went there every night for a week, and no one objected. I think the Baleens did not really mind as long as I did not do it openly. Their sexual morality may have been that way too, and had Annabelle and I been secretive about being lovers, it probably would have offended no one. Probably they thought we were lovers anyway. I got furniture from Sears, and kitchen equipment, and bookshelves, and I began making a collection of books from the library. After the funeral, I had wanted in my grief to leave, but that impulse had quieted itself in me for the time. I think it was the finding of the books. I decided that I would finish my education and update my journal, there in the house by the side of the sea. Then I would decide whether to continue my search for Mary Lou or to stay, or to leave and go to some place altogether new, heading westward maybe toward Ohio and beyond. In one of the many books from below the mall that I have read, I learned that the season after summer was called, in the ancient world, the fall of the year. It is a beautiful phrase, and it speaks to me deeply. The trees outside my house by the sea have begun to lose their green, are becoming more yellow and red and orange as each day passes. The blue of the sky is paler now, and the seagulls' cries sound somehow more distant. There is a fine chill in the air in the mornings when I take my long walk on the empty beach. Sometimes I see where clams have buried themselves, but I never dig for them. I walk and jog in the autumn air, in the air at the fall of the year, and I think more and more each day of leaving Mauger and continuing northward toward New York. Yet I have a fine place to live here, and I furnish myself with food from the mall. I have become a good cook. If I want company, I can visit the Baleens and read for them, as I sometimes do. They are glad enough to see me, even though they seemed almost relieved when I left. It is strange. I think now that they expected something miraculous to happen when they started to hear the words from the Bible read aloud, opening up that mystery to them, the message of an inscrutable book they had learned to revere. But no miracle occurred, and they soon lost any real interest. I think that to know what those words said required an attention and a devotion that none of them, except perhaps old Edgar, possessed. They were willing to accept their stringent piety and silence and sexual restraints, all unthinkingly, along with a few platitudes about Jesus and Moses and Noah. They were overwhelmed, however, at the effort it would require to understand the literature that was the real source of their religion. I asked old Edgar once why there were no robots in Mauger, and he said, "It took us 10 years to rid the place of those agents of Satan." But when I asked him how they had done it, he would not answer. Yet they could devote 10 years to a thing like that, and not take the time I was with them really to understand what was meant by Satan, a word that I now know means enemy. Before Annabelle's death, I suppose I was content enough to live with them, and the food was wonderful. The mashed potatoes and strudel and biscuits and pork bacon. They had never even heard of monkey bacon, and omelets and soups. There were chicken soup and vegetable soup and pea soup and cabbage soup and lentil soup, all served hot and with crackers. And there were times during those months when I felt very strongly a thing I had learned to feel at prison, a sense of community. I could sit at the table in the kitchen with the entire silent family all around me eating soup, and feel a kind of spiritual warmth starting in my stomach and spreading around my body, sensing the presence of those placid, sturdy, and hard-working people. They touched one another a good deal, just little touches, like the light placing of a hand on an arm or a gentle touching of elbows, while sitting close to one another at the table. And they touched me too, with a gentle shyness at first, but then more casually, easily. What I had felt toward the other men at prison had prepared me for this, and I grew to like it, to need it even. It is why I still go back there from time to time, just to be with them, to touch them, and to feel their human presences. But unlike families in films that I have seen, the Baileyns hardly ever talked to one another. After each of my evening readings, the huge television screen behind the lectern would be turned on. There would be the heavy rumbling of the gasoline-powered generator that sat on the floor behind it, and then the screen would light up, and the dazzling colored holographs of mind shows, abstract shapes and hypnotic colors and numbingly loud music, or sex and pain shows or trial-by-fire shows, and everyone would watch in silence, just as in the dormitories or in a college class, until bedtime. Sometimes people would get up and go to the kitchen for a piece of fried chicken or a can of beer and some peanuts. Beer and snack food were brought over in wheelbarrows from the mall every 10 days or so. But there was never any conversation in the kitchen. No one wished to break the mood of the shows. But although I had watched television in the same way many times in my life before, I found I could no longer watch it and not think. Give yourself to the screen, they had taught us. It was as basic as don't ask, relax. But I could no longer give myself to it. I no longer wanted to keep my mind silent or use it as a vehicle for disconnected pleasure. I wanted to read and think and talk. Sometimes, after Annabelle's death, I would be tempted to take the soapers that were kept around the house in her ceramic candy dishes. But then I would think of Mary Lou and of my decision when old Baleen offered me soapers before taking me to the lake of fire that burneth forever, and I would not use the drugs. It was good to sense the warmth of being part of a family, to wake up sometimes at night in the room I shared with Rod and hear him softly snoring and sense the presence of all those people in the house. I felt at times that something very good inside myself was beginning to come alive. But then the big television set would come on, or people would drift off to the sets in their own rooms, and I would feel that I would go crazy if there were no talk, no conversation. The prisoners I had lived with had talked whenever they could, and they had to wait for opportunities to do so, as with the time at the beach. But the Baleens were different. They were pleased with one another's company, but they had nothing to say, except for an occasional praise the Lord. So I see them only enough to retain some minimum human contact. It seems to be enough. Since I moved in here in midsummer, I have listened to records from Sears and written in my journal in ledger books from Sears, and I have read books. Sitting by day on my balcony overlooking the ocean, with Biff, now grown fatter, at my side, or using kerosene lamps in the big room downstairs at night, I have read over 100 books. And I have played, over and over, recordings of the symphonies of Mozart and Brahms and Prokofiev and Beethoven, and chamber music and operettas, and various musical works by Bach and Sibelius and Dolly Parton and Palestrina and Lennon. This music, sometimes even more than the books, enlarges my sense of the past, and the enlargement of that sense, the growth of my sympathies outward from what had been the small dormitory-trained center of myself, the growth backward in time to include generations of my fellows who have lived on this same earth as I, has been the passion of these months alone. I am sitting now at the oaken table in the kitchen, writing this journal in a new ledger book with a Sears ballpoint pen. Biff is curled in a chair beside me, asleep. I have a half bottle of whiskey, JTS Brown bourbon, and a pitcher of water and a glass on the table. It is late in the afternoon, and autumn light is coming in through the window over the sink. There are 2 kerosene lamps hanging from the ceiling above the table, and I will light them when it becomes necessary. After I write for a while, I will fix something to eat for Biff and me, and will probably start the generator downstairs and play a record or 2, if I feel I can spare the gasoline for it. It was my intention in beginning this to summarize what I have learned about human history and how that history appears to be coming to an end. But the prospect of trying actually to do it, after thinking about it for so long, is more than I am up to facing. There are many times still that I am overcome with a desire to have Mary Lou with me again, and I feel that now, thinking of the difficulty of the task. There is no question that Mary Lou's mind is better than mine. She might not have the patience that I have shown in my studies, but I would love to possess some of what I have come to recognize as her intellectual vigor and quickness, and her quick grasp. She had an enthusiasm about her, too, that I lack. I am not certain that I still love her. It has been a very long time, and a great deal has happened, and I still grieve for Annabel. Writing that, I found myself looking at my wrists, at the white scars on each of them where those prison bracelets tore into me under the knife in the factory. I was ready to die then, at that time in my life, to bleed to death under that knife or to burn my body with gasoline, to join the world's long, sad rank of suicides. I would have died for loneliness and for the loss of Mary Lou. Well, I didn't die. And a part of me still loves Mary Lou, although I have made no move to go northward to find her for a long time now. I think sometimes of trying to find a road that has cross-country buses running on it, and to take one to New York the way I had come from Ohio the first time, so long ago. But that would be folly. The scanner on such a bus might well detect me as a fugitive, and I have no credit card anymore. They took it away from me in prison. How different I am now from what I was then, and how strong my body is, and how unafraid I am. I will leave Mauger soon, while it is still the fall of the year.
Mary Lou. The baby is due any day now. It's the perfect time of year for having a baby, the very first part of spring. I'm sitting now by the living room window that overlooks 3rd Avenue. Downtown and to the west, I can see, over empty lots and low housetops, the Empire State Building. Bob often sits in this green chair and looks toward it. I like to watch the tree outside the window. It's a big tree, one that long ago must have cracked the crumbling pavement around its enormous trunk. It rises way above our 3-story building. I can see from here where little leaves have begun to come out on the lower branches. It makes me feel good to see them, to see that fresh and pale green. Since Bob can't read titles, I had to go with him 2 weeks ago to find books on baby care and obstetrics. I found 4, 2 of them with pictures. I've never had any instructions in my life about childbirth, and of course I've never known anyone to have a baby. I've never even seen a pregnant woman. But while reading one of the books and looking at its pictures, I realized that I did have some associations that must have been picked up from older girls when I was a little misfit in the dormitory. Cramping pains, blood, lying on your back and screaming and biting your forearm, a dark process called cutting the cord. Well, I know about such things now and feel better. I want to get it over with. One afternoon about 3 weeks ago, Bob came home early. I had been thinking all day about how little I knew about babies. And then he came in carrying a huge god-awful box filled with tools and cans and paintbrushes. Without even speaking to me, he went into the kitchen and began working on the sink drain. I was astonished, and after a few minutes, I heard water running in the sink and then the gurgling of it going down. I got up and walked over to the kitchen door. "Jesus," I said. "Whatever possessed you?" He wiped his hands on a dish towel and then turned around toward me. "I get tired of things that don't work," he said. "I'm glad to hear it. Can you fix the wall where those books are falling out of it?" "Yes," he said, "after I paint the living room." I started to ask him where he had gotten paint, but I didn't. Bob seems to know where everything is in New York. I suppose he's the city's oldest citizen, the oldest New Yorker. He had some dusty old paint cans in his box. He came into the living room and pried the lid off one of them with a screwdriver and began mixing the paint. It looked all right, and after he stirred it a while, I could see it was going to be white. Then he went outside for a few minutes and came back with a ladder. He set it up and took his shirt off, climbed the ladder, and began to paint the wall over my bookcases by the light from the window. I watched him for quite a while in silence. Then I said, "Do you know anything about childbirth?" He went on painting, not looking at me. "No, nothing except that it's painful, and that any make 7 can abort a pregnancy." "Any make 7? He stopped painting and turned toward me, looking down. There was a white spot on his cheek. His head seemed to be touching the high ceiling. Make 7s were designed at a time when there were too many pregnancies. Someone had the idea to program them for abortions right up through the 9th month. All you do is ask one. That phrase, "through the 9th month," shook me for a second. He had said it casually, but I didn't like hearing it. And then I laughed, thinking of a Make 7 abortionist. Make 7s are usually in charge of businesses or dormitories or stores. I could see myself walking up to one of them behind a desk and saying, "I want an abortion," and having it whip out a little scalpel from a desk drawer. Except that wasn't funny. I stopped laughing. "Could you find me a book about having babies?" I held my hands cupped over my belly protectively. "So I'll have some idea what to expect?" Surprisingly, he didn't answer me. He stared at me for a while. Then for a moment he whistled, softly. He seemed to be deep in thought. At such times I am amazed at Bob's humanness. When he is alone with me like that, his face can show more feeling than even Paul's or Simon's, and his voice is sometimes so deep and so sad that it almost makes me cry. So queer that this robot should be the repository of so much love and melancholy, powerful feelings that mankind has rid itself of. Finally, he spoke and shocked me with his words. "I don't want you to have the baby, Mary," he said. Instinctively, I pulled my hands tighter against my belly. "What are you talking about, Bob?" "I want you to abort the baby. There's a Make 7 in my building that can do it." I must have stared at him in disbelief and fury. I remember standing up and taking a few steps toward him. All that was in my head were words I had learned from Simon years before, and I said them. "Fuck you, Bob. Fuck you." He looked at me steadily. "Mary," he said, "if that child lives, it will eventually be the only person alive on Earth, and I will have to go on living as long as it does." "To hell with that," I said. "Besides, it's too late. I can get other women off their pills and get them fertile. I can have other babies myself." The thought of all that wearied me suddenly, and I sat down again. "And as for you, why shouldn't you go on living? You can be a father to my children. Isn't that what you wanted when you took me away from Paul?" "No," he said. "That wasn't it." He looked away from me, holding his paintbrush, out the window toward the tree in the empty avenue. "I just wanted to live with you the way the man whose dreams I have might have lived, hundreds of years ago. I thought it might allow me to recover the past that lies around the edges of my mind and memory, might give me ease." And has it? He looked back at me, thoughtfully. No, it hasn't. Nothing has changed in me, except for loving you. His unhappiness gripped me. It was like a living thing in the room, an inaudible crying, a yearning. What about the baby? I said. If you had a baby to be a father to... He shook his head wearily. No, this whole arrangement has been folly. Like having Bentley read those films for me so that I could touch the past a little more through him, allowing him to impregnate you before I took him from you. It has all been stupid. The kind of thing that emotions do when you yield to them. Then he came down from the ladder, walked over toward me, and set his large hand gently on my shoulders. All I want, Mary, is to die. I looked up at his sad, brown face with the broad forehead wrinkled and the eyes soft. If my baby is born... I am programmed to live for as long as there are human beings to serve. I can't die until there are no more of you left. You! And then suddenly, surprisingly, his voice seemed to explode. You Homo sapiens, with your television and your drugs! His anger frightened me for a moment, and I stayed silent. Then I said, I'm Homo sapiens, Bob, and I'm not like that. And you are nearly human. Or more than human. He turned away from me, taking his hand away from my shoulder. I am human, he said, except for birth and death. He walked back to his ladder. And I am sick of life. I never wanted it. I stared at him. That's the name of the game. I didn't ask to be born either. You can die, he said. He began to climb the ladder again. Suddenly, a horrible thought came to me. When we all die off, when this generation is all dead, then you can kill yourself? Yes, he said. I think so. You don't even know? I said, my voice rising. No, he said. But if there are no human beings to be served... Jesus Christ! I said. Are you the reason no babies are being born? He looked at me. Yes, he said. I used to run population control. I understand the equipment. Jesus Christ! You fed the world with birth control because you felt suicidal? You're erasing mankind. So I can die. But look how suicidal mankind is. Only because you've destroyed its future? You've drugged it and fed it lies and withered its ovaries, and now you want to bury it. And I thought you were some kind of a god. I'm only what I was constructed to be. I'm equipment, Mary. I could not take my eyes off him, and try as I might, I could not make his physical beauty ugly in my mind. He was beautiful to see, and his sadness was itself like a drug to me. He stood there with his chest bare and paint spattered, and something deep in me yearned toward him. He was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, and my wonder and my anger seemed to make that beauty glow around his heavy, relaxed-looking body, his sexless body, his incredibly old and incredibly youthful body. I shook my head, trying to shake the powerful feeling off. You were constructed to help us, not to help us die. Dying may be what you really want, he said. Many of you choose it. Others would if they were brave enough. I stared at him. God damn it, I said. I don't choose it. I want to live and to raise my baby. I like living fine. You can't raise that baby, Mary, he said. I can't stand to live for another 70 years, awake for 23 hours a day. Can't you just turn yourself off? I said. Or swim out into the Atlantic? No, he said. My body won't obey my mind. He began to paint. Let me tell you,
Every spring for over a century, I have walked up Fifth Avenue to the Empire State Building, gone to the top, and tried to jump. It is, I suppose, the ritual that my life centers on. And I cannot jump. My legs will not take me to the edge. I stand 2 or 3 feet from the edge throughout the night, and nothing happens. I could see him up there, like that ape in the movie, and I would be the girl. And then suddenly I thought of something. But first I said, "How did you stop babies from being born?" "The equipment is automatic," he said. "It gets an input from census to let it know whether to increase or decrease pregnancies, and it controls the equipment that distributes soapers. If pregnancies are up, it is supposed to increase the amount of birth control soapers. If pregnancies are down, the soapers are only soapers." I sat there listening to this as though I were hearing a child's lecture on privacy. I was learning about the death of my species, and it seemed to mean nothing to me. Bob was standing there with a paintbrush in his hand and telling me why no children had been born for 30 years, and I felt nothing. There had never been children in my world. Only those obscene little white-shirted robots at the zoo. I had never seen anyone in my life who was younger than I. If my child did not live, humanity would die with my generation, with Paul and with me. I looked at him. He turned, bent, dipped his brush in paint, and turned back to the wall above my bookcases. "About the time you were born," he said, "a resistor failed on the input amplifier. The machinery began getting signals that said population was too high. It still gets them and is still trying to cut population down by distributing soapers that stop ovulation, even after it had sterilized almost your entire generation, in the dormitories. If you had stayed there one more yellow, your ovaries would be gone." He finished off the upper corner with paint. The wall looked clean, shiny. "Could you have fixed that resistor?" I said. He came down the ladder silently, holding the brush at his side. "I don't know," he said. "I never tried." And then I began to feel it, the whole enormous scope of it, of what had begun in some dark antiquity of trees and caves and the plains of Africa, of human life, erect and ape-like, spreading itself everywhere and building first its idols and then its cities, and then dwindling to a drugged trace, a remnant, because of a failed machine, a tiny part of a failed machine, and a more than human robot that would not try to repair it. "My God, Bob," I said. "My God." Suddenly I hated him, hated his coolness, his strength, his sadness. "You goddamned monster," I said. "Devil! Devil! You're letting us die that way, and you're the one who is suicidal." He stopped painting and turned to look at me again. "That's right," he said. I took a breath. "And if you wanted to, could you stop those birth control soapers from being made in this country?" "Yes, in the whole world." "Could you just stop soapers, all of them?" "Yes." I took another long breath. Then I said softly, "About the Empire State Building." I looked downtown toward it. "I could push you off." I looked back toward him. He was staring at me. "After my baby is born," I said, "and when I'm well again and know how to take care of it, I could push you off."
Bentley, October 1st. I am on my way to New York, dictating this as I go, into an ancient Sears cassette recorder. I have a calendar, also from Sears, and I have decided to call this day October 1st, and to number days in months as my books do. October was once an important month of the fall of the year. I have made it that again. I could not sleep on the night of the day I finished my account of the time at Mauger. Once I had decided that I would not write about repairing and furnishing the old redwood house by the sea, and that I had told all that needed to be told. I became excited. I could leave whenever I chose to. I wandered around the empty and overgrown streets of Mauger that night, and then went to the obelisk and down to the level under Sears where the library and the thought bus garage and the room filled with coffins were. I remembered that I had seen nothing in the garage but local buses, and one of the Bailines had told me that none of the buses in the garage worked anyway, and that they would not even open their doors. But I went and walked among them, up and down the long dark rows. And I made a discovery. Near one wall there were 5 buses that looked exactly like the others, except that on their fronts was written "Cross Country." I stared at that for a long time, shocked. Had I been a Bailine, I would have believed that the Lord had saved those buses for me until the evening of my departure. How had I missed them before? But when I stood by the side of each of them and commanded its door to open, both mentally and aloud, nothing happened. I tried to force the doors with my fingers, but they were solidly tight, unyielding. I kicked at the side of one of them in despair. And then, angry and frustrated, I thought of something. I thought of Audell's Robot Maintenance and Repair Guide. Audell's guide is a small book, not much bigger than a large soy bar. At the back of it there are 30 blank pages with the word "Notes" at the top of each. I had used those pages at the prison to copy down some of the poems I liked best. Most of them were from the book by T.S. Eliot, which was not itself very large, but too large to carry conveniently on the long trip. I had never read the whole guide, since it was technical and dull, and since I had no intention of ever maintaining or repairing robots. But I did suddenly, there in the great thought bus garage, remember seeing a chapter toward the end of the book called "The New Robots Without Bodies, Thought Buses," with several pages of writing and diagrams. I went back to my house quickly. The book was on the table by my big double bed, where I had left it the last time I had read Ash Wednesday, a sad and religious poem that seemed able to take away some of the ugly feelings I had about the Bailines' religion. I found the thought bus part of the book. It was just as I had remembered it. It had a heading of exactly the kind I wanted, Thought Bus Deactivation. But when I began to read it, my heart sank. This is what it said. Thought buses are activated and deactivated by a computer code that, by edict of the directors, cannot be reprinted here. Deactivation is a necessity in order to control movement within cities when needed. The deactivation circuits are in the forebrain of the route-seeking intelligence unit between the headlights. See diagram. I studied the diagram of a thought bus forebrain without any real hope. The portion labeled deactivation circuits was a kind of solid bump on top of the lacy sphere of the brain itself. Actually, there were 2 brains, both spherical. One was the route seeker that drove the bus and told it where to go. The other was the communication unit, which was telepathic, and had a bump on it much like the deactivation circuit bump on the other brain. It was labeled broadcast inhibition, with no further explanation. I was reading over this diagram and the accompanying text in dejection when a thought began to form. I could try removing the bump, together with the deactivation circuits. It was an unusual thought, and everything in my training went against it, to willfully alter and possibly destroy sensitive government property. Even Mary Lou, with all her indifference to authority, had never broken into the sandwich machine at the zoo. Still, she had thrown that rock into the python cage and pulled out the robot python. And further, nothing had happened. She had told the robot guard to bug off, and he had, and there were no robots around Mauger for me to be afraid of. Afraid of? I was not really afraid of anything. It was only my old, almost forgotten sense of decency that trembled at the idea of taking a chisel and a hammer to the brain of a thought bus. It was a part of my insane upbringing, an upbringing that was supposed to liberate my mind for full growth and self-awareness and self-reliance, and that had been nothing but a swindle and a cheat. My upbringing, like that of all the other members of my thinker class, had made me into an unimaginative, self-centered, drug-addicted fool. Until learning how to read, I had lived in a whole underpopulated world of self-centered, drug-addicted fools, all of us living by our rules of privacy in some crazy dream of self-fulfillment. I sat there with Audell's guide in my lap, getting ready to go attack a thought bus brain with a hammer, my mind racing at this absurd time of all times with the realization that all my notions of decency were something programmed into my mind and my behavior by computers and by robots who themselves had been programmed by some long-dead social engineers or tyrants or fools. I could visualize them then, the men who had decided sometime in the distant past what the purpose of human life on Earth really was, and had set up dormitories and population control and the rules of privacy and the dozens of inflexible, solipsistic edicts and mistakes and rules that the rest of mankind would live by until we all died out and left the world to the dogs and cats and birds. They would have thought of themselves as grave, serious, concerned men. The words caring and compassionate would have been frequently on their lips. They would have looked like William Boyd or Richard Dix, with white hair at the temples and rolled-up sleeves, and possibly pipes in their mouths, sending memos to one another across paper and book-piled desks, planning the perfect world for Homo sapiens, a world from which poverty, disease, dissension, neurosis, and pain would be absent, a world as far from the world of the films of D.W. Griffith and Buster Keaton and Gloria Swanson, the world of melodrama and passions and risks and excitement, as all their powers of technology and compassion could devise. It was strange. I could not stop my mind from thinking all this, except by getting off the bed, clutching my Audel's guide, and leaving the house. My heart now was pounding, and I was willing to destroy all of their delicate brains if necessary. Outside, the moon had come out. It was full, a disk of bright silver. I saw a large, dramatic spider web on my back porch that must have been made while I was in the house with my mind in turmoil. The spider was just finishing the outer circle of it. The moon illuminated the strands of the big, taut web so that it seemed to be made of pure light. It was dazzling, geometric, and mysterious, and it calmed me just to stop and look at it, at the elaboration and power of life that could make such a design. The spider completed its work while I watched, and then picked its stilted way to the center of the web, took a position, and sat there, waiting. I watched for a moment more, and then headed toward the obelisk, itself silver in the light from the moon. The guide had given me an idea of what I might need, and I found a toolbox in Sears and filled it with pliers and screwdrivers and chisels and a ball-peen hammer. I had become fairly accustomed to the use of tools while repairing my house, although I was still a bit awkward with them. Normally people never did such things. Tools were something used by moron robots. I think I ruined the first cross-country thought bus I worked on, just in my clumsy attempts to get the cover off its front. I became infuriated with the difficulty of the cover panel, and banged it with the hammer several times in anger, and managed to break some wires and some other parts that turned out to be fastened inside the panel. Anyway, I was unable to get anywhere with it and finally went to another. This one I managed to get open all right, but when I began chipping at the bump on the forebrain with hammer and chisel, the brain cracked apart. I tried a third and chipped at the bump several times, gently. I was beginning to get the spirit of it, and even though I had failed twice, all my inbred notions of decency and caution had left me. I enjoyed the desecration involved in prying open thought buses and damaging them. The anger in me had become quieter now, and I was determined and heedless, and I liked the feeling. And then, suddenly, I saw that I was chipping at the wrong bump. It was the one on top of the communication unit. And just as I realized this, and thought I had ruined a third thought bus, I suddenly began to hear music. It was a bright, peppy tune, and I listened to it astonished for a moment, as I gradually realized that it was playing in my head. It was telepathic music. I had experienced something like it once before, as a part of my studies of mind development when I was a graduate student, but that had been in a classroom. Here in this huge bus parking lot it was an extraordinary thing, and at first I could not account for it. And then I realized the music must be coming from the telepathic part of the communication unit. I must have disconnected its broadcast inhibition device, and now it was broadcasting. I tried something. I concentrated on thinking, "Make the music quieter, please." And it worked. The music became very quiet. That encouraged me greatly. If I had been able to disconnect that part of the equipment and permit it to function as it was originally intended to, I should be able to do the same to the other half of the brain. And I was able to. I used the chisel delicately and with confidence, and the bump on the other sphere came off on my 5th or 6th tap with the hammer. It came off neatly. I replaced the cover on the front of the bus and put my tools back in the box hastily, and, nervous and excited now, spoke aloud to the door. "Open," I said. And it opened. I got in and seated myself in the front seat and set my toolbox by me. Then I concentrated and thought, take me out of the mall and to the front of the obelisk. I pictured the place in front of the obelisk in my mind just to make sure, and immediately the bus closed its door and began to roll. It unparked itself from the line of buses it was in by going backward, shifted gears, and then drove quite fast to the end of the big barn-like room. I could tell its lights had come on by the way they reflected from the wall as they came to it. It stopped at the wall and honked, and the big doors there opened up. The bus drove into the elevator and the door closed behind us. I could feel us rising. We came out the door at the back of the obelisk, drove around to the front, and stopped. The music stopped. Outside it was still dark and quiet under the moon. I had the bus take me to my house and began packing. I put in about 50 books, my phonograph and records, and, with difficulty, the small generator and 2 jars of gasoline. The generator was necessary because the ancient phonograph was the only way to play the records properly, and it would not run from the current in nuclear batteries. I also packed 2 cases of whiskey, my kerosene lamps, and some boxes of irradiated food for Biff. I carried some of my clothes out to the bus, but when I got there with them, I decided to select for myself an entire new wardrobe from a clothing store I had seen in the mall. It would be nice to set off with new clothes. The sky was lightening a bit as I drove away from the house, and the moon had become paler. I stopped in front of the spider web again as Biff and I were leaving for the last time, and the web was now not so dazzling to see. It looked more businesslike and sinister in the pale light from the sky. But I wished the spider well. It would be, as far as I could see, the heir to the place I had lived in. At the Sears food department I got boxes of beans and oatmeal and dried pork bacon and corn and plastic bags of pudding mix and soft drink mix. Then I went to the store I had never been in and found that the clothing in it was much better looking than that in Sears. I took a navy blue Sinlon jacket and a black turtleneck sweater and some shirts that were made of a fabric called cotton that I had never seen before. On an impulse, I started taking things for Mary Lou, even though I was by no means confident that I would ever find her or be able to avoid rearrest by Spofford if I did so. But thinking about it now, I realize that I do not fear Spofford anymore, nor am I afraid of prison or of embarrassment or of the violation of anyone's privacy. Driving along the rutted, ancient green highways as I am now, with the ocean on my right and the empty fields on my left under the bright springtime sun, I feel free and strong. If I were not a reader of books, I could not feel this way. Whatever may happen to me, thank God that I can read, that I have truly touched the minds of other men. I wish I could be writing these words down instead of dictating them, for it must be writing as much as reading that has given me this strong sense of my new self. I took 2 new dresses for Mary Lou, guessing at her size as well as I could. They are hanging now on hangers at the back of the bus, along with a coat and a jacket and a box of candy. Biff lies back there much of the time, curled up in one of the seats with her head lolling back and her legs splayed out in the sun that comes through the window by her. I feel sleepy myself from dictating all of this so carefully. I must make a place for my Sears mattress and sleep. October 2nd. There are 4 pairs of double seats in the bus. After I finished dictating last night, I took my tools and removed 2 of the seats on the side away from the ocean and made a place for my mattress. I stopped the bus for a moment and threw away the seats I had removed. The bed was comfortable, but I did not sleep well. I awoke several times during the night and lay on the mattress hearing the sound of the wheels on the road and wishing that I could sleep. After waking for the 3rd or 4th time, I began to realize that my stomach was uncomfortably tight and that my mind, far from being easy, was filled with a kind of desperation that was familiar but that I had no name for. There in the darkness, with the gentle noise of the bus's tires in my ears, it gradually became clear to me. I was lonely. I was painfully lonely, and hadn't even known it. I sat up in my bed. My God, it was so simple. I was beginning to be angry. What difference did it make if I had my privacy and my self-reliance and my freedom if I felt like this? I was in a state of yearning, and I had been for years. I was not happy, had almost never been happy. This is terrible, I thought. All those lies. I felt physically sick to see it all, to see myself slack-jawed as a child in front of the television, to see myself in classes being told by robot teachers that inward development was the aim of life, that quick sex is best, that the only reality was in my consciousness and that it could be altered chemically. What I had wanted, what I had yearned for even then, was to be loved and to love. And they had not even taught me the word. I wanted to love that old man dying in bed with the dog at his feet. I wanted to love and feed that tired horse with its ears sticking up through the old hat. I wanted to be with those men at evening with the beer mugs, sitting in their undershirts in an old tavern, and I wanted to smell the fragrance of the beer and of bodies together in that quiet room with its human sizes and shapes. I wanted to hear the murmur of their voices and of my own voice mixing with theirs at nightfall. I wanted to feel the solid sense of my own real body in the air of that room, with the mole on my left wrist, and the thin layer of muscle around my midriff, and the good solid teeth in my head. And I wanted sex. I wanted to be in bed with Mary Lou, not with Annabelle, who was only the mother I had never had, but with Mary Lou. Mary Lou, my frightening sweetheart, my lover. There in the thought bus I squirmed with it, with love and lust and the memory of Mary Lou, with my desire for her and with my knowing now that she was what I wanted, was what I had wanted all along. I wanted to scream it, and I did. "Mary Lou!" I screamed. "I want you!" And a voice, a quiet androgynous voice in my head said, "I know. I hope you find her." I sat there stunned on the edge of the bed for a moment, stupefied. That had not been the voice of my own thinking. It had been inside my head, yet had seemed to come from somewhere else. Finally I said aloud, "What was that?" "I hope you find her," the voice said. "I've known from the beginning how much you want to find her." My God, I thought. I think I know where this voice is coming from. "But who are you?" I said. "I am this bus. I am a metallic intelligence, with kind feelings." "And you can read my mind?" "Yes, but not very deeply. It disturbs you a little." "Yes," I said aloud. My voice sounded strange. "But it's not too bad. It's not as bad as being lonely." It was reading my mind. I tried thinking to it silently. "Are you ever lonely?" "I don't mind if you talk aloud. No, I'm never lonely the way you humans are. I am always in touch somewhere. We are a network, and I am a part of it. We are not like you. Only a Make-9 is like you, alone. I have the mind of a 4, and am telepathic." The voice in my mind was soothing to me. "Would you make a light come on? A dim one?" I said. A bulb overhead began to glow softly. I looked down at my hands, at my dirty fingernails. Then I rolled up my sleeves. For some reason I was enjoying looking at my arms, at the fine light hairs on them. "Are you as intelligent as Biff?" I said. "By all means," the voice said. "Biff is really stupid in most ways. It's just that she's very real, is very much a cat, and that makes her seem intelligent to you. I can read her whole mind at a glance, and there's very little there. But she feels good. She would not want to be anything other than a cat." "And I don't feel good?" "Most of the time you are sad and lonely, or yearning." "Yes," I said mournfully. "I am sad. I yearn a lot." "And now you know it," the voice said. And that was true, and I was beginning to feel elated saying it. I looked out the window for signs of dawn, but there were none yet. Suddenly a thought struck me, with this strange yet very easy conversation that had been going on. "Is there a God?" I said. "I mean, are you in touch telepathically with any kind of God?" "No, I'm not in touch with anything like that. As far as I know, there is no God." "Oh," I said. "It doesn't bother you," the voice said. "You may think it does, but it doesn't. You're really on your own. You've been learning that." "But my programming—" "You've lost that already," the voice said. "It's only habit now. But the habits are not what you are anymore." "But what am I then?" I said. "What in heaven's name am I?" The voice took a moment before replying. "Just yourself," it said pleasantly. "You are an adult male human being. You are in love. You want to be happy. You are trying now to find the person you love." "Yes," I said. "I suppose that's it." "It is, and you know it," the voice said. "And I wish you luck." "Thank you," I said. And then, "Can you help me get to sleep?" "No, but you don't really need any help. You'll sleep when you're tired enough. And if you don't, the sun will be coming up soon." "Can you see that?" I said. "Can you see the sunrise when it happens?" "Not really," the bus said. "I can only look straight ahead at the road. Thank you for wanting me to see the sunrise." "You don't mind? Not being able to look at what you want to?" "I see what I want to see," the bus said. "And I enjoy the work I have to do. I was made that way. I do not have to decide what is good for me." "Why are you so pleasant?" I said. "We all are," the bus said. "All thought buses are pleasant. We were all programmed with kind feelings, and we like our work." "That's better programming than people get," I thought, with some vehemence. "Yes," the bus said. "Yes, it is." October 3rd. After talking with the bus, I was calm and tired, and I fell asleep easily on my little bed. It was still dark when I awoke. "Is it close to morning?" I said aloud. "Yes," the bus said. "Soon." An overhead light came on softly. Biff had been sleeping on the mattress with me, and she woke up when I did. I gave her a handful of dried food and started to make myself a can of protein and cheese soup for breakfast. But then I thought of protein for plants and shuddered. I did not want to eat any of that kind of food again. I told the bus to lower a window and threw the can out. Then I fixed myself an omelet and a cup of coffee, and sat on the edge of my bed and ate them slowly, looking toward the dark windows of the moving bus and waiting for the daylight. During all this, the bus must have been driving on good permoplastic pavement, because the ride was very smooth. Sometimes, for stretches of several miles, the road gives out. It happened several times yesterday. The pale green permoplastic abruptly ends either in a stretch of rutted black road or no road at all, in just a field. The bus slows down to a crawl and goes carefully around obstacles and tries to find the smoothest possible path, although it sometimes lurches violently. This is uncomfortable, but I don't worry that the bus will be damaged. Despite the apparent brittleness of the brain beneath the heavy cover plate, the bus is a rugged, well-constructed machine. Before I left Mauger, I stopped the bus at Annabelle's grave and got out and placed some roses from the garden on it, up against the little cross I had made with her name. Probably the first truly marked human grave in centuries. I stood there for several minutes, thinking of Annabelle and of how much she had meant to me. But I did not cry for her, did not want to. Then I got into the bus and told it to take me to New York. The bus seemed to know exactly what to do. It drove slowly and carefully down the center lane of the huge graveyard, past the thousands of little nameless permoplastic grave markers sitting quietly there in the early morning light, until it came to the broad green highway that I had seen before on walks around Mauger, but had never walked on. When it got on the smooth surface, kept clear of debris by robot maintenance crews, it began picking up speed, heading down the broad and empty road. My relief to be getting away was exquisite. I had no regrets. I felt fine. And I am feeling fine now, in the dark of the night, with my helpful and patient bus and my food supply and my books and records and my cat. The sky has begun to lighten outside the windows now, and when the road sometimes comes close to the ocean, I look out across the beach and the water, toward the pale and lonely gray of the sky where the sun will come up, and sometimes it almost makes me stop breathing because of the beauty of it. It is not exactly the same as what I felt when stopping at the end of my rows of Protein 4 at the prison. Its beauty now seems even deeper and mystical, like Mary Lou's eyes when she looks at me in that strange, puzzled way. The ocean must be very vast. It means freedom to me, and possibility. It makes something mysterious open in my mind, the way some of the things I read in books do at times, making me feel more alive than I had ever thought I could feel, and more human. One of my books says that at times men have worshipped the ocean as a god. I can understand that easily. Yes. But the Balines would never have understood such a thing. They would have called the idea blasphemy. The god they worship is an abstract and ferociously moral thing, like a computer. And the compelling, mystical rabbi, Jesus, they have turned into some kind of moral detector. I want none of that, and none of the Jehovah of the book of Job either. I think I may already be a worshipper of the ocean. In reading the New Testament aloud to the Balines, I developed a strong admiration for Jesus as a sad and terribly knowing prophet, a man who had grasped something about life of the greatest importance and had attempted, and largely failed, to tell what it was. I can feel, in myself, a kind of love for him and for his attempt, in saying things like, "The kingdom of heaven is within you," for I think I glimpse his meaning, here looking out of the thought bus window toward the still and gray expanse of the Atlantic Ocean with the sun about to rise on it. Yet I cannot myself say what that meaning is. But I trust it far more than all of the nonsense I was taught as a child in the dormitories. The sky at the top of the gray ocean has become much lighter now. The sun is about to rise. I will end this recording for now, and stop the bus and walk outside and watch the sun rise over the ocean. My God, the world can be beautiful. October 4th. The sunrise was strengthening. Afterward, I walked to the edge of the water, took off my clothes, and waded out and bathed in the surf. It was cold, but I didn't mind it, and there is beginning to be the feeling of winter in the air. After my swim, I had the bus play music in my head for me for a while, but I stopped it before long. It was stupid music, bouncy and empty. So I managed to rig up my phonograph and the generator. But when I tried to play records, the needle, as I had feared, would not stay in the groove while the bus was moving. I stopped the bus on the road for long enough to play the Mozart Jupiter Symphony and a part of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That was much better. Then I poured myself a small glass of whiskey, shut off the generator, and continued down the road. I have seen no other vehicles and no sign of human habitation since I left Mauger. My God, the things I have read and learned since I left Ohio. And they have changed me so much I hardly recognize myself. Just knowing that there has been a past to human life and getting a slight sense of what that past was like have altered my mind and my behavior beyond recognition. I had seen talking films as a graduate student, along with the handful of others who were interested in such things. But the films, Magnificent Obsession, Dracula Strikes, The Sound of Music, had only seemed to be mind-blowing. They were merely another, more esoteric way of manipulating one's mental states for the sake of pleasure and inwardness. It would never have occurred to me then, in my illiterate and brainwashed state, to observe such films as a means of learning something valuable about the past. But most of all, it seems to me now, has been the courage to know and to sense my feelings that has come slowly from the emotionally charged silent films at the old library at first, and then later from the poems and novels and histories and biographies and how-to-do-it books that I have read. All of those books, even the dull and nearly incomprehensible ones, have made me understand more clearly what it means to be a human being. And I have learned from the sense of awe I at times develop when I feel in touch with the mind of another long-dead person and know that I am not alone on this earth. There have been others who have felt as I feel, and who have, at times, been able to say the unsayable. Only the mockingbird sings at the edge of the woods. I am the way and the truth and the life. He that believeth in me, though he die, yet shall he live. My life is light, waiting for the death wind, like a feather on the back of my hand. And without the ability to read, I would never have found a way to get this thought bus moving, taking me to New York and to Mary Lou, whom I must try to see again before I die. October 5th. It was a warm and sunny morning today, and I decided to have myself a roadside picnic, something like the one in the Lost Chord with Zazu pits. I stopped the bus around noon by a little grove of trees, fixed myself a plate of bacon and beans and a glass of whiskey and water, found myself a comfortable spot under the trees, and ate my meal slowly and thoughtfully, while Biff chased butterflies on the grass. For most of the morning the bus had been out of sight of the ocean. I hadn't seen the water for several hours. After eating and then dozing for a few minutes, I decided to climb a little rise of ground to see if I could tell where we were. And when I got up there, I could see the ocean, and way over to my left, the buildings of New York. Suddenly I became excited and stood there transfixed, trembling slightly and clutching my half-empty glass. I could see the Statue of Privacy in Central Park, the great solemn leaden figure with closed eyes and a serenely inward smile. It is still one of the wonders of the modern world. I could see its huge gray bulk from where I stood, miles away. I tried to find the buildings of NYU, where I had told the bus to take me, and where I had some hope of finding Mary Lou, or at least some trace of her, but I could not. And then, looking at New York there in the distance, with the Empire State Building at one end and the Statue of Privacy so dark and leaden at the other, something sank in my heart. I knew I wanted Mary Lou, but I did not want to go into New York again, into that dead city. And I felt it then, a heavy weight of oppression at the thought of those New York streets, on their way to becoming as overgrown as those of Mauger. And all that stupid life moving dazedly about those dying streets, stoned faces of inwardness, lives with minds that barely flickered, lives that were like mine once had been, not worth the trouble of living, a society haunted by death and not alive enough to know it. And those group immolations at the Burger Chef and a zoo filled with robots. The city lay there under the early autumn sunlight like a tomb. I did not want to go back. And then I heard a quiet voice in my mind saying, "There is nothing in New York that can hurt you." It was the voice of my bus. I thought about that a moment, and then I said aloud, "It is not being hurt that I fear." I looked down at my wrist, still a bit twisted from so long before. "I know," the bus said. "You are not afraid. You are only displeased with New York, and with what it means for you now." "I was happy there once," I said. "Sometimes with Mary Lou. And my films, sometimes." "Only the mockingbird sings at the edge of the woods," the bus said. It was startling to hear that. "You took those words from my mind?" I said. "Yes, they are often in your mind." "What do they mean?" "I don't know," the bus said, "but they make you feel something strongly." "Something sad?" "Yes, sad. But it is a sadness that is good for you to feel." "Yes," I said, "I know that." "And you have to go to New York if you want to see her." "Yes," I said. "Get in," the bus said. I climbed down the little hill, called Biff to me, and got into the bus. "Let's get rolling," I said aloud. "By all means," the bus said. It shut its doors smartly and began to roll. October 6th. It was close to evening as we drove over the huge, empty, rusty old bridge onto Manhattan Island. Lights were already on in some of the little permoplastic houses along Riverside Drive. The sidewalks were empty except for an occasional robot pushing a cart of raw materials toward one of the vending shops on Fifth Avenue, or a sanitation crew collecting garbage. I saw one old woman out on the sidewalk on Park Avenue. She was fat and wore a shapeless gray dress and was carrying a bunch of flowers in her hand. We passed a few thought buses on the street, most of them empty. An empty detection car went cruising past us. New York was very peaceful, but I was becoming apprehensive. I had eaten nothing since my small picnic lunch. I had been nervous all afternoon. I was not afraid, as I might once have been, but just tense. I didn't like it. But there was nothing to do about it except bear it. A few times I thought about having more whiskey to drink, or stopping the bus at a drug machine and trying to vandalize it for soapers, since I no longer had a credit card. But I had decided long before to keep chemicals like those out of my body. So I drove such ideas from my mind, and just put up with feeling uncomfortable and jittery. At least I knew what was going on around me. The steel buildings of NYU were dazzling in the setting sun. On the drive through Washington Square, we passed 4 or 5 students in their denim robes, each of them going his separate way. The square was overgrown with weeds. None of the fountains were working. I had the bus park in front of the library. And there it was, the old, half-rusted building where I had worked in the archives and had lived with Mary Lou. My heart began beating very hard when I saw it sitting there, surrounded by weeds and with no one in sight. I had enough presence of mind to realize that I might lose my bus to someone who merely wanted to take it somewhere, so I took my toolkit and removed the front panel, disconnected what Audell's guide called the door-activating assembly servo, and then told the door to open. And it would not. I set the toolkit inside the brain opening. No one would bother it. I walked into the building, a little less shaky but still very excited. There was no one there. The halls were empty. The rooms I looked into were empty. There was no sound except for the echoing of my own footsteps. I did not feel, as I might once have, either awed or jumpy from the emptiness of the place. I was wearing one of my new sets of clothes from Mauger, tight blue jeans, a black turtleneck, and light black shoes. I had pulled the sleeves of my turtleneck up earlier in the day because of the warmth, and my forearms were suntanned, lean and muscular. I liked the looks of them, and I liked the general feeling in my body and in my mind that they seemed to convey, springy, taut, and strong. I was no longer over-impressed with this dying building. I was merely looking for someone in it. My old room was empty, and unchanged since I had been there, but the collection of silent films was gone. I was disappointed at that, since at the back of my mind I had planned to take them with me, or with us, wherever I might go in my thought bus. Still sitting on my old bed and desk was the artificial fruit that Mary Lou had picked for me at the zoo. I took the fruit and stuffed it into the side pocket of my jeans. I looked around the room. There was nothing else in it that I wanted. I left, slamming the door shut behind me. I had decided where to go. While I was replacing the wires in the thought bus by the light from a street lamp outside, I looked up to see a fat, balding man staring at me. He must have come up while I was working, without my seeing him. His face was puffy and characterless, with a stoned inwardness that was, for a moment, shocking to see. I realized after a moment that it was not really different from hundreds of faces I had seen before, but that there were 2 things different now about my way of looking at him. I was no longer concerned with privacy, and consequently I examined him more closely than I might have a year before, and I was used to being close to the Baileyns, and although they took drugs too, their faces did not have the arrogant stupidity about them that most ordinary people had. After I had stared at him a moment, he lowered his eyes and began looking at his feet. I turned back to the wires I was reattaching to the bus's servo, and I heard him speaking in a gravelly voice. "That's illegal," he was saying. "Tampering with government property." I did not even look back at him. "What government?" I said. He was silent for a moment. Then he said, "That's tampering. Tampering is a mistake. You could go to prison." I turned around and looked at him. I was holding a wrench in my right hand, and I was sweating a bit. I looked right into his eyes and at his idiotic, mindless, pasty face. "If you don't get away from me right now," I said, "I'll kill you." His jaw went slack and he stared at me. "Move, you fool," I said. "Right now." He turned and walked away. I saw him reach in his pocket and pull out some pills and begin swallowing them, holding his head back. I felt like throwing the wrench at him. I finished refastening the wires and then got into the bus and told it to take me to the Burger Chef on Fifth Avenue. She was not in the Burger Chef, but I had not really expected her to be. The place looked different to me somehow, and then I realized that it was the booths. 2 of them had been taken out altogether, and almost all of the rest were badly charred. There must have been several immolations since I had last been there. I went to the counter and told the female make 2 to give me 2 algae burgers and a glass of tea from the samovar. She got them, a bit slowly, and set them down on the counter, waiting. Suddenly I realized what she was waiting for, my credit card, and I didn't have one, had forgotten all about them. "I don't have a credit card," I said to her. She looked at me with that stupid robot look, the same look the guards at the prison always had on their faces, and then she picked up the tray again, turned, and began carrying it over toward a trash bin. I shouted at her, "Stop! Bring that back!" She stopped, turned slightly, then turned back again toward the trash bin. She began moving toward it again, more slowly. "Stop, you idiot!" I shouted. Then, hardly thinking about it, I climbed over the counter, walked quickly over to her, and put my hand on her shoulder. I turned her around, facing me, and took the tray from her. She merely looked at me stupidly for a moment, and then somewhere in the ceiling of the room an alarm bell began to ring furiously. I climbed quickly back over the counter and started to leave, when I saw a big, heavy moron robot in a green uniform coming toward me from a back room somewhere. He was like the one at the zoo, and he began to say, "You are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent." "Bug off, robot," I told him. "Get back in the kitchen and leave the customers alone." "You are under arrest," he said, but more weakly this time. He had stopped moving. I walked up to him and looked into his empty, non-human eyes. I had never looked at a robot that closely before, having been brought up to fear and respect them. And I became aware, looking at his stupid, manufactured face, that I was seeing for the first time what the significance of this dumb parody of humanity really was. Nothing. Nothing at all. Robots were something invented once out of a blind love for the technology that could allow them to be invented. They had been made and given to the world of men as the weapons that nearly destroyed the world had once been given, as a necessity. And deeper still, underneath that blank and empty face, identical to all the thousands of faces of its make, I could sense contempt. Contempt for the ordinary life of men and women that the human technicians who had fashioned it had felt. They had given robots to the world with the lie that they would save us from labor or relieve us from drudgery so that we could grow and develop inwardly. Someone must have hated human life to have made such a thing, such an abomination in the sight of the Lord. This time I spoke to him, to it, and with fury. "Get out of my sight, robot!" I shouted. "Get out of my sight immediately!" And the robot turned and walked away from me. I looked over at the 4 or 5 people who were sitting, each in his own booth, in the Burger Chef. Every one of them had his shoulders drawn up and his eyes closed, in complete privacy withdrawal. I left quickly and was relieved to be back in my thought bus. I told it silently to take me to the Bronx Zoo, to the House of Reptiles. "Gladly," it said. All of the lights were out at the zoo. The moon had begun to rise. I had my kerosene lantern lit when the bus pulled up in front of the door of the House of Reptiles. The air was cool on my skin, but I did not put on a jacket. The door was not locked. When I opened it and came into the room, I could hardly recognize my surroundings. That was partly because of the eeriness of the weak kerosene light in the place, but also because of the fact that there were white cloths or some kind of towels hanging over the tops of the cases on the back wall. I looked on the bench where Mary Lou had slept. She was not there. There was an odd smell in the room, warm and sweet, and the room itself was warm and stuffy, as though the temperature had been turned up. I stood still for a while, trying to accustom myself to the altered place in the dim light. I could not see any reptiles in the cases, but the light was poor. The python case looked strange, and there was something humped in the middle of it. I found a switch on the wall, turned the lights on, and stood there blinking at the brightness. And then a voice came from in front of me. "What the hell?" It was Mary Lou. The hump in the floor of the case had rearranged itself, and I saw that it was Mary Lou. Her hair was matted and her eyes were squinted half shut. She looked the way she had on that night long before, when my agitation had driven me out here and I had waked her and we had talked. I opened my mouth to speak, but then said nothing. She was sitting now in the case with her legs hanging over the side. There was no glass in the case anymore, and certainly no python, and she had put a mattress in it to make a bed. That was what she was sitting on now, rubbing her eyes and trying to focus them on me. Finally I spoke. "Mary Lou," I said. She stopped rubbing her eyes and stared. "That's you, Paul," she said softly. "Isn't it?" "Yes," I said. She eased herself down to the floor and started walking slowly toward me. She was wearing a long white nightshirt that was very wrinkled, and her face was puffy from sleep. Her feet were bare. They padded on the floor as she walked. And when she came close to me and stopped, looking up at me from under her matted hair, sleepily, yet with that same old intense look, I felt something catch in my throat, and I did not try to speak. She looked me up and down like that, closely. And then she said, "Jesus, Paul, you've changed." I said nothing, but nodded. She shook her head wonderingly. You look ready for anything." Suddenly I found words. "That's right," I said. And then I stepped forward and put my arms around her and pulled her to me very hard. And in a moment, I felt her arms around my back, pulling me even tighter. My heart seemed to expand then, holding her firm body against mine, smelling her hair and the smell of soap on the back of her white neck, feeling her breasts against my breast, her stomach against mine, her hand now caressing the back of my neck. I began to feel an arousal that I had never felt before. My whole body felt it. I let my hands slide down her back until they held her hips, pulling her against me. I began to kiss her throat. Her voice was nervous, soft. "Paul," she said, "I just woke up. I need to wash my face and comb my hair." "No, you don't," I said, bringing my hands together behind her, pulling her tighter to me. She put the palm of her hand against my cheek. "Jesus Christ, Paul," she said softly. I took her hand in mine and led her to the large bed she had made from the python cage. We undressed, watching each other silently. I felt stronger, more certain than I had ever felt with her before. I helped her into the bed and began to kiss her naked body, the insides of her arms, the place between her breasts, her belly, the insides of her thighs, until she cried out. My heart was pounding furiously, but my hands were steady. Then I pushed myself into her slowly, stopping for a moment, and then going deeper. I was transported by it, ecstatic. I could not have spoken. We continued to move with one another, looking at each other's face. She became more beautiful as I watched her, and the pleasure of what we were doing together was astonishing, unbelievable. It was nothing like the sex I had known about and been taught. I had never even suspected that such lovemaking was possible. When my orgasm came, it was overwhelming. I shouted aloud as it happened, holding Mary Lou to me. And then we fell back from one another, both of us wet with perspiration, and stared at each other. "Jesus," Mary Lou said softly. "Jesus, Paul." I lay there on one elbow looking at her for a long, quiet time. Everything seemed different, better, and clearer. Finally I said, "I love you, Mary Lou." She looked at me and nodded. Then she smiled. We lay together silently for a long while. Then she put her gown back on and said softly, "I'm going up to the fountain to wash my face." And she left. I lay there for several minutes, feeling relaxed, very happy and calm. Then I got up and dressed and went out to be with her. It was dark out. But then she must have turned on a switch, for lights came on at the fountain and a kind of carousel music began to play. I walked up the path toward the light and water and music. She was bent over the fountain's pool, washing her face vigorously with her hands. When I got within a few feet of her, she still had not seen me. She stopped washing, sat down, and began drying her face with the hem of her gown, pulling the gown up past her knees to do so. I watched her for a moment. Then I spoke. "Do you want to use my comb?" She looked up at me, startled, and pulled her gown down. Then she smiled self-consciously. "Yes, Paul," she said. I gave her my comb and sat down beside her on the edge of the little fountain and watched her combing her hair in the light from the spotlights that shone on the water. With the tangles out of her hair and with her face now scrubbed and bright, she looked shockingly beautiful. Her skin was luminous. I did not want to speak. I stared at her, just enjoying the sight of her, until she lowered her eyes and smiled. Then she spoke hesitantly. "Did they let you out of prison?" I escaped. "Oh," she said, and looked back up at me, as if seeing me now for the first time. "Was it bad? Prison, I mean?" "I learned some things while I was there. It could have been worse." "But you escaped." The strength of my voice surprised me. "I wanted to come back to you." She looked down again for a moment, and then back up to me. "Yes," she said. "Oh, Jesus, I'm glad you came back." I nodded. Then I said, "I'm hungry. I'll fix us something." I turned and headed down the path. "Don't wake the baby," she said. I stopped and turned back to her. She looked a little lost, confused. "What baby?" I said. Suddenly she shook her head and laughed. "My God, Paul, I forgot. There's a baby now." I stared at her. "Then I'm a father?" She got up quickly, with her face all youthful, and ran down the path to me and threw her arms around my neck and, like a young girl, kissed me on the cheek. "Yes, Paul," she said. "You're a father now." Then she took me by the hand and led me into the house of reptiles, and I realized what the white cloths inside were. They were diapers. She took me to one of the smaller cases where the iguanas had been, and there, lying on its fat stomach, asleep and wearing a big white diaper, was a baby. It was pale and chubby-looking, and it snored quietly. There were bubbles of spit at the corners of its mouth. I stood there, looking at it for a long time. Then I said to Mary Lou softly, "Is it a girl?" She nodded. "I've named her Jane, after Simon's wife." That seemed all right. I liked the name. I liked being a father. To be responsible for another person, for my own child, seemed like a good thing. Then I tried to picture the three of us together as though we were a family, like the families in the old black-and-white films. But nothing in the films was remotely like this, standing there in the house of reptiles with the diapers hanging from empty snake and lizard cases, with the smell of warm milk in the room and the soft sounds of snoring. I tried to imagine myself as a father the way I had thought of it back in prison, when I had yearned so much for Mary Lou in that impotent, suicidal way. But I saw that I had thought of any children I might have as being half-grown, like Roberto and Consuela. And those two, I realized, belonged to a world of friendly postmen and Chevrolets and Coca-Colas, and not to my world at all. But I did not need that world of postmen and Chevrolets. This world, slight as it could be, would do. This fat and warm-looking and smelly little thing lying with its face pressed into a pillow in front of me was my daughter, Jane. I was happy with that. Then Mary Lou said, "I can get us a sandwich, pimiento cheese." I shook my head no, and then walked outside. She followed me silently. When we were out there, she took my arm and said, "Paul, I want to hear about your escape." "Later," I said, and then, "I'll fix some eggs for us." She looked at me surprised. "Do you have eggs with you?" "Come on," I said. I led her around to the side of the building where the thought bus was parked. Then I went in ahead of her with my lamp and hung it from the ceiling. I lit the other lamp using my prison lighter and turned the flame up as brightly as possible. I brought Mary Lou inside. She stood in the aisle and looked around. I said nothing. At the back I had made a bookshelf by turning one of the seats over, and my books were all in a neat row on this. Biff was curled up asleep on top of the books. Next to my books, my new clothes hung, along with those I had brought for her. Halfway down the bus, across from my sleeping place, was my kitchen area with a green camp stove and pans and dishes and boxes of preserved food and 5 of the coffee cakes I had made with Annabelle. I looked at Mary Lou's face. She seemed impressed, but said nothing. I put my omelet pan on the burner and began heating it up while I broke the eggs and stirred them with Tabasco sauce and salt. Then I grated some cheese of a kind that Rod Baleen made from goat's milk and mixed it with a little parsley. When the pan was hot enough, I poured half the egg mix in it and began stirring it briskly while sliding the pan back and forth over the fire. Then, before the eggs browned and while the center was still moist, I added the cheese and parsley, let the cheese melt slightly, folded the whole thing over and slipped it out on the plate. I handed the plate to Mary Lou. "Sit down," I said, "and I'll get you a fork." She sat down. When I handed her the fork, I said, "Was it difficult, having the baby? And painful?" "Jesus, yes," she said. Then she took a bite of the omelet, chewed it slowly, swallowed. "Hey," she said, "this is delicious. What do you call it?" "It's an omelet," I said. Then I put some water on the other burner for coffee and began making an omelet for myself. "In the ancient days," I said, "women sometimes died in childbirth." "Well, I didn't," she said, "and I had Bob to help me." "Bob?" I said. "Who's Bob?" "Bob Spofforth," she said. "The robot. And Dean, your old boss." I finished cooking my omelet. Then I poured us both some coffee in cups that Annabelle had made and seated myself across the aisle from Mary Lou on my bed facing her. "Did Spofforth help you have the baby?" I said. I pictured that huge robot like William S. Hart in Sagebrush Doctor standing by the bedside of a woman who was going to have a baby. But I couldn't picture Spofforth with a cowboy hat. "Yes," Mary Lou said. There was something odd, slightly pained in her face as she talked about Spofforth. I felt there was something she wanted to tell me but was not yet ready to tell. "He cut the umbilical cord, or at least he told me so afterward. I was too spaced out by it all to be sure." She shook her head. "Strange. The one time in my life I really wanted a pill, and a week after I had Bob stop their distribution." "Stop their distribution?" I said. "Of pills?" "That's right. There's going to be some changes." She smiled. "Some big hangovers." I didn't care about that. "Spaced out," I said. "I can't imagine you that way. Not the way it is with drugs. It hurt a lot, but it wasn't unbearable." "And Spofforth helped you?" "After he took you away, he watched over my pregnancy. And when the baby came, he got milk for me from the burger chef, and he found an ancient baby bottle in a warehouse somewhere. I think he knows where everything is in New York. Diapers, and laundry soap to wash them with." She looked out the window for a moment. "He got me a red coat once." She shook her head, as if trying to shake away the memory. "I've been washing diapers in the fountain. Jane eats mashed-up sandwiches now, and I have a lot of powdered milk for her, too." I finished my omelet. "I've been living alone," I said, "in a wooden house that I repaired, with the help of some friends." That word, friends, it seemed strange. I had never referred to the Baleens that way before, but it was the right word. "I brought you something," I said. I went to the back of the bus and got the dresses and blue jeans and T-shirts I had taken from the store in Mauger for her, and laid them on a seat. "These," I said, "and a box of candy." I got a heart-shaped box out of the panel-covered compartment where I kept food supplies, and gave it to her. She looked astonished, holding the box and not knowing what to do with it. I took it from her and opened it. There was a paper on top of the candy, and it said, "Be my Valentine." I read it aloud, strongly. It was a good thing to read. She looked up at me. "What's a Valentine?" "It has to do with love," I said, and took the paper off. Underneath the paper there were pieces of candy, each wrapped in a food-preserving, transparent plastic cover. I took out a large chocolate one and handed it to her. "You take the covering off with your fingernail, at the bottom, the flat side," I said. She looked at it and tried her fingernail. "What do you call this?" she said. "Candy. You eat it." I took it from her and got the plastic off. I had become expert at that while learning to eat the various things from Sears over the past year. I handed the candy to her, and she looked at it a moment, turning it over in her fingers. She had probably never seen chocolate before. I never had before I came to Mauger. "Taste it," I said. She bit into it and began chewing. Then she stared up at me, her mouth partly full, with a look of pleasant surprise. "Jesus!" she said through the mouthful. "It's wonderful!" Then I gave her the clothes, and she looked at them excitedly. "For me?" she said. And then, "That's wonderful, Paul. That's really wonderful." We sat there silently for a moment, I with the box of candy in my lap, she with her lap filled with new clothes. I watched her face. The bus door was open. Suddenly a loud wailing sound came in, something like a siren, except that it sounded human and angry. "Oh, Lord," Mary Lou said, getting up quickly with the clothes in her arms. "The baby!" She ran out of the bus and shouted back at me. "Give me 10 minutes! I want to try the clothes on!" I left the bus, walked back to the fountain, and sat down on its edge. The music, light and airy, and the gentle sound of the water behind me were pleasant. I looked up. The moon was still out, and there was no sign of dawn. I felt completely at ease. Then Mary Lou came out of the House of Reptiles with her arms full. She shut the door smartly behind her with her elbow. She was dressed in the blue jeans and a white T-shirt and sandals, and was carrying the baby expertly, cradled in one arm. Over the other arm were the rest of her new clothes, and on top of them a pile of diapers. The clothes she was wearing fit her perfectly. Her hair was combed neatly, and her face was radiant as she came toward me, and the light from the fountain fell on it. The baby had stopped crying and just lay in her arms looking comfortable, pleased. Looking at them both, I could hardly breathe for a moment. Then I let my breath out and said softly, "I can make a baby bed out of one of the bus seats, and we can go away together." She looked up at me. "Do you want to leave New York?" "I want to go to California," I said. "I want to go as far from New York as we can go. I want to be away from robots and drugs and other people. I have my books and my music and you and Jane. That's enough. I don't want New York anymore." She looked at me a long time before she answered. Then she said, "All right." She paused. "But there's something I have to do." "For Spofford?" I said. Her eyes widened. "Yes," she said. "It's for Spofford. He wants to die. I made a bargain with him, to help him." "To help him die?" "Yes, it frightens me." I looked at her. "I'll help you," I said. She looked at me, relieved. "I'll get Jane's things. I guess it is time to leave New York. Can this bus take us to California?" "Yes, and I can find food. We'll get there." She looked toward the bus, toward its sturdy, solid shape, and then back toward me. She seemed to study my face for a long time, carefully, and with a hint of surprise. Then she said, "I love you, Paul. I really do." "I know," I said. "Let's get going." Spofford. It looks, by itself, as it did in 1932, an essentially stupid, non-human building, its architecture concerned merely with height and with bravado. It has now, on the 3rd of June, 2467, the same number of stories, 102, that it had then, but now they are all empty, even of the furniture of offices. It is 1,250 feet tall. Nearly a quarter-mile. And there is no use for it now. It is only a marker, a mute testimony to the human ability to make things that are too big. The context over which it stands has come to magnify it more than the New York of the 20th century ever could. There are no other tall buildings in New York. It truly towers above Manhattan in singleness of form and intent, in the way that it must have first sprung to the hopeful minds of its architects. New York is nearly a grave. The Empire State Building is its gravestone. Spofford stands as near to the edge of the platform as he can come. He is alone, waiting for Bentley and Mary Lou to finish the climb. He has carried Mary Lou's baby for her, and he holds it now, sheltering it from the wind. The baby is asleep in his arms. The sky will lighten soon on Spofford's right, over the East River and Brooklyn, but it is dark now. The lights of thought buses are visible below. They move slowly up and down 5th and 3rd and Lexington and Madison and Broadway, and up further through Central Park. There is a light in a building at 51st Street, but no lights at Times Square. Spofford watches the lights, holds the baby protectively, and waits. And then he hears the heavy door behind him open, and hears their footsteps. Almost immediately Mary Lou's voice, nearly out of breath, speaks. "The baby, Bob. I'll take it back now." The climb has taken them over 3 hours. He turns and sees their shadows and holds the baby out. Mary Lou's dark form takes it, and she says, "Tell me when you're ready, Bob. I'll have to set the baby down." "We'll wait until daylight," he says. "I want to be able to see." The two human beings sit, and Spofford, facing them now, sees a yellow flame flicker brightly in the wind as Bentley lights a cigarette. In sudden chiaroscuro, he sees Mary Lou's strong body hunched over her child's, her hair blown sideways. He stands there looking at what is now only her shadow again, with Paul Bentley's shadow next to hers, touching. The old, old archetype of a human family, here atop this grotesque building over a numb and aimless city, a city of drugged sleep for its people, and of an obscene mock life for its robots, with its only brightness the small and pleasant minds of its buses, complacent and at ease, patrolling the empty streets. His robot mind can sense the telepathic thought bus buzz, but it does not affect his state of consciousness. Something is coming into his mind slowly, gently. His spirit is hushed, letting it come in. He turns and faces north. And then from nowhere and darkness there is a fluttering in the wind, and a small dark presence settles on Spofford's motionless right forearm, and becomes, in abruptly frozen silhouette, a bird. Perched on his arm, a sparrow, a city sparrow, tough and anxious and far too high. And it stays there with him, waiting for dawn. And the dawn begins, low over Brooklyn, spreading to upper Manhattan, over Harlem and White Plains, and what was once Columbia University. A gray light over land where Indians had slept on filthy skins, and where later white men had focused their fretful intensity of power and money and yearning, pushing up buildings in hubris, in mad cockiness, filling streets with taxis and anxious people, and, finally, dying into drugs and inwardness. The dawn spreads, and the sun appears, bulging up red over the East River. Then the sparrow flicks its head and flies away from Spofford's bare arm, holding its tiny life to itself. And the thing that has been coming slowly into Spofford's mind now seizes it. Joy. He is joyful, as he had been joyful 170 years before in Cleveland, when he had first experienced consciousness, gagging to life in a dying factory, when he had not yet known that he was alone in the world and would always be alone. He feels the hard surface beneath his bare feet with pleasure, feels the strong wind on his face and the sure pumping of his heart, senses his youth and strength, and loves them for a moment, for themselves. And aloud he says, "I'm ready now." He does not look behind him. He hears the baby squall as Mary Lou sets it down in the doorway. He feels hands on the small of his back and knows they are hers. A moment later, he feels larger hands above them. He hears breathing. His eyes are straight ahead, looking now toward the upper tip of Manhattan Island. Then, on his bare back, he feels her hair, and then, feeling his upper body begin to topple forward, he feels her mouth pressed against his back, kissing him gently. Feels her soft, warm woman's breath. He throws his arms out wide and falls. And, oh, continues to fall. Finally, then, with his face serene, blown coldly by the furious upward wind, his chest naked and exposed, his powerful legs straight out, toes down, khaki trousers flapping above the backs of his legs, his metallic brain joyful in its rush toward what it has so long ached for. Robert Spofford, mankind's most beautiful toy, bellows into the Manhattan dawn, and with mighty arms outspread, takes Fifth Avenue into his shuddering embrace. This concludes Mockingbird by Walter Tevis, narrated by Robert Fass and Nicole Poole. Copyright 1980-2014 by Walter Tevis. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Perseus, care of Susan Schulman Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to